I shall be crowned king. Hello again, dear adventurers of the multiverse. Thanks for joining us once more on this epic journey. Remember, this story is pure science fiction from our wild imagination. So don't go trying to summon dragons in your backyard. The rights of this amazing novel belong entirely to its original author. We are only the narrators. Do you want more adventures? Show some love to our YouTube channel with a subscription and a like. And if you want exclusive content, our Patreon is waiting for you with open arms. Chapter 576. Go for it. The story begins on May 18, 101 AD, the day after the advance force arrived at Black Reef Harbor. Inside the Storm Division headquarters, the smiling Talia August Rune sat upright, her already slender figure appearing even smaller in the slightly oversized armchair, like a doll in a fine dress. Surrounding the long table, the room was packed, yet no one dared to look up, much less whisper. The oppressive atmosphere created a tense atmosphere, everyone silently awaiting something. 3 chairs were empty on either side of the table in front of the young woman, besides a certain commander-in-chief and the honored advance force commander, Fabian, the grenadier regimental commander assigned to build a logistics base in Wintertorch, was also unfortunate to be absent. Only Deputy Chief of Staff Carl Bain and a few officers were present. The only sound in the quiet meeting room was the rustling of a junior clerk taking notes in the corner. So, how did things become so complicated? Carl sighed inwardly, thinking to himself. According to the Storm Division's original plan, the Legion, except for the advance force, was to split in two. One lightly armed force would advance directly to Black Lagoon, while the main force, carrying heavy supplies, would head to Red Hand Bay to join the Confederate Army before heading to Black Lagoon. This was a seemingly perfect plan. First, stabilize the situation at Black Lagoon, then, send reinforcements to deter the Empire from making any rash moves. Finally, the main force would arrive and engage the Imperial Counterinsurgency Army outside the city in a battle to decide the fate of the New World. But just when everyone thought everything was going smoothly, the cavalry company that had accompanied Anson suddenly returned, bringing back 2 crucial pieces of information. First, they had lost contact with the commander-in-chief en route due to various reasons, mainly the problematic route led by Shegrin. Second, when they arrived at Black Lagoon, the entire city was already surrounded by the Imperial Army, and it seemed to have been under siege for over 10 days. This raised 2 new questions. Should they still attempt to rescue the soon-to-be fallen Black Lagoon, and where had the commander-in-chief gone? If they try to rescue him, what if Black Reef Harbor falls just as they finally arrive after a long and arduous journey? If they don't, what if the advance force has already entered Black Reef Harbor and the Empire has captured the commander-in-chief? That would be disastrous. Based on Carl's understanding of Anson, he didn't think this cowardly fellow could be easily captured, but if Anson had already entered Black Reef Harbor and was prepared to defend it to the death, he wouldn't be surprised. This put the officers in a very difficult position. They certainly didn't dare to watch their commander-in-chief be captured, but if things didn't go as planned, the Storm Division would suffer at least a fifth, or even a quarter, of its casualties. The Storm Division had witnessed the strength of the Imperial cavalry back in the wildlands. Escaping their pursuit without leaving hundreds of corpses was a pipe dream. Gentlemen, I have only one question. In the deathly silent meeting room, Talia's gentle voice rang out softly. How do you plan to rescue Black Reef Harbor? The officers exchanged glances, and an awkward silence descended. Esteemed Miss Talia Rune, you may not understand. Things aren't as simple as they seem. Yes, I don't understand. Before the officer could argue, Talia gently interrupted. Talia August Rune is just an ordinary young woman, not a military expert as outstanding as you all, so I don't need you to explain the process to me. I only need the result. Sir Carl Bain. The young woman glanced at him and said softly, you are Anson's adjutant, and also his most trusted person. The situation is urgent now. Do you have any plans? Carl, who had been demoted from chief of staff back to adjutant, was stunned. Feeling the young woman's burning gaze and the faint gaze behind him, he suddenly wanted to curse. Actually, we're already very close to Black Reef Harbor. Even with a normal march, it's only 4 or 5 days' journey left. His adjutant, Carl, nervously rubbed his fingers together. So, if we abandon our baggage and march with only a small amount of supplies, reaching Black Reef Harbor within 3 days isn't impossible. But, if the city has already fallen or we can't break through the enemy's siege, we might. Just as Carl hesitated on how to phrase total annihilation as tactfully as possible, The cavalry company commander, who had been guarding the door, suddenly rushed into the meeting room, his expression anxious. "Lieutenant Jason Fruhoff, didn't I tell you to?" New intelligence from Redan Bay. Before the officers on either side could rise to stop him, the cavalry company commander abruptly stopped. "A few days ago, a small, unspecified Clovis army attacked a smuggling operation outside the city, seizing and taking control of 4 privateering ships from the camp. Their whereabouts are unknown." Talia opened her eyes, remaining silent. "Repeat, this is the latest intelligence from Redan Bay. A small group of Clovis troops, after attacking smuggling grounds and hijacking ships outside the city, has disappeared without a trace." Seeing the still confused looks on everyone's faces, the cavalry company commander, panting, gritted his teeth and shouted, "They disappeared without a trace, huh?" The officers, who had just been clueless, widened their eyes in unison and leaned back. Carl Bain sighed inwardly and rolled his eyes inwardly. "Order the entire army to assemble, abandon all baggage, each company carrying only 3 days' worth of supplies and 1 basic load of ammunition, and march at full speed to Black Reef Harbor." "Yes, sir." The officers rose in perfect unison, without the slightest hesitation. The commander-in-chief's successful arrival at Black Reef Harbor, still under siege, meant what? It meant the situation had stabilized, the Empire's siege was exhausted, and they couldn't even stop a small force. This battle could be won. When? "I feel like we're all going to hell." On the smoke-filled western defensive line of Black Reef Harbor, Lieutenant Colonel Alexei clutched his left shoulder and sighed to the heavens, his expression one of utter despair. Opposite him, the Imperial Line infantry, who had been withdrawn from the Eastern Front and used as cannon fodder, were charging at their meticulously constructed second line of defense with an almost euphoric intensity. More than 2,000 Black Reef Harbor defenders huddled trembling in their trenches, struggling against wave after wave of attacks. As a young standing army that had just turned 1 year old, the Storm Division wasn't particularly adept at defensive warfare, but with a commander-in-chief like Anson Bach, who loved out-of-the-box ideas, their skills in rapid maneuvering and flexible infiltration were practically maxed out. Therefore, this defensive position, which was highly anticipated and took 3 days to complete, was actually a replica of the outer perimeter of the Isergard Legion, led by Louis Bernard during Major General Ludwig's battle at Eaglehorn, designed to slow down the enemy's advance. There was a slight problem: the Black Lagoon militia were not Ludwig's Southern Legion, and the opposing counterinsurgency army was not the Iser Elves. Faced with the counterinsurgency army's menacing offensive, the Black Lagoon militia fought valiantly, but their mindset was far more rigid than that of the Hantu army. Often, as soon as a section of the position was breached, surrounding troops would abandon their lines and rush in, willingly becoming easy targets for encirclement. However, in narrow terrain with only a dozen or so men, the Black Lagoon militia often displayed considerable fighting power, even briefly repelling the enemy's attacks, although they still couldn't escape being surrounded, divided, and annihilated. More often than not, they were like a swarm of headless flies, only able to stand still, fire volleys of gunfire, and fight to the death with bayonets against the charging enemy, completely clueless about what to do. Often, the messenger would have barely set off when the officer had already led a dozen or so men to the front lines, making it impossible to relay orders. Half an hour into the battle, Alexei found himself reduced from a half-division commander to company commander. Besides the surrounding positions and the dozens of instructors he had brought, he couldn't command anyone. Watching the defensive positions he had placed so much hope in being easily torn apart like paper, Alexei's current feeling wasn't even despair. He seriously suspected that he had once again been tricked by the commander-in-chief into being used as a tool. Before him, a third of the front line had gradually fallen, its flags adorned with the golden irises. The flanks were also in dire straits, advancing relentlessly towards his trench, volleys of bullets flying overhead. But even in this dire situation, Alexei still held a trump card, a chance to turn the tide, even to snatch victory from the jaws of defeat. That was the 4 12-pounder naval guns hidden on the flanks of the Western Front. The reason their artillery was inferior to the Empire's in both quantity and quality was because, for Black Reef Harbor, which lacked any truly skilled artillery, a one-time tactic of artillery barrage was unthinkable. Once exposed, they would be instantly destroyed by Imperial artillery. To avoid annihilation, they had to spread out, waiting for the crucial moment to unleash the full power of these war machines. Alexei felt that now was the most critical moment. Send the order to Lieutenant Commander Alex, Looking at the completely lost outer positions and the Black Reef Harbor defenders showing signs of collapse, Alexei decisively turned to his adjutant and shouted, 10 minutes. Tell him to open fire on the front lines in 10 minutes, don't worry about anything else, just fire as many shells as you can, fire as many as you can. The adjutant repeated the order naturally, then his expression faltered. But those shells are meant to block the enemy's follow-up attacks. If we use them now, Alexei was practically furious. Block the points? If this continued, the entire defensive line would be breached. Firing now could at least halt the enemy's advance, even if it meant holding out until the next wave of attacks. As for what to do about enemy reinforcements, let's hold out until then. Receiving the order, the adjutant dared not delay and immediately turned and sprinted towards the artillery positions. 10 minutes later, the 4 heavy artillery pieces, having repeatedly confirmed their orders, began simultaneously firing from their flank bunkers onto the western front. Dozens of shells streaked across the sky, crashing down on the ground where golden irises bloomed. The sudden barrage temporarily extinguished the retaliatory urges of the 3 Imperial infantry regiments, forcing them to halt their offensive and retreat into their trenches. Seeing this, the Black Reef garrison, without waiting for Alexei's orders, hastily launched a full-scale counterattack. The deafening artillery fire was not only visible on the western front but also on the northern front. Terrified by the roar of gunfire, Councillor Pushwood couldn't even wait to fully excavate the cannons before fleeing to the council, leaving behind 4,000 engineers and the cannons awaiting destruction. Meanwhile, after confirming that the advance force was still entangled with the vassal troops and that the fortifications had been destroyed, Sir Sato decisively dispatched an infantry regiment to launch a probing attack on the northern defences of Black Reef Harbor, preparing to storm the harbor before the main force led by Bernard Maruas on the west side. This commotion. Alexei's side seems to be on the verge of collapse. Anson, who had just fired a shot into the chest of a vassal, muttered to himself, gazing at the distant, continuous artillery fire. He put down Leopold, who had run out of ammunition, and pulled out his dagger revolver from his pocket. Huh? Startled, Lisa looked up sharply, nearly getting her scalp grazed by a stray bullet. Alexei, is Alexei dying? She didn't really care about that, or rather, she didn't care about anyone except Anson's life or death, but the other man bore the mission of protecting Black Reef Harbor. If you were killed, the failure of the advance force to defend Black Reef Harbor was a minor matter. The failure of her perfect plan would surely break Anson's heart. It shouldn't be that bad, but he's definitely in danger right now. Anson paused, his lips twitching slightly, and looked at the girl seriously. So we have to help Alexei, relieve some of the pressure on him, shift the enemy's attention to us. Okay, Lisa nodded vigorously, then asked the most crucial question, how? Should Lisa go to the western front too? No, not at all. Anson's lips curled slightly. We just need to attack. Attack, yes, attack directly from here, all the way to the enemy's siege positions on the western front. That way, the enemy's attention will be entirely on us. This plan, which sounded flawless at first glance but was actually like suicide, didn't arouse any suspicion from Lisa. Holding her beloved shotgun, the girl jumped out of the trench before Anson could continue his rambling. Charge, wow, the youthful shots were like the starting pistol on a sports field. More than 200 guards scattered along the entire front line simultaneously erupted in a unified battle cry, charging straight out from the middle of the defensive line as if possessed, leaving their comrades stunned. A good 10 seconds passed before the advanced troops, looking at each other in disbelief, finally reacted. They saw Anson calmly raise the King Clovis flag and wave it forward. Target, western front main attack position. Column attack formation, advanced troops, charge. Chapter 577. He ran away. Compared to the bloody, cannon-firing western front, the northern flank of the Imperial siege was eerily silent. Soldiers, cigarettes dangling from their lips and gunpowder dangling from their mouths, slowly and methodically deployed their defensive formations along the fortifications, following established procedures and orders. Even the officers, usually quick to issue orders with abusive language, were unusually gentle, refraining from urging their clearly perfunctory subordinates on, because from top to bottom, no one felt they needed to defend against anyone. Just minutes earlier, Sir Satter had dispatched an infantry regiment to attack the northern defences of Black Reef Harbor, and the advance force occupying the breach was still locked in a fierce battle with over 2,000 vassal troops. Even if the Clovis had wiped out the vassal army, Their first priority should have been to reinforce Black Reef Harbor or continue holding their positions. Why bother with me slacking, reserve troops? But this silence didn't last long. Something's happening. Amidst the gunfire and shouts of battle, a sharp-eared Imperial knight whirled around, yelling urgently to those behind him, all on alert. A rapid drumbeat blared, and a full-strength line infantry company quickly assembled behind the knight, forming 4 tight ranks. The front rank knelt on one knee, while 5 men on each flank formed hedge-gun squads to deal with any sudden skirmishes. Despite being ridiculed by the Clovis for being rigid and inflexible, the Imperial infantry manuals weren't entirely without progress. Various countermeasures had been developed against the Clovis's wide-ranging line formations, column assaults, and skirmish harassment. However, under the overwhelming power of cavalry and the grand spectacle of artillery fire, these minor improvements were barely noticeable, and even the Empire itself didn't prioritize this type of training. The surrounding smoke obscured their vision. The tightly packed line formations seemed like reefs rising from a sea of smoke, easily swallowed by a large wave, scattering into red foam. The gunfire and shouts grew closer and faster. The Imperial Knight standing before the line column gripped the hilt of his sword, his temple throbbing beneath his helmet. Prepare! At the tense command, the line soldiers hastily raised their weapons, aiming at the smoke rising from the front and flanks. Thump! Thump! Their pounding hearts urged them to load and aim as quickly as possible. Suppressing his increasingly rapid breathing, the Imperial Knight drew his sword with a clang, the gleaming blade held perfectly in front of him, motionless. Suddenly, a blinding flash of light passed before him. Without hesitation, the knight, his face contorted in fury, roared with all his might, "Fire!" A thunderous volley of gunfire erupted behind him, the golden red muzzles of the guns dazzling in the sea of smoke, like streetlights suddenly illuminating the night sky, drawing away the surrounding darkness. By the light of the fire, the knight realized the fatal mistake he had made. Hundreds of figures tore through layers of smoke, charging at them from the flank like a pack of wolves spotting their prey. Without warning, and without any effective resistance, the vanguard had broken through the outer defensive line formed by the rout vassal army, crushing Sir Satyr's reserves. To ensure maximum concealment, Anson had even ordered all soldiers except the guard company not to fire, only allowed to use bayonets before formal engagement. Attacking a defensive position with a complete defensive system and a network of fire, once exposed, meant being repeatedly ravaged by countless intersecting firing points, until dozens, hundreds, or even more corpses were thrown into the trenches. As it turned out, he had overthought it. The reserve troops left behind hadn't considered the possibility of an attack at all. Many soldiers didn't even load ammunition until they heard gunfire from the front, amidst the officers' shouts, only to find 2 lead bullets in the barrel after completing the process. By the time they were finally about to return fire, a dozen skirmishers had already advanced along the trenches to the flanks, and a few volleys of gunfire and bayonet charges shattered the still undeployed line units. Although the Imperial officers finally realized they had been ambushed and began to set up defenses, the entire position was in complete chaos, and orders could not be relayed. The entire position was almost completely overrun by Lisa's guard company. More than 200 guard company soldiers, who came rushing in with shouts of "Wow!" were like a steam train, their whistles sounding like the call of death. Barony rifles sniped, grenades cleared the way, smoke grenades sealed off points, shotguns swept through, and revolvers provided close-range flank and rear cover. Faced with a firepower system more complex than that of a typical grenadier regiment, and a guard company where each soldier carried at least 3 weapons, a veritable miniature army, the unprepared Imperial soldiers had no chance to retaliate. Of course, such an army is unique within the Storm Division. Its training standards are aligned with those of Company Commander Anson Bach, and every encounter is a performance evaluation. Anyone who isn't fast enough, whose reactions aren't quick enough, or whose luck isn't good enough will be eliminated, either voluntarily or involuntarily. While the guard company is crushing the enemy head-on, the following troops launch attacks from all sides, completely annihilating or driving the defeated army off the battlefield, and incidentally destroying defensive facilities and logistics to prevent the enemy from making a comeback. "Keep attacking!" Anson kicked down the corpse whose head he had blown off, and shouted to those around him as he ran, "Don't waste time here. Where's your company commander? Go find your company commander and assemble as soon as possible. Charge! Keep charging, don't stop. Our target is the enemy's headquarters." Watching the commander-in-chief waving the Clovis flag and taking down enemy after enemy, The advanced troops who had just been instinctively clearing the battlefield instantly turned bloodshot, and after assembling at lightning speed, their Roten followed closely behind. The vanguard's surprise attack had the advantage of being the first to strike, but it couldn't truly overwhelm the Imperial army. Therefore, once it began, it couldn't stop, much less turn back midway, otherwise it would easily be surrounded by the enemy's superior forces, or become a target for the cavalry to hunt at will. Only a relentless attack could put pressure on the enemy, forcing them to decide whether to continue the attack on Black Reef Harbor or shift their attention to the vanguard. Either abandon the siege, or wait for the headquarters to be overrun. Bernard might not lose, but either way, Anson would gain a huge advantage. So, under the dark smoke, the Imperial linemen stared in terror at the gunfire and bayonets rushing towards them like a pack of wolves. Along with them came the simple, easily understood bloodthirsty killing cries, "Yawa! Retreat, it's preparing to retreat." Pay attention to the full meaning of my words. Sir Sato glanced at the officer who had interrupted him, who trembled slightly and shrank back. The reserves are beyond saving. They are our last remaining fighting force on the entire northern flank. Losing them means the flank of the main attack position is completely exposed. Unless something happens immediately that can reverse the situation, we have already lost this siege of Black Lagoon, but we have already sent an infantry regiment to attack the northern defenses of Black Lagoon, and Lord Bernard's main attack on the western flank is also making progress. The officer expressed his incomprehension. Retreating at this time is tantamount to selling them to the Chloes. This is what I mean by reversing the situation. Sir Sato remained calm. News from the Western Front indicates that the Chloes have abandoned their original defenses and constructed multiple positions on the reverse slope behind them. If they can think of deploying on the western flank, why can't they do the same on the northern flank? A regiment, or even a battalion, with a considerable number of artillery pieces, could easily intercept the infantry regiment we sent to probe the enemy lines. As for Lord Bernard, do you think he would still insist on attacking the city if his flank were attacked, with Bernard Morvis's cautious and meticulous nature? Absolutely not. This wasn't just one person's opinion, but the shared sentiment of all the officers. If he weren't extremely cautious, he would never have waited until there was absolutely no other way to attack Grey Dove Castle, and then dragged it out until May before starting the siege of Black Reef Harbor, wanting to appease the army, yet not daring to offend the local forces too much. He wouldn't even dare to easily enter Sales City without being absolutely certain of success, fearing being riddled with bullets by thugs and following in his predecessor's footsteps. Therefore, the turning point of the battle lies in whether they can successfully launch a surprise attack and capture the northern defense line of Black Reef Harbor. Thinking of this, the officers present all looked up, tacitly glancing in the same direction, as if vaguely anticipating something. Then, they finally saw it. Boom, 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 boom. A massive golden-red fireball erupted magnificently atop the towering hills, dazzling even amidst the smoke-filled battlefield. The stunned officers froze, exchanging bewildered glances. Sir Sato sighed softly, a hint of disappointment in his sharp eyes. He had placed high hopes on this infantry regiment. He didn't even need to actually breach the Black Reef Harbor defenses. Simply threatening the enemy's flank would have been half the battle won. But now, prepare to retreat, Sir Sato said again. Gather your troops as quickly as possible, abandon all unnecessary baggage, and leave the battlefield as fast as you can. I will lead the cuirassiers to cover your retreat, but you only have 15 minutes. If you haven't retreated by then, pray for the protection of the Ring of Order, pray for the Ring of Order, that the Clovis reinforcements would be delayed. He thought to himself, not only the Imperial army on the north flank, but also Alexei, struggling against wave after wave of Imperial offensives, and the officers of the Black Reef Harbor militia, were equally astonished to see the northern fort, blasted to smithereens by the Empire, suddenly burst into flames. The entire defensive line was reduced to scorched earth, leaving nothing behind. As the smoke and dust cleared, countless shrill screams echoed from the ruins. Hundreds upon hundreds of Imperial soldiers in their blue and white uniforms scattered across the battlefield, abandoning their weapons, including the Iris banner, as they were chased and slaughtered by the nearby engineers. Even from a considerable distance, they could feel the sheer brutality of the scene and hear the pig-like screams. What on earth had happened? 15 minutes later, Alexei finally gleaned a gleeful account from a self-satisfied violent engineer wielding a blood-stained shovel and claiming to have beheaded 3 Imperial soldiers. the Imperial army outside the city had dispatched an infantry regiment to attack the ruins of the fort. Upon hearing the gunfire, Councillor Pushwood fled, abandoning several cannons he had just dug out of the rubble, along with 4,000 engineers. The engineers were clearly panicked, unable to move the heavy cannons. Pushwood had fled by horse-drawn carriage. A few former miners had a flash of inspiration. They crammed all the remaining gunpowder from digging the pits into the cannon barrels. But before they could act, the Imperial Line infantry had already charged in, facing the enemy's artillery. These soldiers, as was their custom, pulled out nails and hammers, securing the breach blocks to prevent the defenders from continuing to threaten the flanks of the counterinsurgency army. And then, bang! The engineer exaggeratedly gestured an explosion with both hands, his slightly forceful exclamation spraying Alexei's face with saliva. 100, no. At least 200 Imperials, they just flew up. Excellent, meaning the flank was completely safe, and there was no longer any need to worry about an Imperial sneak attack. The commander-in-chief of the raid had also drawn most of the enemy's attention. In other words, the time for his counterattack had arrived. As the commander-in-chief of the vanguard, he sounded the horn for the official counterattack at Black Reef Harbor. Wiping the saliva, sand, and blood from his face, Alexei thought with a touch of excitement. He took a deep breath, supported his panting adjutant's shoulder, and strode confidently out of the trench, looking down at the soldiers still gathered around him. Storm Division, and warriors of the Free Confederation, time is of the essence. I cannot give you a long speech. He drew his sword and, mimicking Anson's shouts during the counterattack at Carindia Port, declared, "The Imperials' offensive is over, now it's our turn to attack. Take up your weapons, follow me and charge forward, drive out every last Imperial invader who has invaded your homeland." Commander, before Alexei could finish his speech, his adjutant suddenly shouted, pointing in astonishment at the nearby position, "Look! The Imperials are trying to escape." Nonsense. Once we launch our counterattack, with our crossfire, do you think they can? Alexei, finally realizing something was wrong, stopped abruptly, not having time to reprimand his adjutant, and looked in the direction the adjutant was pointing, his eyes wide. They're running away. Why now? Why are they running away now? Chapter 578, A World Apart. When the nearly exhausted Carl Bain, leading half of the equally exhausted Storm Division Lee, finally arrived outside Black Lagoon after a long and arduous journey, the battle was already over. No one could have imagined that, faced with the already crumbling Black Lagoon defenses and a flanking attack by fewer than 1,000 infantrymen, the counterinsurgency army, still boasting thousands of elite legions and over 20 cannons, would retreat in such a hasty manner that even the Storm Division was astonished. However, for Bernard Morvis himself, he had no choice. First, there was the flank attack by the advance party, then, 3 infantry regiments were bogged down in the quagmire of the main Western Front, their attack and retreat routes blocked by crossfire. Finally, with Storm Division reinforcements within reach, the advance party launched a surprise attack. But these weren't the most important reasons. The final straw was the sudden desertion of the Cuirassiers battalion. This not only took away Bernard's most elite and loyal troops, but also half a Hussar regiment and 2 infantry regiments, leaving the army's flanks completely exposed. If Bernard were to launch a desperate all-out attack at this point, the heavy casualties would be secondary. If the attack failed, allowing the vanguard to freely attack his flanks and artillery positions, and Clovis's reinforcements to outflank him. Weighing the options, the colonial superintendent decisively chose to retreat, preserving the crucial artillery regiment, 4 still intact infantry regiments, and half a Hussar regiment, while taking all the local property owners' representatives present hostage. With these assets, he remained the colonial superintendent. If he gambled everything for a victory, even if he won, he would gain nothing. To avoid being pursued by the Storm Division, or perhaps he simply forgot, Bernard did not send any signal to the Western Front during the retreat. 3 regiments of over 2,000 Imperial Line infantry were essentially abandoned, locked in fierce fighting with the Black Reef garrison on the heavily artillery-filled hillside positions. Oblivious to their predicament, and pinning their hopes on reinforcements and artillery support, they relied on the positions and fortifications they had already captured, meticulously constructing defenses and fighting Alexei's counter-offensive from one position to the next. When the surface fortifications were destroyed, they took cover in the foul trenches created by artillery shells and fired sniper shots. When the trenches were about to fall, they threw grenades or lit ammunition boxes with fuses. During the retreat, When they ran out of ammunition, they hid at the corners of the communication trenches, waiting for the defenders to charge before drawing their bayonets and engaging in hand-to-hand combat. Alexei, who thought his moment of glory was finally about to arrive, almost turned the counterattack into counterattack himself, and was himself ambushed by 3 sniper shots and 5 Imperial soldiers armed with bayonets and grenades. If it weren't for his bloodline power, he might have been blown to bits along with his unfortunate adjutant. It wasn't until the vanguard of the attack was blocked by cuirassiers and forced to retreat and charge onto the western front, replacing the golden irises with blood-red unicorns, that the desperate Imperial Line infantry finally raised their hands in surrender. At 4:50 p.m., when Karl, who was determined to die, finally arrived at Black Reef Harbor, he arrived just in time for the post-battle cleanup. More than 2,000 hungry Storm Division soldiers were bewilderedly taken away by their advance comrades to work as laborers, clearing away the ruins that had been bombed by the Empire. So, strictly speaking, Bernard and his army weren't defeated, they were scared away, and scared themselves away. Karl Bain, a cigarette dangling from his lips and his feet soaking in a hot tub, leaned back on the bed, listlessly saying, "Otherwise, even if we had arrived in time, Black Lagoon might still have been finished." "Nonsense," Lieutenant Colonel Alexei, the advance force commander, agreed with his chief of staff's reasoned and insightful analysis, accompanied by 1,000 eye rolls. Black Lagoon plus all the Storm Division's gunners combined barely amount to a little over 10,000. The enemy has 10,000 Imperial troops plus several thousand auxiliary troops, cavalry, artillery, experienced, and highly motivated. What are we supposed to fight? Regarding that question, I think you've asked the wrong person. Karl snorted, his right hand rummaging around the bedside table. I wasn't the one who devised this perfect plan, and, oh, what happened to the injury on your left shoulder? I remember your bloodline power isn't. I don't want to answer that. Alexei waved his hand, his tone irritated. Can't we talk about something else? Like how you suddenly decided to abandon your supplies and march all the way to rescue us. The entire Black Reef Harbor is under siege by the Empire. You shouldn't have received any news, right? As soon as he finished speaking, Karl, lying on the bed, froze instantly, his groping right hand stopping in midair. Looking at Karl's petrified face, Alexei suddenly realized something. You don't want to talk about this either. Karl didn't answer, but silently turned his gaze to the side. So Alexei tacitly avoided the topic as well. Speaking of which, what should we do next? Karl changed the subject again. The Empire has been defeated, but not completely. If news of the great victory at Black Reef Harbor reaches the ears of those in the Confederacy back home, they'll be so excited they'd want to take Sail City tomorrow, right? But if we don't seize this opportunity to pursue them, giving the enemy a chance to breathe, given the current situation, recapturing Grey Dove Castle before winter is probably the limit. How can we completely drive the Empire out of the New World? I don't know. You've asked the wrong person. Alexei sighed. You're the one who's been with the Commander-in-Chief the longest among all of us. You definitely know his habits better. His perfect plan, unless it's at the last minute, is basically as fantastical as that Hyperion Chronicles. So he really said that? Karl keenly sensed something and looked up sharply. He mentioned it once when we were robbing the pirate ship, telling me not to worry, that someone else would handle things in Sailing City, but he didn't say who, why, or on what grounds. He impatiently twitched his lips. I said, can we talk about some questions I can answer clearly? Sure, go ahead, I'll tell you everything I know. Just one, where exactly did you hide the liquor? It was all gone a long time ago. You drunken chief of staff, why did you have to take mine? The Commander-in-Chief's stock is in the cabinet next to me. You think I don't know? Miss Talia had it taken when she came. 4 bottles of gold rum. 4 bottles, was he planning to use them for a bath? The two indignant men glared at each other, finally sighing deeply, then slumped back, completely unconscious. Leaning back on the bed, Anson, a faint smile on his lips, held a glass of chilled gold rum, his mind and body in a state of utter relaxation. Unlike some subordinates who received no attention and could only express envy verbally, he, as the Commander-in-Chief, possessed immense magnanimity and was completely unconcerned, especially after a hot bath, lying on his already made bed, sipping wine. This was true enjoyment, this was life. Perhaps due to this excessive comfort, Anson even felt the urge to write in his diary, but considering that such mundane daily life would likely be uninteresting to anyone, he decisively abandoned the idea. More importantly, who would bother writing anything while lying in bed, drinking wine? listening to the crackling of the fireplace, gazing at the scenery outside the window, and looking forward to dinner? At this moment, he suddenly felt hope in his life. The world was given meaning, existence proved existence, and everything was so vibrant, full of life and sweetness. "Anson, dinner's ready." A gentle, playful voice rang out from outside the door, accompanied by the delicate aroma of caramelized bread. The man who had just been sprawled out like a rag doll quickly sat up, placing his wine glass on the bedside table and giving a deliberately deep cough. "Come in." As soon as she finished speaking, Talia, dressed in a pale yellow silk dress with her long hair flowing, entered the room carrying a tray. She glanced at the empty wine glass on the bedside table, then at Anson, whose face was weak and who exuded exhaustion, and smiled as before. "Feeling better?" Cough, cough, cough. "Much better." Anson coughed a few more times, his tired tone slightly complaining. "And as I said, I'm not sick or injured, I'm just a little tired." Tired is a spellcaster's greatest enemy, especially when you haven't yet become a blasphemous mage and still must conform to the will of this world. Talia shook her head slightly, her gentleness tinged with a hint of firmness. "Besides, Talia is Anson's fiancée. It's Talia's duty to help Anson recover his strength and energy from a long day. Most importantly, dinner is ready. Won't you like to try some?" Faced with such a sincere invitation from the girl, Anson certainly couldn't refuse. He swallowed hard, slightly impatient, and before Talia even put down her plate, he tried to scan the dazzling array of tempting delicacies before his eyes could even see them. "What is this?" Anson raised his head expressionlessly and pointed to the dazzling array of dishes on the bed. "Dear Anson, this is your dinner." Talia's smile remained unchanged. "Not satisfied?" "It's not about being satisfied or not, it's just too shocking." Anson paused, then nodded seriously. "Can I know who made this?" You can guess." Talia smiled without turning her head, but her eyes kept gesturing towards the door. But Talia must clarify that she didn't offer any help throughout the process, only a little theoretical guidance, and these dishes are the result of extensive practice. If dear Anson cannot give a fair and objective evaluation, it will leave an indelible wound on a young heart that is so passionate about food. Before she finished speaking, a figure hiding behind the door trembled slightly and, with standard tactical movement, slipped into a corner behind the wall. Suddenly realizing his mistake, he immediately changed his tune. "My dear Talia, could you please introduce tonight's dinner?" "It would be my pleasure. Which would you like to begin with?" "Anson, let's start with soup." After a second's hesitation, Anson pointed to a mixture of liquid and colorful magazines on his plate, the vibrant grease particularly striking. "This is pumpkin and carrot soup." The girl unhesitatingly placed her finger on another plate, pointing to a solid container of reddish-brown hues with a slightly caramelized aroma. "As an appetizer, it's both nutritious and stimulating to the taste buds, sure to whet your appetite." "Dear Anson, pumpkin, carrot, soup," Anson said, enunciating each word clearly, unable to suppress a heartfelt exclamation. "I see, what an excellent idea. It's just a little too thick." He tapped it with his spoon, surprised to find that it actually made a clink, clink sound as it struck the cutlery. "And that's precisely its most outstanding feature, to make the soup as thick as possible, or rather, to allow dear Anson to eat more food." The maker added 10 times the amount of vegetables to the soup. Talia smiled slightly, her gaze shifting to the liquid that Anson had initially pointed to. "Let's move on to the other main dishes, such as this beef broth stewed with roasted pork slices." Beef broth stewed with roasted pork slices. The finest beef is minced and stewed over high heat with crushed pork bones, along with parsley, black pepper, shallots, and salt. To ensure its natural flavor, no washing process was performed before putting it in the pot, including the meat. When the soup is almost boiling, slightly charred, tender slices of fatty pork are added to give the thick soup a few other flavors. Talia paused deliberately, speaking with great emotion. "To ensure it's not raw, this stew was simmered for a very long time, to the point that the broth was almost completely boiled away, forcing the addition of even more seasonings. The liquid in the plate now is basically a mixture of blood and oil." Gulp. Anson's throat tightened, his gaze hardening as he turned away. "And that's dessert." Talia's smile remained unwavering. "Sour cream with canned fruit." I originally only planned to use canned peaches, but to accommodate Anson's exhaustion, I added apples, pears, beef, and a unique local nut, and to make sure Anson wouldn't like it cold, I heated it up a bit. Anson's throat constricted even more. "This is just the appetizer soup, the main course, and the dessert." There are 4 more main courses and 8 appetizers to come, all prepared just for dear Ensign. Talia reached for a bottle of gold rum from the bedside table, poured a full glass, and handed it to him. So, my dear Ensign, let's eat. Chapter 579 Keeping Promises. While Ensign and the stormtroopers were basking in the happy troubles of victory, Bernard Morwis, still unaware of who had defeated him, was leading his remaining troops in a retreat along a predetermined route. This is somewhat ambiguous, as from the very beginning of the attack on Black Lagoon, this elite force hadn't considered retreat, and therefore, there was no such thing as a retreat route. In the Colonial Grand Master's original script, he planned to take 10 to 20 days to capture Black Lagoon. This was not only due to the fierce resistance, but also to increase his control over the army through the siege and, incidentally, establish a complete logistical chain. If judged by these 2 criteria, Bernard's siege of Black Lagoon was not only not a failure, but arguably a resounding success. More than half of the previously disaffected pacification army had surrendered, the supply lines were successfully established, and the smooth roads and numerous transshipment warehouses along the way were sufficient to support an army of 5,000 men marching normally between Salestown and Black Lagoon. As for Sir Sato, the Cuirassier battalion commander who deserted in the face of battle, and the 2 infantry regiments he had taken with him, unless they intended to become bandits and fugitives wanted by the Empire, stripped of their titles and all privileges, they would still have no choice but to obediently come to the Grand Master and kneel down to beg for mercy. Completing in just half a month what normally takes several months would have driven Bernard mad with excitement in the past. But now, he couldn't smile at all. Along the road he had painstakingly repaired, the Colonial Grand Master, covered in dust and leaning on his saber, walked breathlessly through the ranks of soldiers 1,000 times more disheveled than himself. The soldiers around him were also expressionless, their eyes vacant, their faces bearing an undisguised mixture of hunger and exhaustion. Besides mechanically marching forward, even breathing seemed superfluous. To retreat as quickly as possible and avoid being overtaken by Clovis's pursuers, Bernard had to abandon most of his baggage and use his remaining strength to transport cannons and ammunition. In the New World where industrial power was almost non-existent, these items were even more valuable than well-trained soldiers. However, even with baggage allocated to munitions, the already meager supplies still had to sustain most of the Hussar regiment. To conserve the horses' energy, no one except those on reconnaissance missions was allowed to ride or carry equipment on their saddles. Bernard even led by example, giving his own mount to the Hussar commander who hadn't betrayed him, greatly winning over the previously ambivalent Hussars. Thus, the starving Hussars had to carry their full gear themselves, leading their lightly equipped partners through the ranks, occasionally pulling out eggs, apples, and carrots under the watchful eyes of countless green-eyed onlookers, swallowing their saliva as they stuffed them into their horses' mouths. Despite being equally starving, the cavalrymen remained vigilant towards their fellow soldiers. Several, nearly driven mad by hunger, were attempting to steal precious fodder and even setting their sights on their war horses. If the road hadn't been relatively smooth, and Grey Pigeon Castle were closer than ever, these precious camels and mounts would have been lost long ago, even without a mutiny. Lord Bernard, suddenly, a weary yet remarkably loud voice rang out in the ranks, breaking the numb silence. Good news. Scouts report that a small colonial settlement has been discovered less than 2 kilometers from the front of the column. The soldiers, who had been marching mechanically, stopped abruptly, their eyes fixed on the Grand Chancellor. Bernard's brow furrowed slightly, a hint of helplessness flashing in his eyes, but he quickly regained his composure and looked at the beaming messenger. Explain clearly, what did the messenger see? A colonial settlement, just a colonial settlement. The messenger suddenly froze, a blank expression on his face. I'm asking you, what exactly did the scouts see? Bernard suddenly became impatient, raising his voice and shouting, what did they discover? They discovered a settlement, not of the natives, but of the colonists. I know it's a colonist settlement, and I'm asking you again, it's just a settlement, it's just a settlement, is it? It really is just a... His words trailed off. The messenger, mouth agape and eyes wide, gasped, then, as if suddenly transformed, swiftly dismounted and saluted the Grand Commander. Grand Commander, scouts have discovered a small fortress controlled by liberals 2 kilometers ahead, disguised as an ordinary colonial settlement. Please issue your orders. I have no orders, Bernard, secretly relieved, declared righteously, but since it's a base of liberal traders, it proves that besides this fortress, there are certainly many other strongholds controlled by them nearby. For the prosperity and stability of the Empire, they must be eliminated, but before that, warriors of the Empire, forward, forward, forward! A torrent of jubilant cheer surged across the endless wilderness. Black Reef Harbor, provisional headquarters. Talia, in the end, softened her heart. As Anson finished his meal with gusto, his heart pounding with anticipation for the remaining 4 main courses, he was met with an unexpected surprise. Fresh, succulent roasted venison and lightly charred butter fried potatoes, accompanied by a delightful truffle sauce, a hearty and appetizing meal. Next came 2 colonial-style egg and potato pancakes, a tempting borscht, refreshing pickled cabbage and cucumber slices, and soft, sweet date sweet pumpkin, simple, comforting, and truly satisfying. Dessert was a rectangular rum cake arranged in the shape of a primordial ring using a local red sour wild fruit from Black Lagoon. This unexpected delight deeply moved Anson, his eyes welled up with tears as he ate, and his faith in the 3 old gods grew even stronger. Of course, this didn't change the fact that he was also a devout follower of the Ring of Order. Faith was like clothing to him, each piece requiring cherishing and care, worn when needed, and stored away when not. At 10:30, after enjoying a delicious meal and ensuring Lisa was soundly asleep, Anson lit a kerosene lamp and sat down at the table by the window outside his bedroom. Talia silently approached and placed a half-full glass of dark rum beside the lamp. The dim light cast a long, deep shadow on the glass, swaying gently in the moonlight within. Taking advantage of this rare moment of leisure, the two chatted like a true engaged couple, recounting their experiences since their separation. Anson briefly explained why he had suddenly headed south and how, with the help of the loyal Alexei, he had gained control of the Black Lagoon Council and army. The information shared by Talia, who was at the rear, was clearly more interesting. Perhaps it was because the attack on Wintertorch and the intelligence brought back by the refugees from Black Lagoon had spurred some within the Confederacy who hadn't originally intended to form an allied army. The entire process went exceptionally smoothly, far exceeding expectations. In particular, Laketown, where the rebellious sentiment had been the strongest, mobilized 3,600 fully armed able-bodied men to Redan Bay, even after being ravaged by the Stormbringers, commanded by Joseph, the militia leader who had previously cooperated with Fabian. Even Wintertorch, which had suffered greatly during the attack, gritted its teeth and assembled 2,000 militiamen. These men, of varying ages, were all experienced adventurers who had participated in the northward explorations of colonial activities. As the host, Redan Bay mobilized 6,000 able-bodied men. Although only half were armed, there were an additional 600 riders, and the rest were almost all excellent porters, coatmen, and even had some knowledge of civil engineering, their skills in no way inferior to professional engineers. Not only that, Bishop Repper, as a member of the Keeper of the Faith Alliance, made a special trip to Redan Bay to hold a blessing ceremony for this army. Tens of thousands of people present, including higher-ranking Confederate officials and representatives of various autonomous councils, publicly declared their intention to join the alliance, continuing to strengthen this religious organization secretly controlled by the Rune family. Paulina, the leader of Grey Dove Castle, whom Anson had strongly supported, even knelt down at the blessing ceremony, weeping uncontrollably, and loudly proclaimed that the Empire and the Church were the nightmare of the New World, and that the Ecumenical Church was the only spiritual pillar that could save the New World and rescue countless colonists and new immigrants from their suffering. The Ecumenical Church, the Declaration of Rebellion, the High Council, in her emotionally charged weeping, these three things were the three pillars that maintained the Confederation's existence, and only one person could firmly establish them for the currently weak Confederation. Yes, that person was Anson Bach. When Talia uttered these meaningful words, the seemingly composed Anson couldn't help but shudder. That's not even the most important thing. Reinhard Roland, the representative of the Northern Merchant Guild, who was supposed to be visiting factories and mines in Whale Harbor, somehow ended up in Redan Bay as well. This representative showed no anger towards the Free Confederation, the traitors currently acting in league with the Empire. In fact, he displayed great interest, especially when he discovered that every Redan Bay militiaman was armed with a Leighton rifle. You mean, he's eager to know when we plan to attack Sailing City? Anson asked with interest, taking a small sip of his dark rum. That's right, the girl nodded slightly, her pupils reflecting his upturned lips. The informants from the newspaper and the Keeper of the Faith Alliance told me that he has repeatedly, either proactively or indirectly, tried to find out the exact time of our attack on Sailing City. And he very much hopes to see you, My dear Anson, before that, see me? Doesn't he know who the real power in White Whale Harbor is? No, Talia thinks he should know very well who the real power in White Whale Harbor, even the entire Ice Dragon Fjord is. The girl smiled meaningfully, so he very much hopes to meet Anson before his attack on Sailing City to discuss matters concerning the coal bank, especially the Northern Merchant Guild's shareholding. Out of trust in Anson, Talia has already notified him in advance to set off with a Confederate legion to Black Reef Harbor. Anson won't blame Talia for not notifying him in advance, will he? No, absolutely not. Without the slightest hesitation, Anson immediately smiled and waved his hand, his tone relaxed and casual. That's perfect, saves us the trouble of traveling all the way back to Whale Harbor to discuss bank shares and investments with him. Really? The girl narrowed her eyes slightly, her smile unchanged. Don't you think Talia is causing trouble? Of course not, Anson emphasized again, straightening his clothes and sitting up straight to show he was serious, because from the very beginning, I never considered attacking Sailing City. Huh? This time the girl was truly stunned, blinking in surprise. Anson, you don't plan to attack Sailing City? That's right. More accurately, I might probe the attack on Grey Pigeon Fortress, but if the other side is well prepared, I don't plan to launch a full-scale assault on that inland fortress. Anson took out his pipe from his pocket, flicked out a wisp of gathering flame with his right hand, and took a deep drag. As for Sail City, whether as a fortress or a large city, it would require at least 20,000 soldiers, 4 warships simultaneously launching a blockade from both land and sea, and would take more than half a year to conquer. Of course, this is only under normal circumstances. Similar cases include the Royal Court of the Iser Elves, Eaglehorn and Ironbull Castle in the Wildlands, all of which fell in a relatively short time under extremely special circumstances and with numerous preconditions met. Furthermore, the liberals in Sail City have long been wiped out, leaving no one to turn against them on the battlefield. Given the Confederation's preparedness and the New World's poor infrastructure, they simply do not have the capability to conquer such a heavily fortified large city. On this point, Anson and Bernard were in complete agreement. Unless there were reinforcements from their homeland, the New World's army simply did not have the capability to besiege a large fortress or undertake a long-distance expedition, nor could it afford the costs involved. But Bernard hadn't expected that Anson would actually risk the annihilation of half the Storm Division and his own capture to hold Black Reef Harbor. This bridgehead, until the advance force breached the position, he had always considered it a tactic by the Clovis to win over the hearts and minds of the people. But in Anson's plan, wasn't it essential to win the battle before winter and completely expel the Empire's influence from the New World? Talia couldn't help but ask, if we don't capture Sailing City, how can we achieve this plan? It's simple. Let them capture themselves. Anson's smile widened further. The fall of Sailing City is already on the countdown. Well, if certain guys keep their promises. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 580. Wait for me. Sailing City, midnight. The biting rain, the hazy mist, the somber dome, the sparse, dim lights, and the indistinct city outline hidden in the darkness, all combine to create the city's most common night scene at this moment. Well, if anyone actually appreciates it. Since May, Sailing City, which is usually gloomy, has entered its rainy season. Sunny days are rare, sometimes lasting only a short while, sometimes for several days in a row, and with luck, there are even sun showers. It is thanks to this nutrient-rich rain that Sailing City, as a port city, has become the most important granary in the imperial colonies. The sunshine hours, though short, are sufficient for most crops. Besides, other colonies aren't necessarily much more sunny. Of course, the rain brings both bountiful harvests and disasters. Disease, insect infestations, pollution, coupled with the cold and damp air, the New World's medical standards and resources were scarce. Every year, many colonists died from various illnesses caused by the harsh cold and dampness, and from unclean drinking water and food. Even those lucky enough to survive disease and floods often became victims of subsequent plagues. A white fog, wet streets, locked high-rises and mansions, groaning low-rise houses, swarms of rats in the streets and alleys, and bloated, mangled corpses lying on the streets. This was Sailing City, the most prosperous and wealthy city in the New World. But besides its usual hustle and bustle, Recently there had been other disturbances. Knock. 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 Heavy, urgent knocking pierced the rain and echoed through the empty streets. 3 figures of varying heights quietly appeared before the small church door. One faced the door, one turned away, warily watching the street outside, and one stood at a slight angle to the side, near the hinges. After a long silence, the 3 men, facing the still closed church doors, exchanged glances. The leader began knocking again, his voice urgent. The other 2 remained tense, their expressions solemn, their hands hanging motionless at their sides. A moment later, the door finally opened. A petite girl in black and white nun's habit appeared behind it. Her clear, bright eyes framed a delicate, almost translucent face. Her long, flowing hair cascaded over her shoulders, its deep, pure blue shimmering in the lamplight. "If you've come to pray, you've come at the wrong time," the girl said expressionlessly, a hint of impatience in her sweet voice. "Due to certain special circumstances, this church is temporarily closed to the public, so, please leave." Before the 3 could speak, she made a move to close the door. Click, just as the door was about to slam shut, the leader suddenly grabbed the girl's right wrist as she pulled the bolt. The force was so great that even with the rain muffled the sound, the other 2 could still hear the crisp clang. "We're not here to pray." The leader slowly raised his head, revealing a twisted face with a sinister grin and a pipe extinguished by the rain. "There's a rumor that this chapel is actually the stronghold of some spellcaster, and a spellcaster from the Iser Elf, wanted and hunted by the Church of Order, a fugitive remnant of the 13 councils." He spoke each word clearly, his slightly narrowed eyes constantly observing the girl's expression. The other 2 stepped aside, their hands naturally hanging behind their backs. "I don't know what you're talking about," the girl said without looking up, her eyes filled with a faint disgust as she stared at the hand tightly gripping her wrist, a crimson color beginning to spread in her pupils. "Oh," the leader's grin deepened, his grip on the girl's wrist tightening even more. "No, you know." The moment the words left his lips, the figure on the left suddenly widened his eyes, a deep blackness instantly filling his pupils, like a profound vortex, locking onto the girl's figure. Taking advantage of the situation, the leader knelt on one knee, and with a bang, ripped the girl's right hand, along with the door latch, off. Boom! The girl abruptly straightened up, the bloodshot in her pupils seemingly suppressed by some force, struggling, desperately trying to resist. The third figure, with his back to the door, raised his withered hand above his head, slowly opening it as he faced the sky. In the darkness of the night, the continuous rain in the church suddenly slowed considerably, the crystal-clear droplets transformed into ice beads, hanging in mid-air like pearl curtains, their descent decreasing with the expansion of the withered hand. Crack, snap, snap, as the crimson in her pupils gradually faded, the girl's expression became increasingly dazed and blank. A faint frost began to erode her black and white nun's habit from the bottom up, climbing at a visible speed. The leader, kneeling on one knee, still grins maliciously. Countless fine, hair-like tentacles sprouted from his right palm, which was tightly gripping the girl's wrist, piercing her translucent skin and growing savagely into her veins and bones, draining her blood at an almost frenzied pace. The power of the Iser elves flowed in their blood. The purer the bloodline, the higher the probability of awakening the power of the 3 old gods, even instantly possessing power that other spellcasters could not obtain in 100 years or even a lifetime. Therefore, regardless of whether they awakened it or not, high-purity elven blood had considerable value for low-level spellcasters, and was even a key material for crafting magical items. Simultaneously, the massive blood loss in a short period also affects the strength of the awakened Iser elves. They are ultimately not true spellcasters. The magic bestowed by the 3 old gods is more akin to the power of human bloodlines. But, there are exceptions. Whoosh, accompanied by a slight burning sound, the attacker, desperately suppressing his ecstasy, suddenly felt a stinging sensation in the corner of his eye. His pupils, instinctively following the light, narrowed instantly upon realizing what was happening. His pipe, wet with rain, had been lit. Staring at the golden red tip of the pipe, the attacker, suddenly realizing something, swallowed hard, his gaze following the wisp of white smoke upwards. At the end of the smoke, he saw a pair of eyes. A pair of blood-red eyes. The attacker shuddered, the thousands of tentacles connected to the girl glowed an alluring golden red, surging into his body at a visible speed. In the blink of an eye, golden red patterns covered his entire body. Without any warning, before the attackers could even scream, they were engulfed by the flames surging from their bodies, turning into scattered ashes and a wisp of white smoke. Only after their companion was killed did the other two attackers, in a daze, realize what was happening. They stared in horror as the girl, now freed from her restraints, slowly raised her burning right hand, her expression indifferent and calm. Broken, the girl gave a mocking smile. "Gentlemen, quite a humorous bunch, aren't you?" With a soft snort, her gaze turned icy, and she abruptly clenched the flames in her palm. The floating ice beads suddenly became blindingly bright in their terrified vision, growing brighter and brighter. Boom, a flash of light, and the dark, rainy night returned to calm. The streets outside the chapel returned to their original state, as if no one had ever been there. The expressionless girl, coldly watching the ashes fall with a drizzle, slowly lowered her gaze. Her right hand, torn and bloodied by blood magic, was visibly healing, and the forcibly broken wrist bone had healed. Gently moving her now healed right hand, she silently closed the chapel door and walked alone down the corridor towards the dining room. "Freya," just as she was about to enter, a questioning voice stopped her from behind. "Dinner will be a little while longer." The elven girl, leaning against the doorframe, turned and smiled gently at the young knight who had just emerged from the study. "The stew will be ready soon. If you're hungry, would you like to try Freya's newly invented red wine biscuits?" "Huh?" Lewis paused, then saw the girl skipping and hopping towards him. When he came to his senses, she was already sitting at the table, clutching a thick stack of old documents, staring blankly at the small, purplish-red cookies on her plate, and Freya perched on the table beside her, looking at him expectantly. "By the way, what's all that commotion outside? Are there guests?" Lewis asked, taking the opportunity to savor the cookies under the girl's eager gaze. The cookies were sweet, with a subtle hint of rum, but unlike typical wine, they didn't have a slight sourness or bitterness, nor were they as cloying as rum cake. Their enticing aroma made them suitable as a snack or a main course. Just a few strangers who got lost, wanting to ask for directions and pray in the church. The smiling elven girl picked up the earthenware pot and carefully poured half a cup of water. Freya gave them directions and then asked them to leave, just like the previous times. The previous few times, the young knight casually raised an eyebrow, avoiding the elven girl's gaze. As a gifted sea knight, even without using his bloodline power, his perception and various senses were still extraordinary, otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to easily dodge oncoming bullets. Freya understood this, of course, but precisely because she understood, she pretended not to know. The two tacitly left each other a little leeway. Sailing City seems to be getting more and more unsafe lately. With a soft sigh, Lewis's expression was slightly heavy. "I originally thought that even if there was a colonial riot, it would affect this place at least 6 months or even longer. Now it seems I was too naive." "That's not true at all," Freya categorically denied. "It's clearly because that Grand Minister is too incompetent, and the Clovis hiding in the shadows are too insidious. It's not Lewis's fault, not at all. Isn't it the same?" The young knight smiled bitterly to himself, looking at the elven girl with a hint of helplessness. "But if that's the case, our lives might not be as peaceful as they have been for the past few months, not as peaceful as before." Freya frowned slightly, her expression becoming somewhat grave. "The Clovis, will they advance all the way to Sail City?" "Sail City? Probably not. Even if they can defeat Lord Bernard Morwis's army, the long front and strong city defenses will make them abandon such an unrealistic idea." Lewis thought seriously for a moment, then shook his head. "No, with their current size and strength, the area from Grey Dove Castle to Black Reef Harbor is their limit. If I were the Clovis's commander-in-chief, I would feign establishing a defensive line in the Red Hand Bay area and a solid logistical base in the Winter Torch area, then engage in a protracted war with the Empire at Black Reef Harbor. Whether we can hold it or not is secondary, but demonstrating strength to the so-called Free Confederation is more about showing an attitude of resolutely fighting to the end." At the mention of military matters, the young knight's expression immediately turned serious, his pupils gleaming with an unusual light. "Even if Black Reef Harbor falls, months of fighting will exhaust Bernard's strength, giving the Confederation and the Clovis nearly half a year to regroup and make thorough preparations for the Imperial Expeditionary Force next year, if the Emperor can truly make up his mind. But if they hold out, it will be a huge blow to the Empire's confidence, further fueling the Confederation's desire for independence. Even if Lord Bernard has the ability to turn the tide, suppressing the rebellion will be nearly impossible." He knew all too well how terrifying the determination and ambition would be if the unrealistic dream of nation-building became a possibility. Having witnessed it firsthand in the wildlands, Watching the young knight's increasingly serious expression, the rosy-cheeked elven girl seized the opportunity to approach, staring intently at his expression. The rise and fall of the Empire, the ownership of the New World, her own throne, all of this combined was less precious to her than Lewis's expression at this moment. "What is this?" Freya suddenly noticed the parchment in Lewis's arms. The edges were slightly yellowed and torn, but the inside was still pristine. "This? I'm not entirely sure either." The young knight, who had only been chatting casually, naturally changed the subject. "I found it in a locked compartment of a bookshelf while tidying the reading room. The outer lock showed signs of being pried open, so I simply removed the entire lock and found it behind the hidden compartment. Judging from the time, it was probably left behind by the priests who lived here before." Knock. 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 A rapid knocking interrupted their conversation. Freya, who was leaning against a table, narrowed her eyes slightly, a hint of displeasure on her face. Just as she was about to get up, intending to persuade the visitor to leave as she had done before, the young knight's hand suddenly pressed down on her shoulder. "Wait a moment," Lewis said softly. "Let me go this time." "Huh?" The elven girl paused, startled. "But, don't worry, if they are just believers who want to pray, I will persuade them to go back, just like you did." The young knight stood up and handed the document to the elven girl. Just as he was about to leave, he stopped, turned back, and smiled. "Heat up the stew, and wait for me. First of all, thank you to Kay Fenking for the donation, which gave this book its first Alliance Master, allowing Kongkwang's 100 Alliance Wall to take its first step forward. Then, back to the topic of NPCs and nicknames, this volume still offers plenty of minor characters for everyone, although there's no guarantee they'll survive to the end, especially combat-related ones, but participation is key, and you don't have to worry about them being human. Even non-intelligent animals are fine. Kong has actually been wanting to include Ragdoll Cat for a while, but couldn't find a suitable plot point, but recently I've started to have some ideas. As for nicknames, everyone has provided many suggestions, and Kong has also come up with a version that would be perfect for circulating in the Empire. I'll keep it a secret for now. Finally, a rare request for your collection: monthly tickets, subscriptions, and donations, but you probably won't see this without subscribing, right? Chapter 581 Close-Up Illusion. Inside a small tavern in Red Hand Bay, Karin Jack, huddled in a corner with his back to noisy commotion, fiddled with an old deck of cards, piling them into 4 neat stacks on the table, then shuffling them repeatedly. A glass of beer sat untouched beside him. Usually, the bartender would kick out customers like him within an hour, but lately, the tavern was always packed, and the bartender, too busy to notice the unnoticed black-robed priest, simply ignored him. As he shuffled for the 15th time, a hand suddenly tapped him on the shoulder from behind. The expressionless black-robed priest straightened up naturally, staring in astonishment at the tall man sitting opposite him, and promptly threw a joker card onto the table. "Sorry," the tall man tugged at his hood, deliberately holding the corncob pipe between his lips to obscure most of his face. "I didn't want to come in person either, but there were unforeseen circumstances. If you're worried, we can cancel the transaction." After a moment's hesitation, the black-robed priest shook his head and played a 10 of clubs. The tall man nodded slightly, puffing on his pipe as he pulled a sealed cloth package from his robes, placed it under the table, and stopped Karin Jack, who was about to raise his hand. "This time, we didn't follow the rules. To show our sincerity, please go back and inspect the goods first. There's no need to rush to pay." Karin Jack thought for a moment, lowered his hand, and played a 6 of hearts. The tall man smiled broadly, his gaze alluring as he looked at the black-robed priest. "By the way, I'll tell you some information I recently obtained, as extra compensation. Of course, the price is that if your client wants to buy good things again, he'll have to introduce us first. How about it? Free information, even if false, was irresponsible." Karin Jack didn't hesitate, slamming the 3 of hearts on the table. "A month ago, a mercenary group in Sailing City discovered a stronghold of an old god faction." The tall man's gaze suddenly sharpened, and without thinking, he said, "Of course, not an ordinary old god faction, otherwise it wouldn't be considered intelligence in a place like the New World. They are the Iser Elves." "Iser Elves?" Karin Jack raised an eyebrow, then lightly tapped the 6 of hearts. Seeing his interest, the tall man's lips curled into a slight smile. At first, nobody took it seriously. They just thought elves were a bit rare. After all, it's not unusual to see anyone in a place like Sailing City, But that mercenary group happened to have a friend in the Imperial Army, who told him that the colonial superintendent, Lord Bernard Morvis, had been to that stronghold more than once. That's not all, but a very trustworthy friend told me that stronghold was the headquarters of the unfaithful knights 6 months ago, so I couldn't help but wonder, what kind of guy could scare the unfaithful knights into fleeing in panic, abandoning their homeland and running away from Sailing City overnight? And even secretly colluding with the colonial superintendent appointed by the emperor? You probably already know the answer. Just a few months ago, the 13 councils of the Iser Elves rebellion was exposed, and they were all wiped out by the Judgment Knights. Looking at the tall man's fascinating face, Karanjak's lips twitched. Not only did he know, but even the report on major events in the court of Iser, currently circulating wildly in Clovis as top secret, was his masterpiece. So, a group of surviving remnants of the 13 councils escaped the combined attack of the Knights of Judgment and the Southern Legion, quietly fleeing to the New World, and even receiving Bernard's protection? This isn't impossible. After all, given the relationship between the Empire and the Iser Elves, it's not impossible that they would not only secure a place in the colonies, but even allow the Iser Elves to establish a new kingdom there. The black-robed priest's eyes darted around, and he handed the man a 5 of diamonds. Impossible, the tall man flatly rejected, directly grabbing the 8 of diamonds from the table, staring intently at Kalanjak. Either pay more, or this is the limit. The black-robed priest shrugged and took the 10 of clubs. You're really stingy, aren't you? It's just the cost of a meal, and you can't even afford it. The man muttered a few complaints. Alright, I'll tell you a crucial piece of information. So far, they've only found one Iser Elven spellcaster in that stronghold, and she's a female elf. The tall man stopped talking, silently observing the black-robed priest's expression as he puffed on his pipe, like a shrewd merchant waiting for a customer to speak. A female elf? Kalanjak frowned slightly. This wasn't exactly crucial information. Female elven spellcasters were not uncommon, and they weren't any different from males. Most importantly, none of the living female elves he knew were spellcasters. Wait? The black-robed priest, he suddenly remembered something. Yes, he did know a female elven spellcaster. Powerful, capable of scaring away ordinary members of the old gods on her own, and able to contact the Empire. Most importantly, she was indeed alive. He remembered with absolute certainty that she hadn't died in the bombing of the Iser royal court by the Knights of Judgment, and had indeed escaped into the Empire. Thinking about it carefully, the possibility that she would want to run to the New World seemed indeed very high. Kalanjak panicked, his entire body momentarily frozen, and after the freeze came boundless fear. He couldn't delay. He had to tell Anson Bach this information as soon as possible. He had to tell him immediately, at least before the attack on Sail City. Outside the small chapel of Sail City, 7 figures of varying heights and builds lay sprawled on the ground, each with only a shallow wound on their chest and neck, their weapons broken in 2, proving that their weapons had been destroyed in the first round of combat, resulting in a fatal blow. In the pitch-black rainy night, only one heart continued to beat in the empty street. Louis Bernard stood before the steps, his right hand, gripping the hilt of his sword, stained crimson with blood. His golden bangs, soaked by the rain, hung limply, obscuring his forlorn face, revealing only his tightly pursed lips. While he hadn't entirely been unprepared for this turn of events, why? Both he and Freya had tried their best to remain restrained, assuring them they posed no threat, simply wanting to live peacefully here. They had even subtly conveyed their willingness to compromise countless times. If it truly couldn't be accepted, they were willing to leave the New World and return to Edland at the appropriate time. So, they still wanted to wipe him out. Was that it? Whoosh, a flash of bright silver light streaked across the rain, leaving a crimson semicircle of blood on the blade around him. Aren't you going to show yourself? The young knight suddenly spoke, lightly tapping the ground with his long sword. The sharp tip of the blade clanged clearly and continuously with his steady steps. Although I don't know who it is, the fact that you haven't retreated even after seeing me shows that you're prepared to be enemies with the Bernard family. I am not a member of the old gods, and I have no interest in your recent actions in Sailing City, nor do I care who rules this colony. If that's not enough, then let's fight. Although I have sworn never to interfere in any disputes again, don't expect me to sit idly by and wait to die. In the name of the Sea Knights, those outsiders who have entered this place with murderous intent, you are not allowed to pass. Clang. The moment the words fell, a gleaming blade swept through the drizzle, producing a piercing metallic clang. Following the direction from which the attack came, the young knight looked up, his vision, enhanced by his bloodline power, locking onto the attacker who had been watching him from the shadows. It was a tall figure wearing a black turtleneck coat and a top hat, his left hand behind his back, his right hand raised in front of him, a rectangular weapon held between his fingers. Was that a playing card? In the instant he hesitated, the attacker suddenly threw the weapon. Without hesitation, Lewis reacted almost instinctively, raising his sword to parry while simultaneously preparing to dodge to the sides. A piercing whistling sound tore through the air, echoed in the rainy night, so fast that even the sea knight's dynamic vision couldn't accurately capture it. The young knight could only instinctively swing his sword, slashing at the unseen trajectory. Bang! The young knight, swinging his sword forward, saw the revolver hidden at his waist explode with a golden red flash, thrusting like a spear towards the tall figure that had suddenly appeared behind him. The stunned attacker stood frozen in place, not even noticing his blood-spurting left arm and the dagger slipping from his hand. You underestimate the power of the Sea Knight," Lewis sneered. "Such childish tricks, you think you can fool anyone?" The gleaming longsword drew an almost 270-degree arc in the rainy night, and in the blink of an eye, the blade was upon him. The attacker, chilled to the bone, had no time to think. His right hand magically produced another playing card, while he leaned back to dodge. Clang! A dazzling spark exploded in the rain. The metal playing card was cleaved in two as if it hadn't existed. The unobstructed blade grazed the attacker's throat, and in an instant, he vanished like a shadow, disappearing without a trace. The expressionless young knight showed no surprise in his eyes, raising his left hand to fire his gun blindly. Bang! 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 The flashes of light illuminated the darkness, exploding in the alley with deafening roars. Each flash revealed the attacker's terrified flight, unable to dodge in time. Finally, the revolver ran out of bullets, the muzzle no longer flashing as it spewed smoke. The young knight, abandoning the revolver, charged straight towards the corner where the attacker had last appeared, his face expressionless. A playing card shrieked from the darkness before him. Lewis, anticipating this, slid to the right, his long sword flashing as he slashed. But in that instant, the playing card, which he should have easily dodged, vanished. Clang! The suddenly appearing card struck the center of the blade. The attacker, adjusting his top hat, dodged the fatal blow by the slanted edge. Lewis's pupils constricted, but he did not stop his swirling sword. One blade after another flashed before the attacker, each strike sharper than the last. The expressionless young knight, like a reckless beast, charged forward, relentlessly closing in on the attacker's neck and chest. Beneath the swift blades, the attacker, adjusting his top hat, calmly dodged the deadly blows, like a shadow forever visible but untouchable. Compared to his initial shock, he now appeared unusually composed, seemingly determined to engage the young knight in a prolonged battle. But whenever Lewis tried to create distance or increase the speed of his strikes, seemingly out of nowhere, playing cards would appear, abruptly disrupting the rhythm of the fight. But the attacker did not seize the opportunity to counterattack. Instead, he continued to maneuver, leisurely dodging the impending fatal blows. In the narrow alley, barring any unforeseen circumstances, this battle might continue indefinitely until someone's stamina is exhausted, or... Close-up illusion, the expressionless young knight, brandishing his gleaming longsword, suddenly spoke in a deep voice. Huh? The attacker's pupils contracted sharply, his left hand, which was holding the brim of his hat, suddenly trembled, nearly being struck by the blade, but he forced himself to remain calm and continued to dodge. But Lewis did not continue the pursuit, instead stopping his longsword in midair, coldly staring at the attacker who had deliberately distanced himself. Your trick has 3 prerequisites. Lord Black Mage, first, you must be close. To maintain this trick, you must never leave within 3 steps of me. When you first ambushed me, you weren't on the rooftop, but at the other end of the alley. The act of throwing the card was merely a mirror image, a trick combined with inner suggestion, the young knight said coldly, and with a snap, his left hand rose without warning, catching the card that had come from nowhere. The attacker's gaze sharpened instantly, his body freezing in place. Secondly, you are well aware of my identity, strength, and the weaknesses of my bloodline power. Lewis stared at his opponent expressionlessly, a self-deprecating smile playing on his lips. Once your mind is disturbed, and you can't maintain absolute composure, the effects of your bloodline power will be drastically reduced or even unsustainable. Therefore, The best tactic against me is endless protracted combat, wearing down my patience while constantly disrupting my rhythm, concealing the fatal blow within the chaotic attacks. Thirdly, your goal isn't to kill me, but to buy time, to forcibly keep me here, so that your non-existent killing intent won't be detected by my bloodline power to reveal your true location. Well, sir. Am I right? Crack, the long sword, suspended in midair, flashed horizontally. The attacker, already 10 paces away, revealed an expression of utter terror as a long, bloody gash suddenly appeared on his neck. Chapter 582 The Trajectory of Rebellion. Quietly leaving the tavern, Callan Jack went straight to the gates of the Stormcasters' city headquarters, silently taking out the token given to him by Lady Rune. The guards, who were about to chase him away, changed their expressions abruptly, immediately bowing to the black-robed priest and leading him across the checkpoint, entering the headquarters without reporting. The person who received him was Alan Dawn. Unlike other people who judged by appearances, Callan Jack never dared to underestimate this junior clerk of Anson, because he too came from the church system. Within the entire order church, apart from the ethereal papacy, ordinary people could basically only come into contact with churches, monasteries, and the Inquisition. Some lucky, or rather, unlucky, people might even be able to come into contact with the Knights of Judgment. If the churches were the counterpart to the Knights of Judgment, representing the church's military and administrative powers, then the monasteries were the opposite of the Inquisition, ivory towers and research institutes used to train higher-ranking elites. As the world's leading religious organization, the church possesses and monopolizes the vast majority of knowledge and unknown information. However, access is tiered. Novice clergy like Callan Jack only receive general education equivalent to textbooks from advanced church colleges. The most ordinary inductees in monasteries have access to content second only to the archbishops of their respective branch churches. The monastery training system disregards age and background. As long as one masters the corresponding knowledge and successfully completes the assessments, they are immediately assigned work: senior researcher, mint or bank management, canon compiler, department head, or clerk for high-ranking church officials. Some geniuses reach high positions at a young age, while others may die without ever receiving their graduation certificate. Clearly, the junior clerk belongs to the former. Even though he only uses his clergy status as a facade, Callan Jack always feels a sense of inferiority whenever he faces the junior clerk. On one hand, the situation was genuinely urgent, and on the other hand, it was to mask his inferiority complex. He rushed in without waiting for the other person to exchange pleasantries, asking impatiently, "Is Fabian here?" The Grenadier Regiment commander is currently negotiating the marching order en route of the Allied forces with the Confederacy, and also overseeing the logistics base project in Wintertorch City, the junior clerk replied methodically, smiling as he handed the panting black-robed priest a glass of chilled light beer. The person on duty in headquarters right now is Lieutenant Colonel Norton Crossell. "Would you like me to help you make an appointment, Crossell?" That surname sounds familiar. No, Callan Jack, holding his beer glass, changed his expression slightly, hesitated for a moment, and continued, "Actually, the person I'm really looking for is Anson Bach. There's something and a very important piece of intelligence that must be delivered to him as soon as possible. The intelligence is more important. In that case, can I arrange a carriage or a mount for you?" The junior clerk replied without looking up, maintaining his formulaic smile. Let me see. There's a carriage heading towards Black Reef Harbor between 4 p.m. and 5:30 p.m. this evening. Would you like to consider going with them? No, it's too late. The black-robed priest refused decisively. This is extremely urgent. Then write a letter. The junior clerk casually pulled out a sheet of paper, picked up a pen, and looked at the still panting Callan Jack. What kind of intelligence is it? The black-robed priest's dry throat tightened, his expression blank. How could he convey such important intelligence to someone in writing without revealing his secrets and telling the truth? Only at times like this did Callan Jack feel particularly regretful that a certain damned novelist wasn't by his side. Here's the situation. I have a friend. The junior clerk's face fell. You have an informant in the New World, a new friend. A friend, the black-robed priest nearly choked. This new friend told me that recently, a group of old gods in Sailing City are planning to unite with some remnants of the liberal faction and centrist forces in the city, and take advantage of the Imperial Army's siege of Black Reef Harbor to organize a rebellion. The junior clerk, who had been writing furiously, suddenly stopped and cautiously looked up at him. What you really meant was uprising, right? Slip of the tongue? My apologies. The embarrassed black-robed priest forced a smile. In short, as long as Commander-in-Chief Anson Bach can find a way to keep the Imperial Army tied down in Black Reef Harbor, Sailing City will erupt in a rebellion, uprising, becoming a colony ruled by the liberals, but that's not the point. The point is that there is currently a lady of extraordinary status lurking in Sailing City, and she is likely in an extremely dangerous situation, and this special lady, Commander-in-Chief Anson Bach, he knows her. Callan Jack stared intently at the junior clerk, his words carrying a profound meaning. A lady of special status, an undercover agent, an acquaintance of Lord Anson Bach. The junior clerk's eyes widened again. You mean Miss Sophia France has infiltrated Yangfan City? Cough 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 cough. The black-robed priest nearly fainted from a fit of coughing. It's not her? Then could it be, those are not her either, Lisa, no. None of them. It has nothing to do with any of them, the black-robed priest suddenly erupted, shouting like a hysterical beast. Can't you come up with a plausible answer? But that's all I know. The junior clerk clutched his pen, huddled behind his desk, looking particularly aggrieved. If it's not them, then who is it? It is. Callan Jack hesitated. His reluctance to speak openly wasn't out of concern for the junior clerk, but rather out of fear that if the letter were intercepted and exposed, it could lead to a series of uncontrollable consequences. Unlike a certain novelist who enjoys stirring up trouble and always likes to create chaos, the black-robed priest strongly dislikes this kind of behavior, whether intentionally or unintentionally, often when it might blow up himself. Perhaps sensing his caution, the junior clerk didn't press the matter further, instead changing his approach. Then, is there any special signal that would allow Lord Anson to immediately understand the importance of the intelligence upon receiving the letter? For example, who gave you this intelligence? The Knights of No Faith, the astonished young knight blurted out, his pupils contracting sharply. Impossible. They were already wiped out by the Judgment Knights along with the Cressy family. You're lying. I didn't. The attacker, with a knife to his neck, raised his hands above his head, his top hat drooping, his disheveled state revealing a resigned acceptance. If you don't believe me, you can just kill me. Anyway, the mission failed, and I'm already your prisoner, but please don't doubt my integrity. I can tell you definitively that it was indeed the Knights of No Faith who hired me to monitor and ensure you don't leave this chapel, and to stall for time if necessary. Yes, I'm a mercenary, an old god spellcaster, but not a fraud. What is the difference? The difference lies in whether you're met with the mockery of those fools or the chilling silence of death on the gallows. A strange light flashed in the attacker's eyes, his chin held high even as he risked being cut by a blade. A chorus of murmurs, a horrified gaze. I've studied a bit of rhetoric. This is the kind of death that suits my image. Lewis, his lips trembling, took a deep breath, suppressing a smile and speaking seriously, as the assassin before him stirred up some shameful memories of his youth. To buy time, yes, the attacker nodded vigorously, and out of professional ethics, I haven't asked any unnecessary questions. By the way, the guys who attacked you in that Elf-Iser weren't my comrades. Strictly speaking, they were rivals. However, the people who hired me didn't ask me to interfere with their actions. The payment was only for surveillance. As a token of my gratitude, I can tell you their background. What payment? You spared my life, and according to industry standards, I need to offer an equivalent payment and all my possessions to redeem myself, the attacker declared righteously. Of course, if possible, please don't take my specially made playing cards. Dark mages aren't like spellcasters. We rely heavily on these magical items in battle. I remember you were planning to die a glorious death. That's when death is inevitable. Usually, a big shot like you, upon capturing a spellcaster, wouldn't the first reaction be to hand them over to the church? The attacker looked at the young knight with a knowing look, but quickly regained his composure. Professional mercenaries, as long as they can live, dignity is a luxury they can abandon at any time. Put your knife away, and I'll abandon my dignity right now. Kneel down, and beg you to spare my life. Looking at the righteous attacker, whose eyes seemed to hold a hint of determination, the young knight suddenly felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth. The last time he encountered an opponent who so completely extinguished his killing intent and left him at a loss for what to do was back at Thunder Fortress. After a long silence, Lewis, who hadn't released his grip on the blade, looked back at the attacker, his expression grave. I have two questions. Who were those attackers before, and how did they detect us? Secondly, why is that Knights of No Faith you mentioned monitoring me, and what are they trying to do? Just tell me what you know. Perhaps it was because he had seen the accounts of the Knights of No Faith in the Clovis newspaper that Louis had begun to waver in his previously unwavering trust in his brother. Could it be that some members of the Cressy family had actually escaped to the New World alive, just like him and Frey? No problem, the attacker agreed without hesitation. The guys who attacked you and that elf Iser were, strictly speaking, the same group of people who were originally responsible for protecting you, all private soldiers hired by the colonial governor. However, only the governor himself probably thinks that way. Although he has gathered a large number of people under the governor's command through commissions and bounties, he has no ability to restrain or manage these guys at all. It's like attracting thousands of dark forces scattered across the 6 colonies to Sail City. Of course, I was one of them, the attacker shrugged. When the Imperial Army was still in the city, these people, including me, were relatively cautious, and many left because of the high bounty in Winter Torch City. But after the army left for Black Reef Harbor, many people, including me, couldn't resist. As for you, without any offense, I can assure you that the vast majority of them don't know who you are. They probably just think of you as an ordinary gifted individual. Their real target is actually that elf Iser. You're not a follower of the old gods, so you don't know how precious the blood of an Ithel elf spellcaster is. Let me use a bit of exaggeration. To many spellcasters, that petite elf lady is probably equivalent to tons of walking gold. However, most people are hesitant to act, because there are too many spellcasters in the city. They're all afraid of being ambushed. So only a very few fearless individuals attempted a sneak attack. As for their fate, you should know better than I do, the attacker forced a smile. As for the unfaithful knights, I don't know much about them, but I'm certain they're not with those who wanted to harm you and the Ithel elf lady. Let me make it clear, this isn't me trying to excuse my employer. With their strength, resources, and connections among the locals and natives, even if you two were incredibly powerful, it would be difficult for them to stay long in an assassination attempt, especially now that the Imperial Army has left. I'm not sure what this Knights of No Faith you're referring to is, but based on my over 20 years of experience living in the New World, this Knights of No Faith has long been present in every corner of the Imperial colonies. They're everywhere. Many local powers who want to do shady things usually hire them. Louis nodded slightly, tacitly agreeing with the other's assessment. After all, the port of Adren was originally the territory of the Cressy family, specifically responsible for colonial affairs. It wasn't surprising that their privately cultivated armed force had deep roots in the colonies. Moreover, if the Clovis newspaper was true, the actual situation was even more exaggerated than described. As for what they actually want, I can only tell you they probably really don't want you, the heir of the Bernard family, and that elf Iser, to get involved, otherwise they wouldn't have hired me to keep watch here. The attacker paused, then said with great certainty, but if I had to make a bold guess, then, it's probably a rebellion. Sorry for the slight delay. Chapter 583 The Clown is horizontal ellipsis. Rebellion. Upon hearing this word, Louis's pupils instantly contracted. He was certain that the prisoner before him was not lying, and the other party's judgment was not a baseless guess, but this raised a question. Why would the forces of Sailing City, who relied on the Imperial Army to ensure peace and cooperated well with Bernard Morvis, betray them and cooperate with a group of criminals wanted by the Homeland and the Church of Order? They couldn't possibly not understand what Sailing City meant to the Empire, or even to the Bernard and Roland families. If it were merely the loss of colonies east of Black Reef Harbor, that would still be to some extent acceptable. But if even Sailing City, which had been cultivated for many years and was one of the most important nodes in the entire northern trade network, was lost, the Imperial fleet would completely lose its only foothold in the New World, and its control over the raging sea would be limited to the southwest perimeter, downgrading from a global navy to a regional fleet like Clovis's. They launched their rebellion while the Imperial Army was away, but Bernard wasn't already defeated. Well, even assuming they fought a bloody battle against the rebel colonies and the Clovis army at Black Reef Harbor, suffering heavy casualties and being routed, given the fighting prowess of the Sailing City militia, even if Bernard only had 2,000 men left, conquering Sailing City wasn't entirely impossible. The rebel forces within the city weren't the mainstream, and there were clearly still many Imperial supporters. And, the unfaithful knights? Who gave these people the courage to believe that the Church of Order and the Knights of Judgment wouldn't cross the turbulent sea just to hunt down some self-disclosed old god faction? Weren't the lessons and fates of the 13 councils of the Iser Elves profound enough for them? The young knight couldn't understand why these guys would take such a suicidal action. Even if the conspiracy succeeded, Destruction was only a matter of time for them. If possible, could you please listen to my advice? Just as Lewis was deep in thought, the attacker, still with a knife to his neck, cautiously considered his words. Given your current situation and that of the elf lady Iser, instead of worrying about whether Salestown and the Knights of No Faith can successfully rebel, you should consider something more realistic, like leaving this place. Leave? Yes, this church is no longer safe for you two. Even if you could stay here for a moment, countless guys like me would still appear, openly or secretly. Adjusting his drooping top hat, he shrugged. Of course, I know you two are not ordinary people. Ordinary mercenaries pose no threat to you. Since you have no other plans, there is no need to stay here any longer. You yourself said that you don't intend to get involved in any more conflicts, and you don't even care who the ruler of Salestown is. In that case, what is there for you to cherish in this city? Why not leave before trouble comes knocking? Faced with the attacker's question, the young knight was confused. Yes, why not? His and Freya's purpose in leaving the old world was to avoid conflict. If chaos was inevitable, there was no point in staying any longer. And what about you? After a brief moment of confusion, Lewis quickly regained his composure and stared at the attacker again. You. Entrusted with a surveillance mission by the Knights of No Faith? Can you just let me leave? The attacker's face stiffened, and he gave a helpless bitter laugh. To be honest, no, but now I am your prisoner. Even if I weren't, with my strength, if you and that elf lady really wanted to leave, I couldn't stop you. Anyway, my mission tonight is destined to fail, so I might as well give you a good reason to let me live. This frank answer suited the young knight's taste, although he always had a vague feeling that the other party wasn't entirely telling the truth. But that didn't matter. Friends didn't necessarily have to be absolutely honest, just like how he hadn't told Arthur about coming to the New World. I accept your suggestion. The young knight, having made up his mind, looked at the other man solemnly and said, half an hour. I will leave the chapel with her in half an hour, and then I will give you your freedom. I suggest you go to Redan Bay, the attacker said impatiently. Although it is already a rebel colony and very close to Clovis territory, sometimes the most dangerous place is the safest place, and every year from August to October, there are several merchant ships sailing from there to Redland, so you can definitely make it if you leave now. Thank you. The young knight, not knowing what to say, could only manage a weak smile. Lewis, having made up his mind, did not delay at all, nor did he make any unnecessary preparations. Half an hour later, the elven girl, still dressed in her nun's habit, walked out of the chapel with a small bag and appeared in their sight. Obviously, she was fully aware of what had happened outside the chapel from the beginning. If the person who had attacked her just now was not Lewis, the situation would probably have been different. But now, the elven girl simply stood obediently behind the young knight, silently giving him a meaningful smile. The attacker was terrified. Stunned and unable to move, he stood frozen, staring at the two figures until they disappeared into the rainy night, until he could no longer sense their presence. Horrible, truly terrifying. Of the three great forms of magic, those who follow the king of dark magic are the most sensitive and adept at discerning auras, but with a blade at his throat, the attacker finally realized the fatal mistake he had made. Whether it was the petite elven girl or the seemingly gentle young knight, their terrifying oppressive aura was like that of a ferocious beast in human skin, capable of devouring him alive at any moment. Even though he could no longer sense their presence, he couldn't help but tremble, instinctively wanting to kneel. The biting rain soaked through his clothes, and the trembling attacker felt as if an electric current pierced his skull and rammed to his feet. Suppressing the urge to kneel, he quickly crossed a long alley and entered the now empty chapel. In the empty corridor, all the doors remained open. The hurried elven girl even forgot to extinguish the fire in the dining room, and the enticing aroma of stew filled the air. Using his long-term surveillance of the chapel, the attacker found his target in the darkness, guided by memory, the study. Adjusting his hat brim, a smug smile played on his lips. Yes, all the surveillance, the battle, the struggle, and the persuasion had been for one purpose, to get the two to leave the chapel. Only then could he divert the attention of his hidden competitors from the chapel, buying himself a brief moment to openly enter the room. Everyone assumed the treasure belonged to the pure-blooded Iser elven spellcaster. Strictly speaking, that wasn't wrong, but the price to obtain it was far too high. Not only would he have to contend with a suspected fifth-tier sorcerer, but he also had to guard against a powerful talent and the even more terrifying Bernard family behind him. Even if everything went smoothly, and he managed to sell the artifact for a good price and gain a pardon from the Church of Order by using the elven spellcaster's head, he would still have to be prepared for the Bernard family's relentless pursuit and assassination attempts. It would be a losing proposition. In comparison, the other treasure was much safer. Entering the study, the attacker acted as if he had been there countless times before. Skillfully pushing open the desk, he casually pulled out the third drawer, removed the key stuck to the back, and then walked to the bookshelf. Following the bookshelf's arrangement, he found the exact shelf, pushed open the compartment, and the hidden compartment inside had already been opened. It had been opened. The attacker's eyes widened, staring intently at the violently pried open panel and the now empty hidden compartment, frozen in place. After a long while, finally understanding what had happened, he choked back tears and murmured, "So, I was the fool who got tricked." In the center of Black Lagoon, Lieutenant Jason, a cavalryman carrying a letter, dismounted in front of the square and rushed into the council chamber. Although the Imperial Army had been temporarily repelled, the advance force, citing the reason that the enemy's strength has not been damaged and they may return at any time, forcibly requisitioned the council chamber as a temporary headquarters, remotely directing the Black Lagoon garrison to quickly repair the city's defenses and port in preparation for the arrival of the main storm division and the Confederate Army. The Black Lagoon Council, furious but unable to voice their anger, could only swallow their pride and even offered to cooperate, maintaining high consistency with the advance force. In truth, even if they didn't cooperate, it wouldn't matter. The night of the riot, coupled with Pushwood and the desertion of a group of councilors, had completely eroded the trust of the Black Lagoon people in the council. They would rather accept the rule of a group of Clovis than be commanded by them again. In Carl Bain's words, Black Lagoon would even be willing to relinquish its chairmanship to him, the commander-in-chief of the Storm Division, as long as the Clovis banner wasn't raised within the city. Of course, this outcome would be quite unfair to the Black Lagoon Council. They had resisted for over half a month, expending countless resources of the Imperial Army. The Vanguard's final victory was, in fact, somewhat like reaping the benefits. But that's war. Cowards who surrender and flee are cowards, and no one will remember how long they fought so bravely. As for the officers of the Black Lagoon garrison, if they didn't want the truth of the night of the riot to be exposed, and to become pariahs in the autonomous council, they had no choice but to cooperate obediently with Anson, who held the leverage over them. Bang! The cavalry lieutenant, who had stopped in front of the conference room door, saluted and shouted, "Report. Frontline scouts have spotted the retreating Imperial Army." Anson, who had been staring at the map, looked up and exchanged a glance with Carl before turning to the door. "What's the situation?" "The retreating enemy has split into two groups. The smaller force is already marching towards Sailing City, while the main force, led by Bernard Maruis, is heading towards Grey Dove Castle." Lieutenant Jason Fruhoff paused, took a deep breath, and then said loudly, "They are marching very quickly, without any of the problems that usually occur when an army is in retreat. Their organization is still excellent, and their fighting strength is high, so, control of the army is still in Bernard's hands, so it's neither good nor bad." Anson nodded slightly, then asked with a hint of curiosity, "How did our scouts spot them?" "Oh, because they deliberately stopped their march and looted and massacred several colonies around Grey Dove Castle," the cavalry lieutenant replied truthfully. "Huh? What?" Anson and Carl exclaimed almost simultaneously, then looked at each other in bewilderment. "So now Bernard Maruis's supplies are severely depleted, and he's reached the point where he has to plunder his own people to maintain morale." The adjutant was the first to react. "If nothing unexpected happens, the loyalists of Grey Pigeon Keep will probably be wiped out." "Is that good news or bad news?" "Good, bad news, absolutely bad news." Anson made a quick decision. "With immense sorrow, we mourn and remember these innocent people who died tragically at the hands of the Empire. Their blood will not have been shed in vain, and the liberals of Grey Pigeon Keep will restore the glory that belongs to this land. When you express your sorrow, can you tone it down a bit?" Pointing to the other's mouth, which was almost stretched to his ears, Carl Bain's eyebrows twitched incessantly. "I don't object to supporting Miss Paulina, who always has designs on you, but if Bernard really slaughters Grey Pigeon Keep and completely fortifies the city, how do you plan to take it? So we must not give him that opportunity. At least we can't let him succeed too easily." Anson smiled meaningfully. "Have the Storm Division prepare to depart, establish a forward base near Grey Dove Keep, and feign an attack on Grey Dove Keep, but don't actually besiege it. While this won't change the fate of Grey Dove Keep, It will at least slow down Bernard's entire operation, forcing him to expend considerable resources on guarding against a sudden attack by the Storm Division. After all, he's already misjudged once, and this time he shouldn't be as confident as he was at Black Reef Harbor. Of course, this is assuming he can't get support from the direction of Sailing City. If he could spare a few thousand more militia, the Storm Division would be the ones packing their bags and running away. Therefore, the movements of Sailing City will be key to the Battle of Grey Dove Keep. Where is that smaller contingent now? Specific intelligence hasn't arrived yet, but it's expected to reach Sailing City in about a day. The cavalry lieutenant paused, then said with some uncertainty, "But there's some highly questionable intelligence about them." "What intelligence?" "That army may have already defected." Chapter 584. Dawn is approaching. I always thought that the Clovis conscripts were already outrageous enough, with their swindling, extortion, and double-dealing, compared to the Empire's colonial army. Those ghost soldiers and conscripts were practically model soldiers. After hearing the details recounted by the cavalry lieutenant, Carl was stunned for a full minute before recovering, taking a deep breath in disbelief. Desertion and mutiny, even if they escape Bernard's pursuit, how can they return to the mainland alive without being punished later? Of course there is one. Anson shrugged, guessing with great certainty, that is, Colonial Superintendent Bernard Morvis must not leave the colony alive. Not even reach Sail City alive. Only in this way could the rebellious officers temporarily control Sail City and cut off Bernard, especially those still loyal to the Empire's forces from the mainland, releasing various smokescreens to confuse the public or simply making false accusations first, thus creating room for either a complete betrayal of the Empire or clearing their names. Completely destroying the truth, making the Grand Chancellor the scapegoat and then dying mysteriously, preferably at the hands of the Clovis, is in their best interest. Carl's expression faltered, quickly understanding Anson's deduction. "You think this wasn't a spur-of-the-moment decision, but rather something planned long ago?" "That's just one possibility, but the probability seems quite high at the moment." Anson nodded slightly, his gaze already shifting to the map. From Black Reef Harbor to Sailing City, one has to avoid a continent and bypass Grey Dove Fortress. Without sufficient preparation, or absolute certainty of receiving reinforcements, an army of 3,000 or 4,000 men traversing the wilderness like this would be suicidal. It's unlikely that a rout would do something unconsciously. However, it's not necessarily true that they planned to rebel long ago. It's more likely that the officers colluded with local forces in private, something that's commonplace in Clovis. Anson vaguely remembered that this Imperial army had already arrived in the New World before the end of the Hantu War last year, and Bernard wouldn't be able to take office as governor until the end of November at the earliest, and being crowned Grand Chancellor wouldn't happen until March or April. In other words, Bernard Morvis was not the original commander of this Imperial army. He was most likely parachuted in after some unforeseen events, and his interests were not closely intertwined with theirs. Sir Ed Levant, who died mysteriously aboard the Green Dragon, also revealed this information. Bernard was practically a lone commander in Salesham, and his plan to contact the 3 North Sea kingdoms was a desperate measure, a risky attempt to end the rebellion quickly. As for the army colluding with local forces, undermining superiors and the local leadership, strictly speaking, Anson is now doing something similar. Istragonthjord, still flying the Clovis flag, is practically an independent kingdom and has no right to mock imperial traitors. However, Chief of Staff Karl Bang hesitated on how to utilize the assistance from the enemy traitor. Logically, since Bernard certainly had no reinforcements, they should seize the opportunity to besiege or even forcefully attack Grey Dove Castle, but this could easily alert the enemy to the anomaly and force a retreat back to Salesham. While it's certainly a good thing for enemies to fight each other, once Bernard controls the situation in Sailing City, they certainly won't be able to control the entire New World by the end of the year, or rather, this perfect plan was quite far-fetched to begin with. Don't overthink it, just proceed according to the original plan. Anson waved his hand, trying to dispel his adjutant's concerns. As for the rebel army and the liberals in Sailing City, we'll just wait and see, huh? Looking at the person with an indifferent expression, Carl could hardly believe his ears. In his impression, this commander-in-chief was the type who was very keen on causing trouble. Even without a penny to his name, how could he not have any interest in such an opportunity that was practically handed to him? Of course, that was impossible. Anson's wishful thinking was actually very simple. Given the current state of the stormtroopers and the Confederation, even if they wanted to flatten Grey Dove Castle and Sailing City, they were destined to suffer heavy casualties. it was better to hand over this unprofitable deal to some enthusiastic collaborators than to do it themselves. For example, the Cressy family. The other party had solemnly promised that if the Imperial army could be driven out of Sailing City, they would give him a surprise gift. He had fulfilled his promise, and now it was the other party's turn to make a statement. Whether this colonial rebellion could be ended before the end of the year depended on how much of a surprise the Cressy family could offer. Success would be great, of course, achieving the goal of completely expelling Imperial forces from the New World. Failure, at least a potential uncontrollable threat would be eliminated, and the unfaithful knights could be brought under his wing to form his own White Glove, a network of underground information and organizations throughout the New World, combined with the newspaper branches in the major colonies already controlled by the Rune family, would achieve absolute information monopoly. As for the government level, 3.5 of the initial 5 colonies of the Free Confederation were puppets controlled by the Rune family, and Whale Harbor, the only designated religious organization, was also under their control. The yet-to-be-established coal bank was about to monopolize the Confederation's largest source of revenue, and the Confederation Legion was practically a vassal army of the Storm Division. To be honest, it wouldn't matter if the Empire was left with only Sail City as a last fig leaf, unless the Empire truly intended to abandon the main battlefield and shift its focus to the New World. It could forget about reclaiming the 5 colonies that had already been lost or were about to be lost. This war, which Clovis had initially was about to lose, was rapidly progressing towards immediate victory under his manipulation. If Anson's initial pursuit was merely financial freedom, he could now completely disregard money. With his livelihood fully secured, the next step was to consider how to advance his career quickly. Without being immodest, even based solely on his achievements so far, Anson felt fully qualified to request a brigadier general rank from the army and the Austerian royal family, a 24-year-old brigadier general. Just as a certain commander-in-chief was beginning to indulge in daydreams, the cavalry lieutenant at the door, with sharp ears, heard hurried footsteps behind him and turned around with slight surprise. "Miss Talia Rune, when did you get out?" the expressionless girl said coldly, not even stopping to look at him, despite her usual poise. The cavalry lieutenant was about to say something when a sudden, sharp pain, like his heart stopping, struck him, leaving him clutching his chest and frozen in place like a statue. Without hesitation, Jason Fruhoff, enduring the suffocating feeling, decisively turned and left, locking the door with a bang. His forehead, etched with fear, was covered in a dense layer of cold sweat. Inside the meeting room, the previously relaxed and harmonious atmosphere plummeted to freezing point. The usually affable Carl Bain simply covered his mouth and curled up in his chair, pretending to be invisible. Anson, startled, quickly hardened his expression and took a deep breath. "Something's happened, Sailing City." Talia's answer was concise and clear. "There's a very dangerous being there right now." "Who?" "Fremoss's field." "Her?" Anson paused, then his pupils contracted sharply. "She's in Sailing City, and she's very likely already involved in the turmoil there." Talia nodded slightly, her face ashen. "The forces there, both overt and covert, have already discovered her presence. They probably don't know Freya's true identity yet, only that she's an ordinary elven spellcaster, but there's already information and a bounty on her." "A bounty?" Anson's lips twitched. For some reason, he suddenly felt a little sorry for those guys in Sailing City. Although he had only met her once, he knew Freya's strength very well. Without Louis Bernard's initiative and Talia's timely possession of Lisa, very few people would have survived the night at the court of Iser. Wait, since Freya appeared in Sailing City, that means, Louis Bernard. Noticing Anson's sudden flash of insight, Talia slowly spoke. "Although it can't be confirmed, the intelligence reported by Karin Jacques mentioned that Bernard Morvis had visited Freya's secluded chapel multiple times, and there was indeed a young knight with her." "Dear Anson, I remember they should know each other." "Right, that's right. Then the Knights of No Faith and the Cressy family behind them couldn't possibly be unaware of this." Talia narrowed her eyes slightly, her petite body radiating a chilling killing intent. Knowing this, they still used the power of the Storm Masters to try and achieve their ulterior motives. "What a disgusting bunch of ants," Anson nodded, his expression extremely grim. He finally understood why the Cressy family insisted on finding a way to restrain the Imperial army from leaving Sailing City, but refused to reveal the reason. Because the great magic book they promised had been in the chapel from the very beginning. "It really is like that." In the quiet alley, the young knight, soaked to the bone, muttered to himself, staring at the ancient document in his hands. Behind him, the silent elven girl bowed her head, her hands clasped in front of her, still bearing traces of lingering ashes. Around a half-burned top hat at her feet, several special playing cards lay scattered. If at first he had only harbored some doubts, now he completely believed Freya's explanation. Their true target was the grand magic book hidden in the chapel. As the heir of the Bernard family, Louis was naturally familiar with this legendary, crucial document of the old gods. Not only was he familiar, he had even had the privilege of seeing a rare copy in the form of a memory card, but the grand magic book wasn't the point, the number of volumes was. The part he had coincidentally discovered was the same volume he had seen during his visit to the Edlund church, and the one the church had subsequently lost. The people who stole the grand magic book were the Cressy family. This sudden and seemingly coincidental clue was like a crucial key for the young knight, unlocking the door that had always blocked him from certain truths. Becoming the elder brother of the old gods faction without his knowledge, the resurrected faithless knights, the coincidental appearance of the great magic book. Even with his slow-wittedness, Louis could no longer deceive himself. The Cressy family, they were still alive. If it were anyone else, even Clovis defeating the Empire and ruling Sail City, Louis wouldn't care much. He was already weary of this war that started without any reason. Both the Empire and Clovis had abandoned honor, becoming pure beasts of desire, tearing each other apart without restraint for profit. But the Cressy family and the faithless knights were different. Not only because they were a branch of the Bernard family and a source of past shame, but also because the secret of his once devout elder brother's fall into the ranks of the old god's followers lay within them. The elven girl suddenly looked up at the young knight's retreating figure. "I've suddenly changed my mind," Louis said calmly, his gentle tone revealing unparalleled determination. "We won't leave, we'll stay in Sailing City. I can't stand by and watch the Cressy family and the Knights of No Faith turn Sailing City into their independent kingdom." He turned his head, a slightly embarrassed apology on his still immature face. "I'm sorry, I know I promised I wouldn't interfere in these matters anymore, but it's all right." The elven girl shook her head vigorously, her crimson pupils radiating boundless light. "As long as I can stay by Louis's side, I'll do anything." Freya doesn't care about any of this. Freya only hopes that Louis won't do anything that makes him unhappy or upset because of Freya. Freya doesn't want Louis to suffer, doesn't want Louis to be sad. As for everything else, she doesn't care at all. Where we live, what our status is, what we do, she doesn't care about any of that, because besides her father, Louis is the only one who truly cares about Freya, and doesn't want to use her. To Freya, Louis is the world, so Freya also wants to be the only one who can make Louis happy forever, never sad, and live a blissful life. Freya Mossesfield, her face streaked with rain, smiled so happily. "Doing what I want to do with all of myself is Freya's happiest thing." The young knight's expression froze for a moment, then he understood. The cold wind mixed with a biting rain, blowing his golden hair wild. Louis slowly turned his head and looked at the city of sails in the rainy night. A power that seemed to have left him for a long time surged into his heart with his boiling blood, making him involuntarily tighten his grip on the hilt of his sword. "Let's go, or it will be dawn soon. Sorry for being a bit busy these past few days, so the update is a little late. By the way, I wish everyone a happy Kixie festival." From Kong Kong, who cooked for himself. Chapter 585 Phil Creasy's Little Scheme. In the governor's mansion of Salestown, under the bright lights, Phil Creasy reclined on the sofa, scrutinizing the room in his glass with a careful, focused expression of a viper searching for its prey. As a distilled spirit made from molasses, it was originally a specialty of the southern dwarves, renowned in the ancient Dark Ages as jewel spirit and crystal spirit, a delicacy even emperors only had the privilege of occasionally enjoying on major holidays. It wasn't until 600 years before the Holy Age that a priest brought sugarcane back to the wildlands from the south, ending the dwarves' monopoly on sugar and spreading rum throughout the Old World. Saint Isaac, with a certain obsession with sweets, even developed a new sugar crop adapted to the northern coastal climate for a close friend in Edlund, making Veneto black rum world famous. Ordinary rum takes only a year to brew, while even the worst Veneto takes 3 years, but its rich aroma, full-bodied taste, and jewel-like color, anyone who has tasted it will not deny that the wait is worthwhile. Veneto is a miracle created by time. Around him sat a dozen figures dressed similarly, high-neck black trench coats with trousers and leather boots, differing only slightly in their linings, hats, and accessories, each holding a bottle of different colored liquor, subtly or overtly observing the masters of the place. Faced with the uninvited arrival of Phil Creasy, the nobles of Sailing City, who had attempted to seize power by using the power of the unfaithful knights, were at least filled with regret, if not deep regret. They had exploited the gap left by the Imperial Army's withdrawal to collude and recruit middle-class forces into their camp, sparing no effort to provide ample supplies to lull the military into a false sense of security, until all sides lowered their guard, and then they launched a full-scale rebellion. Everything went so smoothly. The coup, which they had expected to be completed after at least a night of bloodshed, miraculously ended before it even began, and even the existence of any bloodshed was questionable. The leaders, before they even understood what had happened, were greeted by the obsequious knights of no faith and boarded in carriages. Then, the 2,000 militiamen the Sail City Council relied on to control the colony were either bribed and controlled or had vanished without a trace. As for their own private armies, they had all been slaughtered at the very start of the rebellion. Within the vast governor mansion, the Knights of No Faith of the Cressy family had become the only armed force. The rebels, full of ambition to rule Sail City, found themselves hostages of the Cressy family. One moment they were ascending to heaven, the next they might actually be ascending to heaven at any moment. That was their most immediate feeling. To be honest, I really don't understand what you have to fear about. Swirling the rich, blood-red wine in his glass, a hint of confusion appeared on Phil's handsome face as he spoke to himself. We are partners, allies in the same trench. As an ally, I am neither a murderer nor have I had any reason to kill you. Most importantly, I perfectly fulfilled my promise, allowing you all to become the masters of this governor's mansion and the de facto controllers of the Sailing City Council. Truly, apart from those present, the other 115 counselors are dead. Unless one of them is proficient in blood magic or possesses the talent for resurrection, they will never be able to compete with you, including their families. You. The glass in his hand stopped at each panicked face. The young Cressy said, enunciating each word clearly, you 35 people, that's the Sailing City Council. Well, just enough to meet the minimum requirements for convening a meeting. Ha ha ha. Phil laughed, and the faithless knights around him, dressed in long-sleeved trench coats and holding wine glasses, laughed too. The oppressive atmosphere of the hall was filled with scattered, soft laughter. His wine glass suddenly stopped on a young counselor, a face struggling to maintain composure floating in the crimson liquid. Me. Yes, it's you. Phil's lips curled into a smile. Tell me, what are you, or rather, what are they afraid of? Afraid. The young counselor, drenched in cold sweat, trembled, a hysterical scream echoing in his mind. You madman, what are you pretending for? You find it amusing to see others humiliated, don't you? But he wasn't about to risk his life for a moment of verbal sparring, so he forced a weak smile, swallowing his pride. We weren't afraid, not. Phil's smile turned playful. If not afraid, then what was it? Excited. Yes, exactly. The young counselor nodded frantically, as if grasping at a straw. We were just too excited. We couldn't believe it all happened so fast. Really. Absolutely. Phil's expression changed, and he turned to the remaining 34 counselors. And you? Me too. That's right. Mainly because we were too excited. Yes. It's unbelievable. The group, shaken, stood up one after another, eagerly confessing, that's more like it. Phil Cressy smiled with satisfaction, picked up his glass, and downed it in one gulp. He knew perfectly well what these people were thinking, but he didn't really care. These rebellious counselors were merely tools for the Cressy family to rule Sailing City, providing him with a legal basis to become the council speaker. It was exactly the same thing Anson Bach had done for the Rune family behind him at White Whale Harbor. Anyone who knew how the so-called Free Confederation came to understand what this Clovis garrison commander wanted to do, especially for the unfaithful knights, whose influence spanned the entire New World. From the day the Declaration of Rebellion was born, Phil Cressy had already seen through Anson's plan. Supporting puppets, controlling public opinion, monopolizing the economy, a dazzling, yet meticulously planned and tightly knit scheme, step by step, transformed what was originally just an independent imperial colony into a de facto vassal of Clovis. To be honest, if he hadn't witnessed it with his own eyes, Phil Cressy truly couldn't believe that a Clovis could infiltrate an imperial colony 5, even 10 times the size of White Whale Harbor, in just 2 or 3 months, extending his tentacles into every aspect of the Free Confederation and controlling it completely. He had originally expected that, at the most extreme, the Storm Master would only control the colonies of Lake Town and Red Hand Bay, and form a sphere of influence around them, he never imagined there would be such a fanciful idea as supporting the establishment of a nation, controlling all the colonies from top to bottom, and completely expelling the imperial forces. Incredible, truly incredible. But Anson Bach, who seemed invincible and had already controlled the entire Free Confederation, possessed a fatal weakness. That was, no matter how much actual control he achieved, he, and the Rune family behind him, White Whale Harbor, and the Storm Master were still Clovis. Currently, they were still at war, and the colonies had to rely on him to fight against a powerful imperial army. No matter how demanding their requests were, they only had two choices, accept or be overthrown. But what if the war ended? What if the empire is defeated, and all the colonies, especially Sailing City, the strongest of the imperial colonies, successfully gain independence and expel the imperial forces? Would the 6 colonies, reunited to form the Free Confederation, still accept the pervasive influence of the empire? Could Anson Bach maintain his savior image? Even if he could, would the Rune family behind him, the Clovis estate owners, and the officers accept a result that offers no tangible benefits beyond gratitude? Impossible. Anson Bach certainly understands this perfectly well, so he will definitely not launch an attack on Sailing City, or even on Grey Dove Castle. He will find every means to destabilize those two places, forcing the empire to retreat in disarray, giving him the time and ample opportunity to gather the full strength of the Clovis and the Free Confederation to wipe out these two original imperial colonies in one fell swoop. This not only legitimately weakened the imperial colonists' power in the New World, but also provided a justifiable reason for the Clovis to interfere in the interests of these two colonies, plundering their wealth, ultimately shifting the New World's trade center eastward from Sailing City to his stronghold, Whale Harbor. This was his perfect plan. If Sailing City, which was supposed to fall in this plan, didn't suffer significant losses, and even successfully gained independence and became his ally, Anson Bach's promises to his allies and subordinates would be severely diminished, forcing him to turn his attention to the Free Confederation, which he had previously needed to unite. Then, the imperial colonies, once unwaveringly loyal to him, would immediately turn against the Clovis. Coupled with the disappearance of the imperial threat, the Clovis would lose their value to the now independent Free Confederation, and would no longer need them. Sailing City, led by the Cressy family, would naturally become the natural leader of the Free Confederation, guiding them in limited cooperation with their former comrades, the Clovis. Anson Bach, the Free Confederation he painstakingly built, would ultimately become a mere plaything of the Cressy family, and unless he wanted to watch the Confederation and the Empire join forces again, rendering all his previous efforts to weaken the Empire futile, he would have no choice but to swallow this bitter pill and accept this not the worst outcome. The Cressy family, having endured countless hardships and nearly been wiped out, would be reborn in this icy wasteland, a phoenix rising from the ashes. Playing with his empty wineglass, a smug Phil Cressy licked the wine stains from his lips. "My lord," a faithless knight suddenly rose, quickly approaching him from behind, a hint of surprise flashing into his cold eyes. "Something's happened. The target is missing." "Who?" "Louis Bernard." The knight adjusted his top hat, lowering his voice to whisper. 15 minutes ago, the playing card responsible for surveillance completely disappeared, confirmed dead." Phil Cressy, without turning his head, nodded slightly, his expression thoughtful. "Should we send someone to pursue them?" the knight said coldly. "We're not sure how much information the cards has revealed to them. They're the heir of the Bernard family. What if they took the great magic book from the church?" "It doesn't matter," Phil shrugged. "Even if he finds out, let him take it. We have our own." "But you promised Anson Bach of White Whale Harbor that you would give the great magic book to him." "I did promise to give it to him, but what can I do if Louis Bernard snatches it?" Phil retorted, a sly smile appearing into his calm eyes. "It's said that these two are mortal enemies. Now that it's in Louis's hands, unless he takes action himself, he'll never get a copy of the great magic book in his lifetime." "What a pity." Seeing Phil Cressy's gloating, the knight, who had originally wanted to persuade him further, finally gave up on this futile effort, sighed, and turned to his seat. Just then, he, who had relaxed his guard, suddenly sensed a powerful aura, which exploded like a cannonball on the rainy night of Yankfin City. Not only him, the faithless knights scattered throughout the hall all stood up, their solemn gazes searching warily outside the windows, their hands unconsciously reaching for their weapons. "Lord Phil Cressy, enemy activity." "I already know." Phil Cressy, his brow slightly furrowed, said softly, impatiently setting down his empty wineglass. "Where are they?" "On the central street, and they're rapidly approaching this way." "How fast?" "They'll reach the governor's mansion in a minute." The knight, adjusting his hat brim, said in a panic, then abruptly bowed his head. A moment Phil turned around. "I'm sorry, they didn't pass through our defensive perimeter. They're charging straight at us from the front. The defenders on the front are all brave garrison troops and mercenaries." "Mercenaries? I remember there are 1,000 militiamen alone on the front, and with the mercenaries, it's over 2,000, and they're well equipped." Phil narrowed his eyes slightly. "You mean they can break through 2,000 men's layers of defenses and fortifications and reach the governor's mansion in a minute?" The knight nodded rapidly, then shook his head quickly. "Not can, but they've already attacked." Now Phil was completely stunned. "Who is it?" Boom. As the words fell, a blinding light shone through the glass window onto everyone's faces. A startled Phil turned his head and saw a golden-red pillar of fire rise from the ground and shoot straight into the sky. It's Sir Louis Bernard, who had already escaped, and a female elf dressed as a nun, suspected, possibly a 5th-tier spellcaster. Chapter 586. Passion burns like fire. 5th tier? Staring at the enormous pillar of fire that appeared out of nowhere outside the window, illuminating the entire city of Yankton as if it were daytime, Phil Crush, his eyes narrowed, suddenly felt an urge to laugh. If even this only qualifies as a 5th-tier spellcaster, then why haven't the old gods ruled the world yet? Fortunately, the Lord of the Abyss had been active in the eastern part of the Raging Sea since the beginning of the year for some reason. Otherwise, if even he had been drawn here by this power, the entire city of Yankton would probably have ceased to exist. However, although the strength of elven spellcasters is directly linked to their emotions, someone who can summon a pillar of fire tens of meters tall with their bare hands is no ordinary elf. A careful investigation should reveal their identity. At least it shouldn't be too difficult, and it shouldn't exceed the scope of the 13 councils. Phil's pupils constricted sharply as he turned around, growling at the astonished knight. "What did you just say?" Louis Bernard and the elf beside him, from which direction did they come? "The main street of the city, completely avoiding all our ambush points, the very points where the sailboat city garrison and mercenaries are positioned." The knight, realizing what had happened, gaped, only able to utter broken words. The surrounding unfaithful knights fell silent, their expressions growing increasingly somber with the oppressive atmosphere. Under the blinding firelight, the already panicked counselors fidgeted even more, like ants on a hot plate. "That's it," Phil sighed, a hint of helplessness in his eyes. "Perhaps we should order them to retreat." A faithless knight guarding the gate suddenly spoke, his hoarse voice sounding rather aged. "Even without spellcasters, ordinary soldiers would only increase casualties against the sea knights. How about we take over? Invite young Master Louis and that elf lady over for a drink with you." The words had barely left his lips when the other members of the faithless knights turned around, their gazes fixed intently on Phil Cressy. Sensing the overwhelming excitement around him, Phil, slightly conflicted, picked up his wineglass, swirling it while gazing at the firelight outside the window, lost in thought. "No, forget it." After a few seconds of hesitation, he slowly shook his head. "It's too late to order a retreat now. Even if we order them to retreat, it will only create more chaos. Let's maintain the status quo and buy them as much time as possible." The surrounding faithless knights showed expressions of disappointment. As for young Master Louis Bernard, Phil's lips curled slightly as he murmured, "If he's truly interested in the fine wines of the governor's residence, it would be best to have him pay him a visit in person. Being too polite would only make the relationship seem too distant. After all, we're blood relatives." Sail City, Central Avenue. Staring blankly at the massive pillars of fire rising from the ground in the rain, the Sail City defenders, hiding behind trenches and fortifications, gaped, as if utterly terrified. In a minute, perhaps less than half a minute, the front lines had already become a sea of fire. Accompanied by a piercing whistle, bursts of fire, each comparable to a 12-pound bomb, exploded one after another across the position, creating countless fiery displays in the rain, illuminating their panicked faces, until the screams of their comrades, consumed by flames and reduced to charred remains, finally brought them to their senses. Whether militia or mercenaries, the same thought simultaneously flashed through their minds: run. Run. Even the strongest army couldn't withstand such a horrifying and unprovoked bombardment, let alone the fact that they were merely rebels, bought off by the Knights of No Faith after layers of purges. Thus, in the pitch-black rainy night, The defensive line of over 2,000 men crumbled in the blink of an eye. Armor and weapons were discarded, and soldiers scattered like birds and beasts. Officers abandoned their troops, and soldiers abandoned their officers. Everyone abandoned the position as if in a race, fleeing for their lives. But even in this irreversible chaos, many soldiers, temporarily confused, stubbornly held their ground, struggling to maintain the already crumbling defensive line, and even attempting to rebuild order. Enemy attack! Fire! Fire! Amidst heart-wrenching shouts, thunderous volleys of gunfire erupted in the rain, unending bursts of fire as lead bullets rained down on the figure rushing towards them. Clang! 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 A blinding silver light flashed before the slender figure, crushing each incoming bullet into a flickering spark. Damn it, this is a sorcerer, but why isn't he showing any spellcasting reaction? The mercenary leader cursed inwardly, his tension rising. What are you waiting for? Keep firing. Don't let him get past. The Knights of No Faith had given a death order. The other militia fools and lone wolf adventurers might not care, but these mercenaries knew very well what the Knights of No Faith meant in the New World. Unless one had the ability to escape the colony or hide in the frozen wilderness, suicide seemed like a far more appealing option than being hunted by the Knights of No Faith. The relentless volleys continued, the billowing smoke enveloping the wide street, coalescing into a thin white line. Even so, it couldn't slow the figure's advance in the slightest. Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! Is this my retribution? As if in a deathbed confession, the anxious mercenary captain suddenly remembered a mixed-race native. To earn the Grand Master's bounty, he and others had sent him alone to winter torch to his death. But he had agreed. He even took a 12-pound field gun from him, and he didn't know if it had been of any help. Just as he was lost in thought, he suddenly heard the terrified screams of the soldiers beside him. In a daze, the mercenary captain instinctively looked up and saw a massive fireball descending from the sky. The mercenary captain's eyes widened in terror. His instinct as a human urge to run was overwhelming, but his transcendent sense of distance as a sorcerer told him that at this distance, running or not, death was inevitable, perhaps even less painful to stand still. A scorching heat wave crashed down, and amidst the scattering figures, the mercenary captain decisively dropped to the ground, staring intently at the fireball while covering his ears, uttering his first-ever confession, "By the ring of order, I really didn't mean to." His heart-wrenching scream echoed through the rain. In that instant, he saw a scene he would never forget. A slender figure burst through the smoke, flashing a brilliant silver light as she leaped, cleaving the blazing fireball in two. Boom! As the young knight plummeted through the air, the fireball exploded behind him, spewing forth countless tiny gold and red fireballs that rained down on the earth. The mercenary captain was completely stunned. He lay there blankly in a charred trench, watching the figure, knife in one hand, walk towards him, press down on his shoulder, and then, shoulder. The mercenary captain snapped out of his daze and realized that the young knight in front of him didn't seem to have any intention of killing him. On the contrary, he was calling out to him with great concern. "Sir? Sir? Are you all right?" "No. No, no, no. I'm fine. I'm fine." The mercenary leader, startled, nodded repeatedly, his right hand instinctively gripping the revolver at his waist. What do you want? Don't be afraid. We have no intention of harming you," the young knight reassured him. "We just have a few questions we'd like to ask you, and we'd appreciate it if you could make way, if possible. I would also like you to lay down your weapons and leave this dangerous place as soon as possible. This is just a suggestion, but if you refuse, I can only express my regret for the impending accident," the young knight said expressionlessly, casually raising his hand to swing his sword behind him. A flash of light deflected the sniper rifle aimed at him from behind. A few seconds later, a piercing scream echoed from the trench not far away. Up, the mercenary captain swallowed hard, staring incredulously at the longsword that had answered his previous question. "What question? Where's the Knights of No Faith?" "This. I'm sorry, I can't." Clang! The sound of a gunshot piercing his eardrums rang out instantly. His left hand, which had been pressing on his shoulder, magically produced a revolver, its smoking muzzle pointed at the mercenary captain's forehead. Raising his hand to touch the burning wound on his neck, the mercenary captain, his face stiff, slowly turned his neck to look at the lead bullet lying beside him. "This is a warning, the last one." Lewis remained as polite as ever. "Where's the Knights of No Faith?" "The Governor Mansion." This time, the mercenary captain answered without hesitation. "Being hunted by the Knights of No Faith, however terrible, was better than dying an inexplicable death, especially since he had done his best. There are at least 15 of them, all powerful talents and spellcasters. This is only the force within the mansion. There are many more lying in ambush throughout the city, and no one knows the exact number. In addition, the leaders of the rebellion are also in the governor mansion, numbering about 30 to 50, all members of the sailing city council. As for the remaining 100 or so, they are either dead or under house arrest. Very good, the young knight nodded slightly. And what about the other troops? I mean those still loyal to the Empire and the Grand Chancellor? Gone. All gone. They didn't start today, but rather when the main army left Yangfan City, gradually eliminating all the troops loyal to the Loyalists and the Grand Chancellor, including the governor's private army and mercenary groups. All those who refused to be bribed or surrendered, not a single one survived. If you intend to quell the rebellion, I suggest you give up. Things can no longer be reversed, perhaps driven by a subconscious act of repayment for being spared, the mercenary leader couldn't help but say. The Loyalists have been wiped out. What remains are all centrist forces and remnants of the liberal faction. Even the few loyal to the Grand Chancellor have been completely massacred, even with the Imperial Army at the city gates. Unless the city is breached, the outcome cannot be changed. Seeing the mercenary leader's sudden sincerity, the young knight was first taken aback, then chuckled. Thank you for the reminder. I understand. Actually, when I saw your organization's defenses and the governor's mansion fall, I already understood that even killing everyone wouldn't change anything, but some things, even knowing there's no hope, I still can't help but try. It's this stubbornness that has led me to failure until today, so this time is the same, even if I'm destined to fail. I don't plan to turn back, because there's an entire world supporting me. Huh? Looking at the young knight's burning gaze, the mercenary leader was speechless, only nodding repeatedly, waiting for him to turn around. Oh, right. Lewis, who had just made to leave, suddenly stopped, turned back, smiled at him, and pointed behind him. That thing. I advise you to put it down. Even if you hold it, it won't make you safe in front of me, really, because I'm not the same person I used to be. With that, the young knight turned and left without looking back, running wildly towards the governor mansion. Snap! Staring intently at the revolver that fell from his palm, the mercenary leader swallowed hard. Cold sweat had soaked his entire back without him noticing. The whole world, really? When did he learn to say things like that? He's always been so dull and clueless, like a block of wood. Atop a tower far from the battlefield, the elven girl, her face flushed, murmured to herself as she looked down at the sea of fire below, radiating a profound sense of happiness. Unlike human spellcasters, Iser elves possess all their power innate within their bloodline. The only difference lies in when it awakens and how proficient they are. Strength and level are determined at birth by the purity of their bloodline. The only factor that can influence an elven spellcaster is emotion. The stronger the emotion that awakens power, the greater the strength, even surpassing the level one can control. But when the emotion weakens or is completely extinguished, the power diminishes to a very weak level, or even becomes unusable. And now, Freya Moss's field is filled with inexhaustible power from head to toe. If her power was a level of 10 when she first awakened and became the queen of the 13 councils, then now it's at least a level of 20 to 50, and it's still climbing. Lewis's task for her was to disrupt the rebellion in Sailing City and stop the rebels from continuing to destroy the city as much as possible, but the elven girl felt she could do much more. Sensing the aura rapidly approaching her at an abnormally fast speed, a smile appeared on Freya's face. She couldn't wait to let these people feel her fiery passion. I was so tired I almost forgot to update. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 587 Hunter, Prey. Under the pitch-black rain, Freya's eyes had turned completely crimson. Her original black and white nun's habit had somehow transformed into a red and white trimmed imperial-style classical long dress. Her flowing hair was naturally unbound, without a single drop of water clinging to it. Upon closer inspection, it was easy to see that the falling rain evaporated into vapor the instant it touched her body. From afar, the elven girl standing atop the tower was surrounded by a hazy mist, alluring and ethereal. 1, 2, 3, oh, they've been pretending to conceal their presence, even approaching through special tunnels and intricate paths. The elven girl narrowed her eyes. You Really think these silly little tricks will have any effect on Freya? To be a reptile without any sense of self-awareness, was it ignorance, wickedness, or perhaps both? Freya couldn't understand, but she no longer intended to. Her pale right hand slowly reached towards the sky, then clenched tightly. Boom! A wave of heat, distorting vision, exploded around the elven girl's body, howling towards the ambushing attackers. The intense smell of burning, mixed with evaporating moisture, scorched their bodies like a shock wave, leaving no blind spots. Exposed skin instantly swelled and reddened, and even the parts covered by clothing felt faintly hot. The terrifying heat could even penetrate the skin, directly attacking their internal organs, making even breathing excruciatingly painful. Even though their entire bodies were scalded by the heat wave, the attackers hiding in the shadows remained concealed. Not a single figure could be seen on the deathly silent street. But the heat wave didn't dissipate with the downpour, it continued to intensify. The previously damp air grew increasingly dry, the soil beneath their feet began to emit a faint smell of burning, and the furnace-like heat continued to rise rapidly. Even the rainwater became scalding hot. The attackers' expressions changed drastically. Freya's smile widened, her crimson pupils instantly locking onto two figures rushing towards her. Finally, she couldn't resist any longer. But how do you intend to approach me? The elven girl didn't delay any longer. A magnificent, gilded dagger appeared in her right palm as if by magic, its gleaming tip pointing at one of them. What was she planning? The faithless knight wielding twin swords froze. At the current distance, even with his slow speed, using the fireballs or incendiary devices he'd used against the defenses wouldn't be enough. Leather, dodge. Just then, his companion's urgent shout rang out. The faithless knight named Leather's pupils widened, the ornate dagger suddenly became blinding, a crimson beam of light hurtling straight towards him. Boom! The beam of light, barely missing its edge, swept past, melting the muddy sand at a visible speed, leaving charred marks. The surrounding stone slabs shattered, exploding into countless sparks. This. Leather was dumbfounded. If he had been hit, he would have vanished instantly. However, despite the suddenness of the attack, the opponent's accuracy was clearly poor. As long as he could seize the opportunity to close the distance, the rest would be, To his horrified gaze, the beam of light didn't disappear after the attack ended, but instead continued to sweep towards him. Without hesitation, the faithless knight decisively turned and ran. Rushing into a narrow alleyway beside him to try and shake off the incoming beam of light, but the bright golden red light seemed to have eyes, easily erasing any obstacles in its path, relentlessly pursuing its prey in the direction it fled, until a fireball fell from the sky, blocking the prey's retreat. With nowhere to escape, Leather turned in despair, his crossed swords protecting his upper body, and charged headlong into the incoming golden red beam of light. Come on! Accompanied by a triumphant shout, two long swords emerged with a pale silver light, gradually covering his entire body from the blades. The moment the beam of light collided with his body, it even produced a metallic clang. The devastating golden red pillar of light, neutralized by the pale silver light, shattered into tiny sparks. This was only the beginning. Freya smiled slightly, tightening her grip on the dagger. The golden red pillar of fire suddenly unfurled like an umbrella, instantly engulfing Laser's entire body. Laser, I didn't, All spellcasters, regardless of strength, possess an exceptional sense of distance. Once within their casting range, no movement escapes their eyes. Therefore, the knight's objective wasn't the ambush itself, but rather to cause her to momentarily lose focus. An attack from behind at the very last moment would inevitably draw almost all her attention, creating a perfect opportunity for the others to strike. A piercing shriek ripped through the air, and the elven girl, as if sensing something, slowly turned around, offering a nonchalant smile to the knight who had ambushed her. Seeing that sweet smile, a chill suddenly ran through the knight's heart, and instinctive fear urged him to run. But it was too late. His figure, propelled by inertia, and his spear were already thrusting straight towards the elven girl. Boom! Just as the spear tip touched the girl's skin, golden red flames extended from the spear tip, instantly engulfing the knight's entire body. The fleeting flames dissipated, leaving only scattered ashes around Freya, whose smile remained unchanged. She slowly raised her hand, the still red dagger pointing to a corner, and a golden red pillar of light shone again. Just as it was about to fall, a pale silver light flashed in the darkness, visibly swallowed up, exploding into a dazzling burst of fire on the ground. 1, 2, 3, the smiling elven girl raised her left hand, extending her slender fingers one by one, whose next, a deathly silence fell over the scorching rain. West of Yankton City, the governor's mansion. Thump. In the garden in front of the mansion gate, several enormous vines burst forth from the ground without warning, blocking Lewis's path. Upon closer inspection, the sap flowing beneath the seemingly harmless green plant tissue was a dark red, viscous substance, and emitted an indescribable stench. It only looks like a plant, but is it still some kind of flesh and blood monster at its core? The young knight, who had decisively dodged, muttered to himself, his hand flashing as he severed the head of the vine that was lunging straight at him. PFFT, the expected blood splattering didn't happen. Instead, countless tiny vines, each as thick as a hair, burst forth from the severed section. These tiny branches trembled violently at first, then spread out like sharks that had smelled blood, relentlessly pursuing the young knight's rapidly moving figure. Under the torrential rain, the bright silver blade flashed like a trailing flame in the forecourt shrouded in vines, but the blood-dripping vines were still countless, even multiplying with each cut, relentlessly attacking him. Even with his enhanced explosive power, reaction speed, and perception from the Sea Knight bloodline, Lewis could only barely shake off the vines, unable to completely escape them. And, clang, in the instant his longsword swung, dazzling sparks burst forth with a collision of lead bullets and blades. He wasn't alone in his obstruction. Leaping into the air to dodge, Lewis simultaneously flung 3 playing cards. These metallic cards transformed into throwing knives, silently piercing through the dense defensive vines, heading towards the direction of the gunshot. Clang! Clang! The crisp metallic clang echoed around the front courtyard, and a dark figure suddenly entered his field of vision. A blood-stained playing card was embedded in the center of his right shoulder. The young knight's pupils constricted, instantly locking onto the weapon in the opponent's hand, a steam-powered rifle of the Judgment Knights. No wonder he only sensed the trajectory of the lead bullet but didn't hear the gunshot, or even see the muzzle flash or smoke. Realizing this, Lewis locked onto the gunman's position, slashed the vines attacking from behind, and continued to dodge rapidly in his surroundings. Bang! Almost simultaneously with his leap, a small crater suddenly exploded where he had been standing, and a second whooshing sound rushed towards him. So fast. Lewis's heart skipped a beat. He didn't know much about the weapons of the Judgment Knights, but the rate of fire of an ordinary steam rifle shouldn't be this fast. Unless what had just attacked him wasn't a rifle, but rather the opponent's own ability, he was a Wind Knight. If his memory wasn't wrong, Wind Knights, although possessing different abilities, all invariably possessed strong reconnaissance skills. They didn't rely on observation but on aura to determine the location of friend or foe, far more accurately than ordinary gifted individuals. Bang! 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 The continuous explosions of gunfire interrupted the young knight's thoughts. Almost simultaneously, the vines, giving him no respite, continued their relentless pursuit from all sides. Countless branches transformed into venomous snakes, lurking to attack different parts of his body. In close combat, he was surrounded and blocked by the vines. In the distance, there were snipers firing at an astonishing rate. Every possible route of attack was completely blocked. Seemingly realizing the problem, Lewis decisively abandoned a direct confrontation and began moving to the right along the edge of the courtyard wall, attempting a flanking maneuver. The surrounding vines immediately began to follow, and the gunman in the distance once again took cover, constantly searching for gaps in the vines' attacks to strike his blind spots. If the surrounding vines were the hounds guarding the courtyard, then the gunmen lurking in the shadows were the guards. Unless absolutely necessary, they would only send the hounds to pounce on the intruders, while they themselves remained in a safe place, ambushing from a distance, never approaching easily. The whistling gunfire continued to echo, and the young knight already had several grazes from bullets, but his eyes no longer showed any tension. 5, 4, 3, 2. At the very last moment of the countdown, Lewis abruptly stopped, turned, and swung his sword. Bang! Thud! The oncoming vines were cleaved in two by the longsword, and bullet holes, barely visible to the naked eye, whistled past Lewis, creating a small crater where he had just stopped. A flicker of surprise crossed the gunman's eyes, but it was nothing more than surprise. He continued to methodically adjust the trajectory of his bullets and fire another round. After all, their mission was merely to prevent Louis Bernard from entering the governor's residence, not to kill the young master of the Bernard family. Even if someone could read his firing rhythm and habits, how did he, alone, plan to get through this frontier defense, not to mention his dozen or so companions behind him? plus the current head of the Cressy family? If he could just stall a little longer, someone else would come to take his life, it wouldn't be him. Wounding a young master of the Bernard family and killing the heir of the Bernard family were two completely different things. Even as a wanted fugitive by the Church of Order, the gunman didn't think having another enemy who wanted to tear him to pieces was a big deal, especially since, a piercing shriek tore through the air, and in the instant the gunman noticed, 3 playing cards were already upon him. Clearly, the special nature of these playing cards, treasured by the Black Mage, wasn't just due to their materials. There was no time to dodge, he could only shoot them down. A chill ran through the gunman, and he instinctively pulled the trigger. Clang! 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 3 gunshots rang out, 3 sparks, but for some reason, the last shot hesitated for a moment longer than the others. But Lewis already knew. He turned around, dragging a streak of silver light along the direction opposite to the last impact, and charged straight away. Oh no, he'd been discovered. The gunman's face instantly turned ashen, and without further hesitation, he frantically pulled the trigger. The surrounding vines, contrary to their usual behavior, seemed to be driven mad by something, relentlessly pursuing the young knight's figure. Bang! 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 Bullet marks echoed through the rainy night, their roar echoing endlessly. The surrounding vines gradually lost their order, but no matter how dense the attacks, they could never catch up with that agile figure. Staring intently at the empty garden before him, Lewis, running straight ahead, displayed unwavering determination, his eyes devoid of any hesitation. Indeed, the only reason the gunman hesitated for a moment was, he feared that if he lost his footing, he might accidentally injure someone else. Therefore, the other enemy controlling the vines must be in the direction from which the previous shot had landed. The longsword was raised in a backhand motion, unleashing an unstoppable force, and swung down amidst the gunman's panicked shouts. "Wheeze, run!" I slightly enhanced Freya, otherwise she always seemed a bit weaker compared to Talia, although she was indeed a little weaker. Did I just give away a spoiler? Chapter 588 Hometown Wine. Thud, the sound of a blade piercing flesh rang out almost simultaneously with a gunman's scream. The young knight silently watched her opponent. Wearing an ill-fitting black long-sleeved trench coat, she huddled among the flowers, her chestnut hair cascading down her back beneath a askew cap, obscuring a youthful face etched with disbelief. Her crimson eyes stared at the blade piercing her heart, then weakly glanced at Lewis before her, instinctively reaching out her small hand, completely covered by the long sleeve, as if trying to grasp something. Her hand clenched slightly, and the young knight pushed the blade forward. As the girl's body trembled slightly, the vines that had surged from all directions shuddered, as if their roots had been suddenly severed and drained of nutrients, beginning to wither and decay at a visible speed. The crimson blood began to fade, revealing pure emerald green eyes on the girl's face. Wheeze! A piercing scream rang out again. The young knight could clearly feel the muzzle of the steam rifle aimed at the back of his neck. Stop! 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 I told you to stop! The gunman screamed hysterically, all his worries thrown to the back of his mind at that moment, frantically pulling the trigger as he charged towards the young knight's back. Beneath the dark muzzle, a gleaming bayonet appeared. Expressionless, Lewis decisively turned around, releasing the longsword that had pierced the girl. The whistling bullet marks lifted his golden sideburns and single ponytail as he met the figure charging towards him with a bayonet. The steam rifle, unseen by muzzle flash or smoke, roared wildly, but without the cover of flesh vines and with its chaotic firing, it posed no threat to Lewis, who had activated Sea Knight. He easily and calmly dodged all the bullets, exploding in clouds of dust behind him. Facing the enemy firing like cannonballs, Lewis, now unarmed, flipped his right palm, the playing card between 2 fingers slashing towards the trajectory of the bayonet attack. Clang! The shattering card exploded in a dazzling flash, deflecting the bayonet's trajectory. The terrified gunman swung his blade again at the young knight's shoulder, his right index finger simultaneously pulling the trigger. Lewis pulled out another brand new playing card, closing the distance to within 3 steps of the bayonet's swing, the edge of the card, reflecting a cold glint, aimed at the gunman's neck. In that instant, the gunman finally realized his fatal mistake, a marksman expert, fighting hand-to-hand with a proficient melee fighter. The rapidly approaching death jolted him awake. He decisively abandoned his attack, retreated, and opened fire for cover. Clang! Sparks flashed again, temporarily obscuring their vision, but the gunmen had already seen the playing card reappear in Lewis's hand. 3 after-images arrived silently. Too close, there was no dodging. The gunmen quickly assessed the situation, abandoning the idea of dodging. Given the opponent's demonstrated strength, he could definitely strike and kill him the instant he tried to dodge, leaving him no room to react. Taking the card head-on became the best option. Previous exchanges had also proven that although the weapon was strange, as long as it didn't hide a vital spot, the damage it caused was negligible. Simply not. Bang! A gunshot rang out without warning, interrupting his thoughts. The sound wasn't far away, it should be nearby. Could it be some bastard who realized something was wrong and came to help, or were the defeated militia of Yankfin City fleeing to the vicinity of the mansion? No, neither. The sparks subsided, and the young knight standing there had his right hand empty, while his left hand, at his waist, tightly gripped a pistol, the muzzle still slightly smoking. The gunman's pupils contracted slightly, and a sudden, intense pain in his chest made him instinctively want to reach up and cover it, but his hands didn't loosen their grip on the weapon. Blood gushed uncontrollably from the wound pierced by the lead bullet. Lewis watched silently as the man struggled forward 2 steps, staggered to one knee, and finally collapsed into a pool of his own blood. The overflowing red liquid was diluted by the rain, spreading outwards. Even as he bled to death, he never let go of his weapon. Glancing at the fallen gunman, the young knight silently walked to the side of the blood mage named Louise, pulled his longsword from the still warm center of her chest, and turned to leave, dragging the dripping blade. Thump! The girl's body, pierced through the heart by the longsword, suddenly twitched. The withered vines around her seemed to find new nourishment, sprouting new shoots from their already dead trunks. Lewis paused slightly. Just as he was about to turn away, he lifted his foot and continued walking towards the governor mansion. Pushing open the somewhat heavy door, an excessively ornate corridor, or rather, a grand hall, appeared before the young knight. Exquisitely illustrated red carpets, oil paintings in the style of the pre-saints calendar, and fashionable marble sculptures of great figures, from saints in the Book of Order to famous emperors of past dynasties, everything imaginable was there. In the home of an earl in Edland, such a collection would likely be considered excessively extravagant. In the homes of marquises in some remote provinces, it would be a treasure rarely displayed. In Clovis, it would be priceless, but this was the new world. The young knight couldn't help but sigh. During the months when Bernard frequently harassed him, he had heard the governor complain more than once about the lack of funds, to the point that he couldn't afford to repair the port and city walls, and even the army's supplies were insufficient. Now it seemed that the money had simply gone where it should have gone, and this was just the decoration, considering the entire governor's mansion's furnishings, the soaring vaulted ceilings, the blue stone floors, the stained glass windows. Even though it was his first time there, Lewis had a strange feeling of coming home. The deserted corridor was empty, the silence creating an odd harmony with the chaos of Salestown outside the window. No, there was someone there. A strange yet somewhat familiar figure leaned against the door, holding a bottle of rum and 2 glasses, smiling at him. Lewis stopped in his tracks, instantly locking onto the man, his grip on his sword held tightening instinctively. "Stop wasting your time, we've never met before," he chuckled, snapping the cork off the rum bottle and shaking the dark reddish-black liquid. "When your brother slaughtered the Cressy family, I was only 4 years old. If nothing had changed, I would be at the Bernard family's castle 2 years later, a squire by your side." Cousin Lewis, perhaps it was the man's nonchalant attitude. Or perhaps it was the resemblance brought by blood ties, but looking at this man who so closely resembled his brother, the young knight frowned. "Let me introduce myself. My name is Phil Cressy, the current head of the Cressy family. Well, this is mainly thanks to your brother, as there are hardly any Cressy family members left," Phil said with a self-deprecating smile. "I'm waiting for you here mainly to have a few drinks with you of our hometown wine, Veneto Black Rum. It's a bit ironic that I, a true Cressy, am drinking it for the first time in my life, and in Sailing City at that." Lewis didn't answer. Phil didn't seem to mind. He poured himself a full glass, slid another glass down the smooth floor toward the young knight, and threw the bottle with force. Crack! The muddy boots stopped the sliding glass, and the bottle, thrown through the air, came to rest on the tip of a raised blade. Not a drop of the dark red wine spilled. A subtle smile crept onto Phil Cressy's lips. "To be honest, at first I thought you would be another little grog, but it turns out you are completely different from your brother." He took a sip of his wine as he spoke. "If it were him, Those two faithless knights outside would have no chance of survival. Not only them, but the entire governor's mansion would be utterly devastated. Don't think I'm exaggerating. You haven't seen him wielding a sword and slaughtering, but I have. The Cressy family is far larger than the Bernard family, numbering in the hundreds even at the last moment, and thousands including servants and followers. Do you know how long it took him to wipe them all out? What are you trying to say? Lewis interrupted coldly. You and your brother are both adept at assessing situations, the difference being that you are more benevolent, Phil Cressy said unhurriedly. Those two faithless knights were merely sent to obstruct you and buy you time. Temporarily incapacitating them is sufficient. A breakthrough as quickly as possible is far more important. Sir Louis Bernard, your judgment is entirely accurate, but unfortunately, it was too late. No, more accurately, too late from the very beginning. By the time you decided to join this chaos, all 115 loyalist councillors and their families had already been slaughtered. Phil swirled his wineglass. The remaining councillors are in the room behind me, all staunch liberals and centrists. These are the people still capable of managing and ruling the entire colony. Even if you kill me now to end the rebellion, you cannot bring those loyal to the empire back to life. Of course, you can also wipe them out. That's your prerogative, but the consequence will be that the entire Sales will become a colony without management, with no one to stand up and maintain order. The entire city and its surroundings will descend into unprecedented chaos, with bandits and deserters running rampant, and law and security non-existent, until the Imperial Army arrives and repeats what they did at Grey Dove Castle, rebuilding the entire colony from scratch. It'll likely be Sales already a ruin. Oh, you don't know what happened at Grey Dove Castle, do you? Bang! The bottle shattered, spraying out dark red liquor, leaving a solidified mark on Phil Cressy's smiling face. Just like Sales now. What exactly are you trying to say? Gripping his longsword, stained with the liquor and blood, Lewis's face was extremely grim. The last time, Phil Cressy's expression stiffened slightly. I only want to negotiate with you, and incidentally confirm that you are a suitable negotiating partner, that's all. He dared not be negligent any longer, and his expression finally lost its initial arrogance. Please don't doubt me. Yes, I want to use the rebellion to control Salestown, but I'm not some madman who will destroy what he can't have. I have my bottom line, young Master Louis Bernard, you are very strong. To be honest, even just standing here terrifies me. I still have 6 or 7 faithless knights guarding the councillor inside. You may not be able to defeat them all at once, but you can definitely kill me before they make a move. As for the angry elf lady eyes are outside, no disrespect intended, I understand her anger, but if she continues to vent her anger like this, not only will the faithless knights be wiped out, but how many people will be left alive in the entire Salestown? I don't know if you can sense it, but I've started to feel that even the rain near the governor's mansion has become much warmer. Fell nervously swallowed, forcing a smile. Not all ordinary people can survive in scorching downpours. Louis pursed his lips, this time not interrupting. So, for the sake of both sides, I propose cooperation, Phil Cressy said quickly. Please don't interrupt me. I know, you're here to kill me. But since you're willing to listen to me so much, it proves you care about the survival of Sailing City, doesn't it? But before you take my life, we can end this chaos. You, as Sailing City's representative, can negotiate with the Imperial Colonial Minister, Lord Bernard Morwis, and get him to accept the current situation. The current situation, Louis scoffed dismissively. You want me to tell him that Sailing City has rebelled, all his loyalists have been killed, and he and his army must accept this outcome? More or less. Impossible, the young knight flatly refused. Even if Bernard has the best temper, suspected rebellion is absolutely intolerable. You underestimate the Empire's resolve to quell the rebellion. There's no room for compromise or negotiation in this matter. Of course I understand. Phil Cressy's expression began to playfully shift. But considering the current situation, this is the most advantageous option for the Empire. The Clovis are pressing forward relentlessly, using the banner of the Free Confederation to devour the Empire's colonies. Right now, everything east of Grey Pigeon Castle is already within their sphere of influence. If this continues, the Empire's power in the New World will be completely wiped out. I don't want to bluff, and in fact, there's no need for it, because the Empire's situation is indeed precarious. If we negotiate with the Empire under the current circumstances, allowing Sailing City to gain a more independent status in exchange, there's still room for negotiation. If even this can convince you, then, he paused deliberately, Raising his head to meet Lewis's gaze, do I need to tell you who the leader of the Clovis is? Regarding Freya's strength, the previous volume already mentioned that she is a genuine blasphemous mage, and the Knights of No Faith's information is incorrect. Of course, she's slightly inferior to Talia. Kong did indeed design a battle between the two of them, but let's try to make it happen. Chapter 589 The Bad Guys. Boom, a massive, golden red fireball slowly rose, and a deafening roar echoed once more from the rain-soaked city of Yangfeng. In the heart of the now-ruined city, the mist surrounding the elven girl atop the tower transformed into raging flames, even parts of her body beginning to burn, though they vaguely retained their limbs. From afar, she resembled a lighthouse, bursting with dazzling fireworks. But this lighthouse not only illuminated the darkness and dispelled the chill, but also dragged any who dared approach into scorching hell, showering them with a rain of fire until they vanished. The constantly evaporating water vapor formed vast swaths of mist within the ruins, and attackers wielding bizarre weapons moved through the mist at incredible speeds, leaving only faint afterimages. Freya, her brows slightly furrowed, scanned her surroundings, a look of utter disgust on her face. Although her bloodline awakened the power of spellcasting, she used it purely instinctively and arbitrarily. After all, it was as natural to her as eating and drinking, unlike some spellcasters who would be exhausted by just a few area of effect and manipulative spells. As a member of the Iser-Elf royal family, Freya naturally had little combat experience, thus, the Faithless Knights, quickly realizing this, immediately began to implement targeted tactics, constantly and rapidly moving around, quickly escaping the spellcasting range once locked on and then quickly re-engaging, while the other attackers harassed her, keeping her constantly on the defensive and unable to seize an opportunity to strike. After repeated repetitions, the elven girl, gradually losing patience, became extremely irritable. The Faithless Knights, who already loathed her, felt even more that they reeked of vermin from head to toe. Boom, golden and red flames exploded in the smoke, and a smoking figure barely dodged, running wildly outwards through the ruins affected by the blast wave, trying to escape the elven girl's spellcasting range. Staring intently at the rapidly moving figure, Freya's left hand unleashed another golden-red pillar of fire from her dagger, sweeping relentlessly towards his head. Just as the pillar of fire was about to catch up, two more figures appeared simultaneously from her left and right sides behind the elven girl, and several gunshots rang out intermittently from the ruins beneath the smoke. Damn it, the elven girl, her teeth clenched, was forced to give up. With a slight wave of her left hand, she conjured a wall of fire in front of her, and a sizzling sound filled the air as several lead bullets vanished into thin air. If it were just ordinary gunpowder weapons, Freya wouldn't be afraid. Aside from a slight pain, they wouldn't cause her any real harm. But these vicious reptiles had imprinted various bizarre spells on the lead bullets: mind-reading, bewitching, corrosion, disease, explosion. Even if she could forcibly erase them, the mere sensation for those few seconds was enough to make her feel utterly disgusted. Almost simultaneously, the two Faithless Knights who had ambushed her from behind saw the rising wall of fire and decisively abandoned their attack, scattering and retreating. Boom, a pillar of golden red fire rose again, and the instant it passed over the elven girl's back, enormous tongues of flame suddenly erupted from both sides, resembling an execution rack against the night sky. The Faithless Knights on either side, desperately trying to dodge, were blasted away by the flames, their bodies billowing black smoke as they plummeted into the surrounding ruins, but were also pushed out of the elven girl's spell range. The elven girl watched all this with disgust. If only her attack had been slightly more powerful, if the range of her spell had been expanded, she could easily wipe out not only these vermin, but even those disgusting creatures in the Governor Mansion. But no, forcibly stopping her burning hands, the elven girl's eyes were filled with unwilling pain as she murmured, "My current power is already at its limit. If I expand any further, it will definitely attract the attention of them. Lewis, Sailing City, will be in great danger." Gritting her teeth, Freya's face was extremely pale. The flames around her body flickered erratically, rising and falling between her restless emotions and desperate suppression, like candlelight fluttering in the wind. In the eyes of the attackers, this was almost a sign that their tactics were effective. Amidst the gloomy ruins, several figures moved again, rapidly approaching the tower where the girl was. At the same time, thunderous gunshots rang out around them again, and translucent bullet holes systematically struck different parts of her body. Just as she was about to be pierced, Freya spread her arms, and the rising wall of fire blocked the sniper shots from all sides. But in the next second, all the attackers were within 10 paces, charging towards the tower where she stood with unstoppable momentum. From their current position, if she could unleash another large-scale wall of fire or a beam of light 10 times more powerful than before, she could even wipe out the faithless knights in one fell swoop. But, no. She couldn't increase her power any further. Looking at the figures approaching, a resolute look appeared on the elven girl's face. So, Freya Massacre could put Sail City, and even the entire Western New World, in danger. In the secret chamber of the Black Lagoon Council, Anson Bach, having dismissed a certain obstructive adjutant, sat at the map table, frowning slightly as he looked at the girl before him. I admit she's very strong, but surely not strong enough to destroy the entire Sail City. Having fought her before, Anson felt he had some authority to speak on this matter. Freya was dangerous, but even on her most desperate night at the royal court, she wasn't a completely irrational madwoman, and by no means did she seem to possess the power to destroy a city, or even an entire colony. No, dear Anson, your understanding is slightly off. Talia pursed her lips, a hint of worry etched on her slightly furrowed brows. It's not that it will put Sail City in danger, but that its very existence is dangerous. You should remember what Talia once told you about the difference between the Iser elf spellcasters and us true god followers, right? Of course, Anson nodded slightly. We achieve qualitative change through rituals, constantly changing quantity to reach the pinnacle of evolution or destruction, while the Iser elves are born with the power of the three olds, the true gods, waiting only for a special moment to awaken, and their power is different from ours, because it's innate, meaning they are already extraordinary before even understanding the essence of magic. Talia continued, the factor that awakens the power of the Iser elves is emotion. And the stronger this emotion, the greater the power. Just as excessively strong emotions can devour the heart, ever-expanding power will eventually turn around and devour them. All pure-blooded Iser elf spellcasters are extremely dangerous destructive factors. They simply cannot truly control the power they possess. A trace of sorrow was in the girl's eyes. Their power, like their very existence, was originally a colossal mistake. And now this mistake has appeared in the new world, and it is highly likely to become the spark that ignites everything. You mean, the Lord of the Abyss, and all the old gods of the new world, if even the friendly rune families cannot be accepted by them, how will they face a hostile and extremely unstable Iser elf? Talia said quietly, even by the most conservative estimate, if Freya Massacre, who is recklessly releasing her power, can still maintain restraint, they will not stand idly by while the faithless knights and the Cressy family intend to seize Sail City, and if they misjudge Freya's power and keep testing and provoking her, then, Anson fell silent. If he had known Lewis and Freya were in Sail City, he would never have. No, even if he hadn't joined forces with the Knights of No Faith, they certainly wouldn't have let go of such a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. The entire plan had already begun before they even arrived in the New World. He had only given it a slight push, accelerating the process. But this little acceleration might reduce the entire Sail City to ashes, even impacting the still infant Free Confederation and the finally thriving Ice Dragon Fjord. The dimly lit secret room was silent, save for the sound of Anson puffing on his pipe. Is there any way to stop them? After a long silence, Anson looked at the girl with a hint of helplessness. Even just preventing the worst-case scenario, or avoiding the destruction of Sail City, although it's an imperial city, it's also a colony of the old world. Losing them would be a huge blow to the future of the Confederation. The moment he received the intelligence, he knew perfectly well that there was nothing he could do but watch helplessly as things unfolded and wait for the outcome. Asking Talia for help was merely an attempt to grasp at this last straw. But the girl merely shook her head slightly, a hint of helplessness tinged with her calm gaze. No, that wasn't it. Of course, she had a way, even absolute confidence, to stop it, but that would mean leaving temporarily and exposing her whereabouts to enemies lurking in the shadows. Anson would be in great danger, extremely dangerous. They were still wary of the Rune family and herself, only hesitant to act rashly for the time being. Even so, they had still killed Ed Levant and attacked the Rune mansion in White Whale Harbor before her very eyes. They were still testing her. Only when her father had completely resolved the situation in Clovis City and arrived in the New World could she be completely assured of safety and put her mind at ease. Until then, she had to wait. So, are you still going to wait? Phil Cressy's provocative voice echoed in the empty corridor. The enemy who defeated you time and time again has returned, even going so far as to hire me, the leader of the unfaithful knights and a wanted criminal of the Church of Order, to obtain the Grand Magic Book, even though he knows you're in that little chapel. Even tonight's rebellion was part of his plan, to throw the Empire's most important headquarters, Sail City, into chaos so he could press his advantage and defeat Bernard Morvis at Black Reef Harbor, allowing that puppet-free confederation to replace the Empire's presence in the New World and become a vassal of the Clovis. For victory, he not only calculated every step precisely but also used every means at his disposal. Do you think that so-called declaration of rebellion was conceived by liberals? Do you think they would choose rebellion and independence for no reason, when there was still room for compromise? Do you think, I know, the angry growl abruptly stopped the torrent of words. Lewis, who had remained silent all along, slowly raised his head, his eyes radiating a chilling killing intent. I know him, far better than you do. You think you can provoke me with these words, making me believe that although you are an enemy, temporarily cooperating with the enemy of the enemy isn't entirely a bad option, and might even be the optimal solution in certain circumstances. Unfortunately, you're not the first to do this, nor are you even the best at it. The young knight suddenly laughed, a cold, mocking smile playing on his lips. Let me give you some more advice. Talking too much doesn't make you seem sincere. To deceive the enemy, first present them with the least bad outcome, and then leave them with a few unavoidable options. Feigned sincerity will never be genuine goodwill for the enemy's benefit, it will only disgust them. Phil Cressy's smile remained, but the surrounding air grew much colder. If it were him, he would probably try his best to persuade me to stay away from this chaos, and might even be willing to make some compromises, instead of repeatedly emphasizing his innocence and helplessness. Lewis said coldly. Even if you're going to be a villain, at least be a proper one. Phil Cressy, compared to your so-called real enemy, you seem far too naive. The young Cressy patriarch said nothing. He sighed, placed his unfinished wine glass by the door, and looked at Lewis with a hint of helplessness. So, you still want to kill me no matter what, to let this chaos continue completely. The negotiations have broken down, quite the opposite, very successfully. The young knight shook his head slightly. You think you're the only one stalling for time, but you haven't considered whether others have the same idea. There are no guards outside the governor mansion, and now the outside is full of fleeing soldiers pouring in frantically. All your subordinates sent to monitor the rebellious councillors have been mobilized to stop these rebels. No, you must have learned the truth, realized you were used by the Knights of No Faith, and that the leader of the rebellious liberals has been placed under house arrest by you, Sailing City Garrison. Now, here, within this governor mansion, no one can stop me from killing you. Chapter 590 Bloodline Shared Origin. At 3:50 a.m., west of Sailing City, at the governor's mansion. Amidst chaotic shouts and cries of battle, hundreds of routed soldiers, scattered adventurers, and mercenary groups, as if simultaneously receiving a signal, launched a relentless attack on the governor mansion, which had been occupied by the faithless knights. Wave after wave of routed soldiers, their ranks haphazard and disorganized, surged in from all directions like a raging flood. The chaotic gunfire was punctuated by angry shouts and curses. A rumor deliberately spread by a young knight had ignited their fury. In short, they had been deceived. The faithless knights had tricked the liberals and neutral forces resisting the Empire. They intended to completely eliminate the original owners of Sailing City, become its new rulers, and then use this as leverage to bargain with the Empire. As for the rebels, they were all discarded sacrifices. Even if they survived the night, at least half would be slaughtered, the rest would either go to hell or become the faithless knights' lackeys. Strictly speaking, this wasn't even a rumor, and in terms of the outcome, it wasn't actually that bad. But what makes a rumor is its ability to stir up emotions in the most delicate moments, causing people to act irrationally. Thus, what began as a peaceful act of demanding an explanation from the Knights of No Faith quickly escalated into a massive attack by thousands of fleeing soldiers on the governor mansion, determined to make these traitors pay. By the time the Knights of No Faith, guarding the mansion, realized the situation was dire, the fleeing soldiers had already crossed the empty forecourt. They had no choice but to rush into the crowd and desperately try to stop them. The ratio of numbers was 100, even 200 to 1. With one side possessing a small number of heavy artillery pieces and ample support weapons. The fleeing soldiers had no chance of winning. If they had been a disciplined army, the outcome would have been vastly different. Even if they couldn't completely break through the Knights of No Faith's thin defenses, they would at least have prevented them from covering all the gaps, allowing some of their elite troops to penetrate the mansion. The moment these people appeared, Their command structure had completely collapsed. Their apparent high morale wasn't due to impending victory, but rather because the battlefield behind them had become a living hell. Towering pillars of fire, sometimes tens of meters high, plumes of fireballs raining down from the sky, steam strong enough to fester skin and burn internal organs, and torrential rain that gradually turned from warm to scalding hot. Compared to all this, the faithless knights' bizarre and twisted magic, their illogical weapons, and their bloodline power comparable to wielding cannons all seemed normal, still within their comprehension. Faced with a choice between being killed and living a life worse than death, the fleeing soldiers unleashed an almost fearless morale. Even as the front ranks were being slaughtered row upon row like harvesting wheat, it couldn't stop more from surging forward to fill the gaps in their losses. The faithless knights even found themselves not needing to aim deliberately. A few casual swings were enough to slaughter hordes of the fleeing soldiers, and a leisurely stroll was enough to dodge their chaotic volleys of musket fire. The only problem might be that their stamina couldn't keep up with their numbers. Even with overwhelming superior strength, this level of numerical superiority still couldn't be wiped out quickly. Moreover, these faithless knights not only had to fight the fleeing soldiers before them, but also had to guard against them breaching the defenses and affecting the unarmed hostages and puppets in the heart of the territory. As the smoke of battle gradually filled the air, the fleeing soldiers had breached the outermost defensive wall, and the ever-approaching enemy forced the faithless knights to retreat to the forecourt near the gate, relying on coordinated attacks to withstand the enemy's overwhelming onslaught. They seemed to be in danger. A few dozen meters away, in an inconspicuous patch of grass, a blood-soaked girl curled up, hugging her legs, staring blankly at the man lying beside her. "Anderson, are we really not going to help them? There's no need," the pale-faced man said weakly, his left hand clutching his still bleeding chest, his right hand still tightly gripping a steam rifle, its muzzle propped up with a makeshift butt and aimed towards the governor mansion. "Those incited fools are no match for the knights of no faith. Another rout is only a matter of time. Whether we have help or not makes no difference. Besides, in our current state, going there would only cause them trouble." Glancing at his and the girl's wounds, Anderson's tone was somewhat resigned. "The battle we were responsible for is over. Even if Phil Cressy personally holds us accountable, it won't be our fault. There's nothing to be afraid of. Instead of worrying about these things, let's see if the surrounding plants can provide cover, add some more weeds, hide the vines, and ambush the enemy when they get close. Don't expose us prematurely. Details, wheeze. Details are always the most important, okay?" Urged on by the man, the girl, whose face was also deathly pale, spread her arms, revealing her bloodied and mangled chest covered in scabs. Under her manipulation of her small hands, the surrounding grass and vines gradually changed shape, completely blending into the environment and concealing the two of them entirely. Just as the area outside the governor's mansion had become a chaotic battlefield, another battle was just beginning inside. "I don't understand." Having barely dodged a blow aimed at his head, Phil Cressy's face was extremely grim. In his haste, he couldn't find any room to retaliate and could only scream and flee in a sorry state. "Even if we have different ideas, what reason is there for us to fight to the death? We can tolerate an elven spellcaster who almost caused a world war, so why must we exterminate our own blood relatives?" Before the words were finished, a bright silver blade had already followed, slashing down. Clang! In the blink of an eye, the blade tip, changing angles 3 times in quick succession, touched the revolver handle that was about to be drawn. In pain, Fell dropped the revolver, only managing to avoid a heroic sacrifice thanks to his quick dodge. "Don't understand," Lewis sneered. The longsword, already chipped, stained with blood and mud, seemed like the Grim Reaper's scythe in his hand, thirsting for life. "You are the patriarch of the Cressy family, the leader of the unfaithful knights. You should know better than anyone." "I really don't know," Fell, hanging by a thread, screamed hysterically. "I was only 4 years old when it happened." 4 years old? You expect those people to tell a 4-year-old child about their plot to rebel, kill the Bernard family, and take their place? To be honest, in my eyes, your Bernard family is the villain. Thousands of people were mercilessly slaughtered by Kroger Bernard. He even blew up my nanny with an 8-pound cannon right in front of me, a 4-year-old. As he finished speaking, the whistling blade nearly ripped open Fell's throat, leaving only a shallow blood stain. But this was not a mistake by the young knight. Just as Fell almost thought he had dodged, the longsword, which had been moving smoothly, suddenly transformed into a beam of white light, aiming straight for his throat. The moment the chilling blade struck, Fell used almost every ounce of his strength to retreat rapidly, then instinctively slid to the right to dodge. Clang! The cold tip of the blade slammed against the hard, gilded bronze door, producing a deafening sound. The expressionless young knight swung his blade, leaving a trail of sparks as it scraped across the door, and swung the longsword with a deadly roar towards Fell, who was still desperately dodging to the right. Crack! The moment the blade flew through the air, a goblet still stained with rum slammed into the young knight's hands holding the sword. Though the force wasn't great, the blade, propelled by inertia, still veered off course, only managing to slice through his outer clothing, and knocking Fell to the ground. So that's how it is. Stopping his swing, Lewis stood rooted to the spot, a look of realization mixed with surprise on his face. Seizing this brief moment of respite, Fell scrambled backward, wiping the cold sweat from his brow and gasping for breath. Looking at the stunned young knight, a hint of smugness flickered in his eyes. His earlier judgment had indeed been correct. It seemed his words had worked. Rebellion against Edlund, a conspiracy to overthrow the Bernard family and then take their place. Looking at his left hand, torn to shreds by glass and splattered with blood and wine, Lewis muttered to himself, I thought father and brother were only willing to cooperate with the Knights of Judgment to completely annihilate the Cressy family because you had close ties with several old god factions and secretly formed the Order of the Unfaithful Knights, at the reason of rebellion, and it seems more plausible than the original version. He raised his gaze to the figure still sitting on the ground, hands supporting him. So, the Bernard family merely struck first, right? At that moment, Fell's smile froze completely on his face. No, that's not it, that's not it. The previously eloquent Phil Cressy suddenly became stammering. Just to give an example, it's not that the Cressy family has any intention of rebelling, it's just, whatever they plan, they wouldn't tell a child like me, right? Right, we're blood relatives. I no longer blame the Bernard family for what they did to us back then, really. Respected cousin Lewis, I still consider you my brother. I will never refuse to do anything I know or that you ask me to do. For example, you must really want to know what happened to Krog, right? Phil stared intently at the silent young knight, asking in a slightly trembling voice, I can tell you the whole story. How this great knight gradually fell to the point of being manipulated by a blood mage. Clang! The blade struck the bluestone floor, creating a dazzling display of sparks, bringing this eloquent speech to a halt. With goosebumps rising all over his body, Phil Cressy completed the entire sequence of actions from getting up to fleeing in the blink of an eye, disappearing within 3 steps of the young knight in the blink of an eye. You seem to have some misunderstanding about my purpose. Looking at his cousin, who looked utterly shaken and bore a striking resemblance to his older brother, Lewis's expression remained calm and composed, only occasionally flashing with a chilling murderous intent in his eyes. My purpose in coming here is neither to thoroughly understand what happened back then, nor to find any answers. I don't care. Thanks to a certain opportunity, I no longer care about these things. I only care about one thing, and that is you. Phil Cressy, and the unfaithful knights behind you. Someone must stand up and stop what you are doing. If there is no one else, then I am the one responsible for stopping you, nothing more. Lewis said calmly, I don't know what secret agreement you and those rebels have reached, nor do I know if they are truly pursuing freedom. I only know one thing. If the Church of Order learns that Sailing City has become a city of the old gods, the fate of the Iser royal court will once again befall this land. Even if not, your actions are not merely about reviving the family and allowing the Empire to preserve its last shred of dignity in the New World. What you want is simply to further destabilize the existing situation, at the cost of countless lives and the destruction of the foundations the Empire has spent centuries building in the New World. Even those rebels are just pawns you use, letting them wear down the forces loyal to the Empire, making it easier for the Cressy family to control Sail City, even if it means sacrificing the entire Sail City. Therefore, I will, and must stop you, and kill you. Unwavering words echoed within the Governor Mansion. Phil Cressy sighed deeply. So, the negotiations have still broken down. He raised his head, looking helplessly at the cold-faced young knight, his eyes revealing a strong sense of defeat. It's such a pity. I really wanted to join forces with you. Now it seems I can only apologize to you first. Apologize? Lewis remained expressionless, his gaze never leaving the other man. The next second, a strangely familiar aura suddenly emanated from him, growing stronger with each sword draw, gushing forth like a flood. In that instant, Lewis's breath caught in his throat, and his usually cold face twitched slightly. My dear cousin Lewis, you seem a little surprised. Phil Cressy laughed, A delighted laugh, a mischievous grin like someone who had pulled off a prank. What's so surprising? We're blood relatives. As your blood relative, a member of the Bernard family branch, is it so strange that I possess the same Sea Knight bloodline power as you? Chapter 591 The Sea Knights. It was an evening that seemed no different from any other. The young knight, who was about to head to the restaurant, was suddenly stopped by the old butler, who quietly led him to his father's study, a place he rarely visited. I'm considering your sister's marriage and would like to hear your opinion, the father, smoking his pipe, offered a glass of his treasured wine. His amiable demeanor made the formerly seated Louis feel uneasy, and he instinctively blurted out, "My opinion." The young knight cherished his father's only daughter, the quiet and lovely Lucia, just like everyone else in the family, but he also knew that he, as the second son, had no right to interfere in the marriage of the eldest daughter of the Bernard family, and besides, "Have you discussed this with your brother?" Louis carefully accepted the wine glass from his father. Recently, he's been in contact with the Roland family and several other branches of the royal family, trying to find a suitable match for Lucia. I really don't know much about this. You should talk to Crow. The flustered young knight suddenly sensed something was wrong. Just as he was about to get up to leave, a heavy hand pressed down on his shoulder, and the pungent smell of tobacco assaulted his senses. "Don't be nervous, it's just a normal pre-dinner chat between father and son," his slightly hoarse voice rang out, his father as amiable as ever. "You're also Lucia's brother, it's understandable that you care about her future happiness. If you have any suitable candidates, like your friend Arthur, feel free to tell me. Consider it a backup plan." "Okay, alright," Louis could only agree, his right hand gripping the wine glass involuntarily tightening. In his memory, his father would never discuss such family matters with him. When it came to family matters, only his elder brother, the old butler, and occasionally his uncle were qualified. The family head, the heir, the confidants, and the heads of important relatives jointly decided the future of the family. This was the custom and invisible law of all imperial families. The second son without inheritance rights and other family members only had the right to obey. How could his usually strict father rashly break the rules? "Let's talk about something else." Clearing his throat, the father, reclining in his chair, looked at the young knight with a kind expression. "Kroger told me you plan to compete for the position of imperial attendant. Don't you think it's a bit too early? I think it's about time." At this, Louis's eyes lit up instantly. "My bloodline power is basically stable, and there are 4 vacancies among the 28 imperial attendants this year. Arthur told me that given the rarity of the Sea Knight, it's almost impossible for me to fail. Even if I fail, I plan to take the opportunity to go out and be a ranger knight, to hone myself properly. You also said that I am the only Sea Knight heir of this generation, born with the responsibility of passing on this bloodline power. If I don't temper it, wouldn't that be a disgrace to the Bernard family? So that's what I'm thinking too. Let my brother create the future of the family, and I will be responsible for passing on the bloodline power to assist my brother and protect the glory left by Sea Knight Bernard." The silent father gazed at the young knight, his eyes filled with hope for the future, a complex light mingling with his gratified expression. "Louis, do you know what the most significant characteristic of a Sea Knight is compared to all other bloodline powers? Rarity. That's simply because of the Bernard family bloodline, though that's one aspect." The father chuckled softly. "All those who inherit this bloodline power, without exception, don't experience the same continuous strengthening as other bloodline powers with age, experience, and a deeper understanding of their abilities. Instead, it changes. This change might be due to the individual's emotions, but more so to another Sea Knight. This feeling is very subtle. When 2 Sea Knights meet, their abilities unconsciously influence each other. Because of this, while each generation of Bernard family talents has its differences, they are generally quite similar. Due to inheritance, the previous generation's talents unconsciously guide the next generation's bloodline power. So, if you encounter another Sea Knight, it might become the opportunity for your bloodline power to evolve. This is a secret of the Bernard family. Don't easily reveal it, especially if you encounter someone you're unsure of, friend or foe. Never let them easily see through your bloodline power. Understood? The young knight nodded earnestly, but another question arose. Do other Sea Knight talents exist in this world besides the Bernard family? His father didn't continue the conversation, ending it abruptly like any casual chat. After a few drinks, he rose to take his leave. "Oh, right." Just as Louis was about to leave, his father's voice suddenly stopped him. "Just in case, although I also think it's unlikely, but Louis, if One day Crow starts to envy you, even hate you. Please don't blame him, and even more so, don't hurt him because of it. Consider it a small promise. Promise me, okay?" In that instant, Louis Bernard, his face full of bewilderment, realized that his father, who had always been cold, resolute, and composed, seemed unusually powerless. "What, my bloodline power surprises you that much?" Phil Cressy's triumphant shout rang in his ears, the whistling of blades jolting the young knight from his daze. This isn't like the heir of the dignified Bernard family, the sea knight of the Bernard bloodline should be. The next second, his bloodline power made Louis's body move instinctively. He slid to the side, his longsword already raised and held before him. Clang! A deafening crash almost instantly pierced his eardrums. The exploding sparks subsided, and a strangely shaped greatsword appeared out of thin air in Phil's hand, slamming heavily onto the raised blade. Suppressing the ringing in his ears and the dizziness, the young knight, barely managing to steady himself, immediately noticed the shape of his opponent's weapon. It looked unusual. "Familiar, isn't it?" Phil Cressy sneered, his eyes narrowing slightly, his expression somewhat ferocious. "This is a one-to-one replica of Kroger's tearing greatsword." Louis, his face ashen, didn't say anything. Although he didn't believe his opponent could replicate his brother's weapon, the oppressive feeling emanating from the blade was enough to prove that the two weapons were at least identical in weight. Clang! The two blades clashed, sparks flying from their edges. Before Phil Cressy could react, Louis immediately retreated, creating at least 5 steps of distance. Before understanding the enemy's strength, especially how he had conjured the greatsword out of thin air as if by magic, attacking or closing in was a very unwise choice. Louis knew almost nothing about the Sea Knight bloodline power inherited by the Cressy family. Within the Duchy of Edland's system, the Cressy, as a branch family, always played a role similar to the duchy's finance minister and chief merchant, responsible for handling port and colonial economic activities, and he had never heard of any gifted individuals emerging from among them. The black greatsword was slowly raised, the young knight tense, not daring to relax even slightly. Directly opposite him, Phil Cressy, standing still, suddenly swung forward. Boom! With a burst of dust, the blade smashed into the bluestone floor. The next second, Louis suddenly felt the scene before him twist and tear apart from the center, constantly expanding to both sides, as if something was rapidly approaching. Almost instinctively, the young knight dodged to the side, feeling only a gust of wind brush past him. Beneath his disheveled, bright golden hair, his cheek stung as if sliced by a sharp blade. Then, boom! A deafening explosion echoed behind him. As the smoke cleared, a long, neat slit appeared on the outer wall of the governor's mansion in the corridor, stretching from the ceiling to the floor. The young knight's pupils constricted. Although it was only for a moment, if he wasn't mistaken, it was a steam-based attack. As for its power, how does it feel, my Sea Knight bloodline power? Phil Cressy remained smug, as if showing off his new toy to someone he used to only look up to. As far as I know, there shouldn't be a similar type in the history of the Bernard family, right? The moment his words fell, the greatsword, radiating a chilling killing intent, was once again aimed at the young knight. Not good. With an expressionless face, Louis charged forward decisively, the gas column grazing past him and striking the half-body sculpture behind him. The marble Emperor Herod was instantly shattered into pieces, turning into scattered fragments of stone amidst the exploding dust. Almost simultaneously, a bright silver blade was already aimed at Phil Cressy's face. Clang! Unable to dodge in time, Phil used his greatsword as a shield, the crescent-shaped blade sparking dazzlingly as it danced with the young knight's agile figure. Charge, dodge, pull, combo, a storm of flexible and unpredictable attacks, the figure disappearing in an instant and then suddenly reappearing in a position where there was no time to turn and dodge, completely disrupting Phil's fighting rhythm. He had barely been basking in his triumph for a few minutes before being dragged back to the state where he had been completely overwhelmed by Louis, unable to find any room to fight back. The gleaming silver blade clashed repeatedly with the jet-black greatsword. Each flash of sparks was followed by a sharp blade aimed at Phil's neck, heart, and face, each strike a fatal blow. Boom, 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 boom. While desperately parrying and dodging, Phil continuously released steam, streaks of translucent light brushing past the agile figure, exploding in deafening roars throughout the magnificent corridor. He even felt as if the young knight before him was his shadow, impossible to shake off no matter how he dodged or parried, always remaining within 3 steps of him. But unlike a shadow, the knight was always half a step faster. Even able to predict Phil's next defensive stance and dodge position. And he was getting faster. Louis Bernard, was he really that strong? In that instant of astonishment, a chilling killing intent pressed against his throat. Phil Cressy, still breathing, felt as if his throat had been pierced. Clang, the black greatsword, which had been raised to parry, slashed down decisively, crashing heavily onto the back of the longsword. Unable to parry in time, Louis braced himself against the powerful blow, gripping the hilt tightly and sliding the descending blade to one side. With a tearing spark, the deflected greatsword was redirected, its tip slamming heavily to the ground. Phil Cressy gripped the hilt with both hands, preparing to unleash another stream of steam during Louis's next strike, using the opening to retreat and cover himself. But in that instant, he suddenly felt the sword grow heavier. Instinctively lowering his head, his pupils constricted sharply, a deathly sensation washing over him. The sword had been stepped on. The young knight, without creating distance or changing direction, stepped forward, placing one foot on the center of the greatsword, the gleaming silver longsword raised high in his hand. Just as the blade was about to strike, he saw Phil suddenly release his grip on the sword. Louis, whose footing had slipped, lost his balance and was slapped across the face by Phil's outstretched hand. Given a choice, Phil Cressy wouldn't have chosen to unleash a steam blast at such close range, as that would inevitably come at a price. But now, he clearly couldn't afford to worry about that. Die, PFFT, a bright silver blade flashed across his elbow with his roar, his forearm gushing through a torrent of blood, but Louis didn't pursue further, cautiously leaping backward into the air to create some distance. Feeling the pain of losing his arm, Phil instantly locked onto the young knight's falling form, his remaining left hand decisively raising his greatsword. Now, at this very moment, a moment that no matter how powerful Louis Bernard was, he couldn't dodge. The black greatsword was raised high, then swung down with unstoppable force. Just as Phil's lips began to curl into a smile, he noticed that Louis, still fearless, calmly swung his longsword forward in midair. A semi-transparent afterimage bloomed at the tip of his blade, rushing towards the oncoming steam. Boom! With a deafening roar, milky white steam exploded in the corridor. Phil Cressy's eyes widened in astonishment, his face filled with disbelief as he stared intently at the figure standing with a sword on the other side of the steam, even his bleeding right hand completely numb. No, he couldn't have seen wrong. His attack just now was from. What? A cold voice rang out, and the expressionless Louis Bernard stepped through the dissipating mist, pressing closer to the shocked Phil. My bloodline power, is that surprising to you? Chapter 592. I deeply sympathize. You? A mixture of shock and rage gripped Phil Cressy, his eyes fixed on Louis's mocking smile. Suddenly, a chilling sensation pierced his heart, sending shivers down his spine. The next second, the young knight's figure before him began to contort, stretched by the slowly raised longsword into lithe, serpentine form, dancing wildly in his hand. Without hesitation, Phil retreated, unleashing another jet of steam towards the phantom. Whoosh! A gust of wind, sharp as a blade, grazed his temple, severing several strands of hair from his forehead. Almost simultaneously, a booming sound echoed from the right-hand corridor wall. So, on the left. Incredulous, he whirled around, only to find Louis, who had just unleashed a jet of steam, already charging towards him. Clang! Sparks flew as the greatsword and longsword clashed once more. The chipped blade grazed the sword, like a vicious guillotine aimed at the neck that was now within reach. Unable to dodge in time, Phil Cressy could only drag his greatsword, attempting to force a stream of steam to compel the young knight to evade. But at the very moment he made his move, the longsword suddenly stopped. His terrified thoughts cleared instantly, and Phil realized, Louis Bernard, he was thinking the same thing. Boom! The explosion of steam was deafening. Phil Cressy, dragging his black greatsword, had just escaped unscathed when he saw the young knight opposite him, just as unharmed as he was. How could this be? Before his shocked eyes, a bright silver blade, tearing through the air, attacked him again. Clang! The greatsword and longsword clashed violently. Phil, wielding his sword with one hand, was sent flying, staggering and nearly falling, managing to maintain his balance with the greatsword in his hand. Staring intently at the weapon in Louis's hand, he couldn't shake the shock in his heart. The information he had received earlier was absolutely correct. Lewis's bloodline power was of the fully enhanced type, provided there were no strong internal fluctuations, otherwise the bloodline power would automatically dissipate. This was why Phil Cressy had deliberately adopted a surrender posture, constantly provoking and interfering with his thinking, preventing the young knight from making a firm decision and thus preventing him from unleashing the true power of a sea knight. Against such an enemy, a head-on confrontation from the outset would be the most foolish thing to do. Revealing one's killing intent too early would only make him more resolute and unshakable, requiring a greater price to defeat him. Besides, Phil Cressy had no intention of attacking him at all. Even without that incredibly powerful elven girl, the Bernard family was not someone to be easily ignored. Provoking a faithless knightly order that had just taken control of a small colony would be almost suicidal. Manipulating him, even using him for his own purposes, was Phil Cressy's true intention. Even in a situation where a fight was unavoidable, his real aim was to disrupt the opponent's emotions. Tearing apart the greatsword, the power of his bloodline, all for this purpose. But this time, his plans, usually so smooth, had been seen through, and even the intelligence was flawed. No, that's not right. The intelligence couldn't be wrong. His bloodline power hadn't changed at all until he entered the governor mansion, and he had never shown any ability to manipulate water vapor. Wait? If that's the case, could it be? Whoosh! A sharp whistling sound pierced the air, interrupting Phil Cressy's thoughts. A blade, like lightning, was already attacking him again. Knowing he was no match for Lewis in close combat, he decisively created distance again. A stream of steam burst forth with a horizontal slash of the sword, a straight white line traversing the corridor, rushing towards the governor's mansion gate at the other end. This time, Lewis didn't confront the attack head-on, but instead slid to dodge. As he lowered his weight and braced his left hand on the ground, his sliding tackle brushing past a water flow, his right hand already raised his longsword, the crescent-shaped tip gleaming with a blinding cold light. Boom! The steaming water jet from the blade was deflected by the greatsword, blasting a crater beside Phil. The young Cressy patriarch, who had narrowly escaped death, trembled uncontrollably in his left hand, the intense pain contorting his face. The young knight, pressing his advantage, continued to close the distance, his right hand holding the longsword like a rifle capable of rapid fire, quickly unleashing streams of steaming water. These attacks weren't particularly powerful, but their speed was astonishing, 5 shots per second. Boom, 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 rolling, sliding, dodging, leaping. Phil Cressy, his right arm severed, displayed a completely different agility than before. Dragging his black greatsword, he still managed to dodge the young knight's rapid-fire shots. Streams of smoke followed closely behind, exploding one after another like machine guns, but they just couldn't hit. He was getting faster. Locking onto his opponent's figure, Lewis's mood gradually became heavy. The influence between sea knights was mutual. When he mastered the power of his bloodline, Phil Cressy would also subtly acquire some or even all of the abilities of his bloodline. The key lay in whether the other could perceive this in time, and to what extent he could master the abilities of a fellow sea knight who were completely different from his own. And this was what Lewis was doing right now. He now roughly understood that this ability was not as simple as it appeared. Capable of firing steam jets, its actual power was far greater. If Phil Cressy were to master his bloodline power first and skillfully fuse the two abilities together, things would completely spiral out of his control. He had to kill him before that happened. Clang, the greatsword, raised at the last second, seemed to have foreseen the future, blocking the longsword's thrust towards his heart. A look of astonishment crossed Phil Cressy's face, but he had no time to think. The flowing blade light was already aimed at his head. The sparks from the clashing blades were completely extinguished by the overflowing steam. Almost simultaneously, both began to seamlessly unleash streams of steam while slashing and parrying. Lewis, on a frenzied offensive, could clearly feel himself becoming increasingly adept at this new ability, but conversely, Phil Cressy was also increasingly developing his own unique characteristics. The most obvious manifestation was that he was gradually beginning to keep up with Lewis's movements. This meant that the battle between them would accelerate their learning speed. From simultaneously using their bloodline powers to now, their fighting styles had changed. Moreover, since he was the first to reveal his bloodline power, the first person to successfully fuse the two bloodline powers, is very likely Phil Cressy. The tense young knight unleashed another stream of steaming water, forcing Phil Cressy to leap to the side. He then swung his black greatsword. The water-splashing blade grazed Lewis's face less than 5 centimeters away. Lewis, leaning back to dodge, raised his sword in a backhand motion, the tip of the blade gleaming again as it aimed at Cressy's jaw. Boom! A deafening roar echoed as the water stream pierced a clean, round hole in the wall above the door. Seconds later, panicked screams erupted from behind the door. "Oh dear, my dear cousin Lewis, no need to get so worked up," Phil Cressy, while wielding his sword to cover his retreat, continued his verbal assault. "You should remember those traitors behind the door. Now they're the only ones left who can barely maintain order in Salestown. If you accidentally kill them all too, how do you plan to stabilize the situation after you kill me? You're not going to have that hot-tempered elven girl slaughter all the rebels, are you?" The talkative Cressy patriarch deliberately feigned utter surprise. "I never expected this. It seems you really are Krog's brother." The two brothers are quite similar. "Oh, actually you don't need to go through all that trouble, because in half an hour at most, every living person in Salestown outside will be scalded to death by her, clean, thorough, and hygienic." Ignoring the other's nonsense, the expressionless Lewis sidestepped the oncoming steam and rushed within 3 steps. Just as Phil instinctively swung his sword to parry, he found that his weapon suddenly stopped. Looking down, Lewis saw that his longsword was gone, replaced by a greatsword gripped with both hands. The assault was a feint, the real objective was disarming. A sudden realization struck Phil, but it also presented a dilemma. With only one hand, he was no match for the two-handed knight. A desperate gamble seemed the best option. But if he gave up, losing his weapon would leave him only with the option of escape. This hesitation caused Phil to pause for a moment, attempting to seize the weapon. But this brief pause allowed Lewis to close the distance again. His hands, torn and bloodied by the blade, exerted tremendous force, forcefully wresting the black greatsword from Phil's grasp. Crack! A crisp sound of breaking bones rang out, and Phil Cressy's remaining left hand snapped outwards, his fingers twisted unnaturally. Just as he instinctively thought the young knight would swing his greatsword and cleave him into pieces, he was astonished to see the other man unhesitatingly throw the black greatsword aside and attack him with his bare fists. Boom! A deafening roar erupted, sending billowing dust flying, and the grotesque black greatsword was embedded in the corridor wall. Almost simultaneously, Lewis's right hand reached for Phil's neck. Sensing death, the head of the Cressy family frantically dodged, but was still grabbed by the collar. The young knight pulled him into his arms, kicked him to the ground, and slammed his other hand down on Phil Cressy's face. He wasn't going to. Realizing his fate, Phil began to struggle desperately. With his hands useless, he kicked and pulled, trying to break free, frantically pounding the young knight's armpits with his knees and stomping on his feet. But all of this was in vain. His still bleeding left hand was gripped tightly against Phil Cressy's face, his outstretched fingers emitting a faint milky white glow. In that life-or-death moment, Phil, his body convulsing violently, still hadn't completely given up the struggle. His gaping mouth began to gather power. He wanted to counter with the same attack, though reason told him it was impossible. At such close range, his head would surely be steamed and sliced to pieces by the collision of 2 streams of steam. Of course, Lewis would also pay a price. His left hand would certainly be killed along with it. The most likely outcome was mutual destruction, but a dying man couldn't care less. Even if the Cressy family was destined for destruction, sacrificing the future of the Bernard family was good enough. "Phil Cressy, it's over," Lewis said coldly, his hand exerting force, and then, boom, accompanied by a tremendous roar, Phil Cressy's attack, fueled by immense resolve, abruptly stopped. Crimson blood gushed from his open mouth. The young knight, raising his right hand, magically produced a shotgun with a shortened barrel from his waist. The gunfire, like dragon fire, instantly pierced through Phil's torso, leaving most of his body riddled with holes. Lewis slowly rose, his slightly cold gaze fixed on the man lying in a pool of blood before him. With blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, Phil stared at Lewis, then at the shotgun in his hand, his eyes filled with undisguised surprise. You're not, in battle, even at the very end, you need at least 2 backup plans, and you must have a thorough plan in advance. A friend taught me that." Lewis was slightly out of breath. The intense battle had taken its toll on him, of course, not just in words, but mainly through his actual actions. After a long silence, Phil, his expression blank, nodded slightly. "That makes sense, but I still want to ask one more question. Is that person still your friend?" The young knight thought seriously for a moment, then casually shrugged. "Yes, at least. That's what I think." As soon as he finished speaking, he raised the shotgun, now empty of bullets, and pointed the muzzle, which glowed with a milky white light, at Phil Cressy. "Is that so?" Phil Cressy chuckled. "Then I suggest that when you meet this friend again, you remind him that everything done at this time comes at a price. Given his current actions, the forces that want to kill him are far more than just, poof." A swirling stream of steam pierced Phil's head, exploding into a bloody hole nearly the size of a palm in the center of his face. Lewis remained expressionless. Attacking while the enemy is talking incessantly minimizes their guard and prevents unexpected situations. But the next second, as pus oozed from the center of his pierced cheek, new flesh suddenly grew, filling the gap at a visible speed. Even in the center of the flesh, a crack resembling a mouth was squeezed out. As for the alternative plan, I wholeheartedly agree. Chapter 593 The City of Independence. The moment the words left his lips, Lewis, his pupils shrinking sharply, decisively raised his gun and instinctively pulled the trigger. PFFT, the steam, now a milky white beam, pierced through Fair Cressy's face once more, instantly shattering his skull. With a burst of blood mist, the young knight, without a moment's hesitation, pointed his black gun at his heart. To completely kill the spellcaster, double insurance was necessary. But just as he made his move, a chilling sensation swept over him from behind. Lewis, his expression sharpening, decisively dodged, pointing his gun behind him. Boom! A burst of steam exploded into a head-sized cloud of morning mist where he had just stood, shattering the blue stone floorboards and sending fragments flying, leaving several bloody scratches on the young knight's cheeks. Almost simultaneously, his attack had also succeeded. The fleshy tentacles that had quietly emerged from beneath the floor were torn open, severed in two, and the long sword he had been gripping at the end fell to the ground. This wasn't over. A sharp whistling sound rang in his ears again, the murderous intent almost undisguised, one to the left, one to the right, and, directly below. Boom! The hard bluestone floor beneath his feet exploded without warning, and thigh-thick tentacles instantly burst from the ground, thousands upon thousands of swollen tumors rupturing open, spraying pus in all directions. Wherever the yellowish-green viscous liquid touched, it was rapidly dissolved with a sizzling, corrosive sound, turning into a foul-smelling gas. The thick tentacles also quickly withered, becoming only as thick as bones. The composed Lewis dodged and quickly regained his footing, stopping in the center of the area sandwiched between two tentacles, his rapidly moving gun barrel stopping directly above his head, and decisively opened fire. Thud! The sound of flesh shattering mingled with the crisp sound of a chandelier exploding. Two tentacles, severed by a single spear thrust, crashed to the ground just 10 centimeters from the edge. Blood and pus gushed from the wound, which convulsed violently before shrinking and dying. The young knight turned and pulled the trigger again at the headless figure lying in a pool of blood. A stream of translucent steam, accompanied by a whooshing sound, shot straight towards his heart. Then, it vanished. Well done. From the severed neck, the headless Phil Cressy sprouted a mass of unrecognizable flesh, forcibly forming a mouth shape amidst several lumps, but unfortunately, you have no chance, even without a face. The remaining lumps still displayed expression. Ignoring the mockery, Lewis decisively lunged at the shriveled, paralyzed tentacles, picked up his fallen longsword, and charged at Phil Cressy once more. Since his abilities were useless, he'd just pierce his heart with a blade and crush him. Thud! The longsword pierced flesh, the tip gone, the jagged edge mixed with chunks of flesh piercing through from behind, pinning the bloodied figure to the ground like a condemned victim, but gone. Lewis, his gaze fixed on the body composed of a shattered torso and a mass of flesh, murmured in disbelief, his pupils trembling slightly. The instant the blade pierced, the reaction of the Sea Knight bloodline power within the other vanished without a trace. For a gifted individual, bloodline power is like their eyes, their heart, an integral part of their body. They can desperately conceal it or use abilities to confuse the perception of other gifted individuals, but it can never disappear. The only way to obliterate a gifted individual's bloodline power is to kill them completely. For him to disappear so quickly, there's only one explanation: he's no longer in this governor's mansion, not even near him. Where is he? In the pitch-black corridors of the governor mansion, the young knight, desperately trying to remain calm, turned his attention back to his surroundings. The battle outside was over, and hundreds or even thousands of fleeing soldiers or faithless knights could storm in at any moment, slaughtering the counselors behind the doors or completely destroying the entire mansion. He had originally planned to go in and negotiate with these people, but in reality, He couldn't control the situation at the moment and had to wait for the battle outside to end. Moreover, appearing before them in his current state would make him seem more like someone there to kill them than a negotiator, although in a sense, that was indeed the case. How to deal with the rebellion in Sailing City and minimize its negative impact. If Phil Cressy had been in charge of this matter before, now it was up to him to decide. Although reluctant, Lewis had to admit that the option offered by the other party was indeed the optimal solution at present, but this optimal solution was based on the chaotic situation created by the other party, and would bring endless troubles. Regardless, the rebellion must be stopped. To stabilize the remaining councillors, their interests must be somewhat satisfied, but they must not be allowed to seize any power that could determine the colony's fate. As for the rebellious colonial militia and mercenaries, they can be used, but the power to maintain city order must not be handed over to them. Otherwise, the worst-case scenario of Sales City's independence cannot be avoided. At the same time, he must also maintain a small but sufficient armed force to suppress all sides and at least maintain order in Sales City. An army. The young knight looked back out the window, the constant sound of gunfire to making his expression somewhat wistful. If only we had an army now, all the problems would be solved. Sales City, city center. Under the rain, Freya Moss's field, her body ablaze with flames, turned gently in a deserted ruin. The golden-red flames, along with the gradually cooling rain, dimmed. If she was initially like a lighthouse, now she was almost nothing more than a campfire. Even the widespread warming had ceased, her power completely confined to her field of vision. Even so, the surrounding attackers didn't act rashly, they remained vigilantly lurking around, keeping a close watch on the elven girl's every move. The power of an Iser elven spellcaster grows stronger as their emotions intensify, but the moment those emotions completely consume their inner being is the moment their power completely spirals out of control. To avoid blowing the entire city of Sailing City to the sky, Freya, unable to suppress her power any longer, chose to cool down, shifting her attention from Lewis to the insects before her, though she really didn't want to do it. Boom! A golden red pillar of fire rose without warning from the ruins, sending plumes of smoke and dust billowing into the sky amidst the slight tremors of the ground, and some charred remains of limbs and torsos. Oh dear! There are still some living reptiles. I thought you had all escaped, the elven girl laughed, her serene demeanor like that of a true nun, her blood-red lips curving slightly. That won't do. Trying to escape from Freya and cause trouble for Lewis at the governor's mansion is such a heavy sin, it cannot be easily forgiven. What do you say, reptiles? As her words fell, the ornate dagger in her hand waved gently before her like a conductor's baton. Boom! 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 Several pillars of fire erupted around the elven girl, from high to low, accompanied by shrill screams. Freya, standing in the center amidst the rain, quietly admired this spectacular scene, trying to salvage her mood from the unbearable longing for Lewis while desperately suppressing her power. The surrounding knights of no faith panicked again. They had thought that the girl's power would be greatly reduced by the weakening of her strength, but now it seemed that was not the case at all. Even the cooling effect wasn't the same as a weakening, rather, the reduced total number made it easier for her to control, freeing her from as many concerns as before and giving her more freedom. It's about time to completely wipe them out, isn't it? Freya thought to herself. Although Lewis's task for her was merely to delay the enemy's actions and reduce the damage the riots caused to Sailing City, given the current situation, even a little more damage shouldn't be a major issue. Looking at the surrounding ruins reeking of burning, the elven girl became even more convinced of this idea. Moreover, eliminating these reptiles that threatened the stability of Sailing City was equivalent to reducing the damage to Sailing City. Yes, that's it, Freya Moss's field was the queen, and the queen wouldn't make a mistake. Everything the queen did was for Freya suddenly widened her eyes, her scarlet pupils radiating confusion. The talented individual fighting Lewis inside the governor mansion was actually emanating a remarkably strong aura of blood magic. But this aura lasted only a very short time before quickly dissipating, eventually vanishing without a trace, as if it were all just a figment of her imagination. Was it really just an illusion? Freya narrowed her eyes slightly. Her understanding of gifted individuals was only superficial, and she knew nothing about the so-called old gods, but she had gained some experience from previous battles. Someone who possessed both bloodline power and was also a spellcaster, unheard of. Although it only lasted a moment, the elven girl had a vague feeling that if this dragged on, Lewis might be in danger. Just as she was preparing to unleash her full power and blast everyone around her into the air, the Knights of No Faith, who had been struggling against her, seemed to have received a collective signal and unhesitatingly chose to retreat. And it wasn't a normal retreat. They didn't even leave behind those responsible for covering their retreat or holding the line, exposing their backs and desperately scattering in different directions. This. Freya paused, her raised dagger freezing in midair. The enemy's escape was so decisive that she didn't know what to do. If she pursued them, her strength would inevitably cause widespread casualties, but if she didn't, it didn't seem like a problem either. Lewis had asked her to hold them back, and now that the enemy had escaped, it meant she no longer needed to hold them back. She could go straight back to Lewis's side. The elven girl, having figured this out, revealed a look of delighted surprise. The previous ferocity and coldness vanished from her face, even the bloodlust in her eyes faded completely. With a sweet smile, her petite figure hummed a light-hearted tune, skipping and hopping through the ruins towards the governor mansion. Thump, with a heavy clanking of the chain gates, the gates of Yangfan City swung open. A dozen or so Yangfan City guards, trembling, peered over the ramparts, surrounded by dozens of long guns and short cannons, looking down. In the pitch-black downpour, a blue and white river flowed slowly through the thin mist stirred up by the rain. The heavy, chaotic sound of military boots splashed muddy water, staining the already soaked golden fleur-de-lis flags. Despite their imposing presence, a closer look revealed the weariness on the faces of these imperial soldiers, their uniforms long since lost their former splendor, some even missing their boots, and some even having lost their rifles, leaving only wooden sticks with bayonets strapped to their chests. Finally here, it was no easy feat. Under the golden iris banner, the battered and exhausted Hussar commander, languishing weakly on his horse, gazed wistfully at the gates of Sailboat City before him. I almost thought I was going to perish in the wilderness of Black Reef Harbor, never to return. Sir Satyr, you must have thought so too, right? Not at all. Sensing the other's eyes, filled with relief, the indifferent cuirassier commander was completely dismissive, though he himself didn't look much better dressed. Although we encountered some minor setbacks along the way, everything is still going according to plan. Using exaggeration in this situation is highly inappropriate, sir. Exaggeration? The Hussar commander recalled. You mean we almost starved to death on the way? We didn't starve, to be precise. Some unforeseen circumstances caused us to be completely cut off from supplies for 4 days, that's all. Sir Satyr raised an eyebrow, but these were merely minor setbacks, utterly insignificant. Please refrain from using inappropriate rhetoric. Insignificant. We successfully broke through the blockade set up by Lord Bernard Morwis at Grey Dove Castle and arrived at Sailing City ahead of him. That's the most important thing. Everything else is trivial. Sir Satyr, slightly displeased, glared at his deputy, interrupting him directly. If we had stopped to gather supplies then, we would have been surrounded and annihilated. As a soldier, don't make me remind you of such basic military principles. Focus on what's more important. Understand, understood. The Hussar commander rolled his eyes. Then, may I ask where the most important place is now? Sailing City, or more accurately, control of Sailing City. If the liberals fail to control the city as agreed, or if any unforeseen circumstances arise, it will severely impact our subsequent operations, Sir Satyr snorted. So, Your Excellency, please pray that Sailing City is already an independent city. Received a request for an extra chapter. This. I can only try my best. Please don't hit me on the head. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 594 Governor of Yangfan City. Sato's apparent confidence wasn't due to any commander-in-chief's unwavering belief in his plans. Without thorough preparation and extensive intelligence, he couldn't possibly be so certain, just as he had done during the Black Reef raid and the subsequent Vanguard breakout, where he had planned his retreat beforehand and decisively retreated when things went wrong, surprising both his own and the enemy. The Vanguard only discovered the missing left flank after the Adol fled. Bernard and his main force fared even worse, realizing the dire situation only when their advance was overrun and they were about to be encircled from both sides, nearly resulting in a complete rout. Of course, if his strategic composure had lasted a little longer, he might have discovered that the arriving reinforcements were an exhausted and incapacitated force, the Storm Division might have been the ones in deep trouble. However, just as there are no what-ifs in this world, Sir Sato, the Cuirassier Battalion commander, had no fondness for hypothetical scenarios. Reputation was nothing but an illusion, achievements were merely medals, but survival was a tangible reality. On the other hand, like everyone who comes to the New World, he has his own story. If he hadn't valued life so much that many of his comrades had paid a heavy price, this experienced Cuirassier commander, skilled enough to be a division commander, wouldn't have ended up in such a god-forsaken place. Long before setting off, Sato had already reached a cooperation agreement with the liberals of Salestown. Of course, this was just a precaution. If the battle at Black Reef Harbor went smoothly, intelligence about the liberals' attempted rebellion would automatically appear on Bernard's desk at headquarters. To avoid any unforeseen circumstances, his scouts arrived outside Salestown a day in advance. Only after receiving intelligence that the rebellion had succeeded, that the liberals had taken control of the army, and that they had occupied the governor mansion, did Sir Sato dare to arrive so openly in his loyal Salestown. The mighty Imperial Army, of course, could not participate in such a shameful act of rebellion, but after the event, to stabilize the situation, it was necessary to intervene, for example, to reap the benefits, and mediate the conflict between the two sides, which was still in accordance with chivalrous conduct. As for some trivial details during the process, such as the baseless rumors of many loyalist councillors being massacred and traces of old god activities appearing at the scene of the rebellion, the Imperial Army would never believe them. Even at this point, Sato was still well prepared, having his troops set out just before dawn. Compared to the various forces in Sailing City who had fought all night, the energetic Imperial Army of over 2,000 men was a near-decisive force. It could be said that whichever side he was on at this moment would undoubtedly win, and only this army could suppress the largest colony and city in the New World and prevent it from falling into a dark jungle of infighting. In Sato's judgment, even if the loyalists turned the tables at the last moment, or some forces bought off by the liberals suddenly defected, he and his 2,000 troops were enough to reverse the situation and end the battle in a way that best served the interests of these rebels. It was this confidence that allowed him to enter Sailing City at this time when everything had settled, ready to clean up the mess. But after he truly understood what had happened, he realized he had guessed correctly, but only slightly. Please allow me to sort out the whole story. In the ravaged governor mansion, Sir Sato looked at the young knight and the elven girl in nun's habit before him, his eyes filled with confusion and a hint of unease. One of them was covered in wounds, holding a nearly broken longsword, with a revolver and a short-barreled shotgun tucked into his waistband, and card-shaped melee weapons hidden in his trousers, clearly the aftermath of a bloody battle. The other, however, was completely unharmed. From her cascading hair to her nun's habit, there was no sign of injury or damage. In this torrential rain, with fleeing soldiers and rebel armies everywhere, a nun was completely spotless, her clothes and hair impeccably clean, showing no signs of being soaked. But all these anomalies paled in comparison to their earlier explanation. Sato felt a throbbing headache. Your Excellency Louis Bernard, according to your statement, your presence here with this young lady was entirely accidental. Exactly. Louis nodded slightly, his calm gaze masking a desperately tense expression. We heard commotion outside the church and couldn't help but go out to investigate. We found armies engaged in widespread burning, killing, and looting, and we even heard gunfire. As a knight, my instincts told me that some forces were attempting a rebellion while the Imperial Army was away, to seize control of Sailing City. There might even be Clovis forces involved, trying to sever the colonial governor's connection with his army and rear. As a knight as well, my innate faith and principles prevented me from standing idly by and watching tragedy unfold, allowing those traitors and bandits to destroy the entire city. So you left the church, crossed most of Sail City, and arrived at the governor mansion, intending to report everything you had seen to those left behind. Sato couldn't help but interrupt. Am I right? Exactly. Your memory is perfectly accurate. You arrived at the governor mansion, encountered the old gods organization involved in the rebellion, and clashed with them. Exactly. They were defeated by you, or rather, forced to flee for some reason. Exactly. You drove away the old gods, only to find that the governor's mansion had been completely overrun by the traitors, and all the councillors loyal to the empire had been brutally murdered by the rebels. Well, the first part is correct. But I only just learned about the rest. Before that, you entered the governor's mansion very smoothly and without any hindrance. I mean, the approximately 2,000 rebels outside didn't cause you any inconvenience. Sato's voice trembled. I can only say that's not entirely true. Lewis's lips began to twitch slightly. Sighing, the weary Sato turned his gaze to the elven girl beside him. As for this Miss Lucia, after discovering that Lord Louis Bernard was missing, she followed the direction he left and, very easily, found him. His voice involuntarily rose to an extreme level as he said the last few words, his usually calm expression twisting with disbelief. Seeing Sir Sato's barely concealed urges and Freya's complete disregard for his unwavering gaze, Louis felt even more embarrassed. To avoid revealing himself too quickly, he had given Freya the exact same name as his sister, but judging from her expression, it didn't seem to make his story sound any more believable. Boom! Just as the two were talking, bursts of gunfire and shouts of battle erupted outside the window. The Imperial Army, having just entered the city and seized control of many important transportation hubs and high points, was nearing the end of its campaign to eliminate and suppress the rebellious troops and rioters. Despite days of marching and lack of supplies, these Imperial soldiers, routed from Black Reef Harbor, displayed exceptional military skill against a motley crew. They completely sealed off the surrounding area using the street layout, with infantry forming hollow squares by company to control all intersections. Once the rebels and rioters were scattered into small groups throughout the streets, cuirassiers and hussars armed with carbines and shotguns surged into the streets, turning any diehards who refused to surrender into a pile of mincemeat with bullets and hooves. The overwhelming numbers and superior skill transformed the suppression into a clean massacre. The liberals of Sales, already purged by Bernard Maruis, once again felt the terror of the Imperial Iron Heel. Accompanied by sporadic gunfire and the rumble of hooves, blood diluted by the rain spread in every corner, staining Sales, about to be bathed in sunlight, a crimson hue. Gazing at the flames engulfing the city of Sale outside the window, Sir Satyr, whose mind was nearly broken, regained a little of his composure. The loyalists were finished, and the rebellious liberals had lost their legitimacy to rule the city of Sale because of the young Master Bernard before them. They even had solid evidence of their alliance with the old gods, and even if they were all executed now, no one would say a word. It seems this riot won't be long before it's quelled. Louis sighed softly, looking across at the other side with gratitude in his eyes, truly worthy of the excellent Imperial Army. What would I have done alone if you hadn't come? You have done very well, Sir Louis Bernard, stepping forward when everyone was in despair, selflessly dedicating yourself to others, facing a powerful enemy without flinching, truly embodying the finest chivalry. Sato praised without reservation. At the same time and in the same place, even the saints of the Church of Order in history would not have done better than you. Perhaps because of this fair and objective evaluation, the elven girl, who had been ignoring him, finally glanced at him, her eyes filled with a hint of approval and appreciation. As for the escaped old god faction, please don't worry about any retaliation afterward. I've already dispatched a company of cuirassiers and hussars to pursue them, many of whom are highly skilled individuals, capable of handling any situation. Please be sure to remind them of this. Looking at the confident Sir Sato, Louis, who was completely unconcerned about retaliation, suddenly remembered something and quickly added, those old god faction leaders, he's not only a blood magic caster, but also a talent who has awakened bloodline power, Sato was first stunned, then his eyes widened, and he blurted out in shock, how is that possible? But it actually happened. Louis's expression instantly turned serious. The opponent first disguised himself as an ordinary spellcaster, only revealing his true nature as an old god faction spellcaster when he was about to be defeated by me, successfully escaping using the power of blood magic, and both his blood magic and bloodline power are by no means weak. Either ability alone is enough to defeat 2 or 3 ordinary talents. Sato was utterly shocked. He had initially thought that those liberal traitors would at most hire some insignificant figures, but now it seemed he might have underestimated the situation. Thank you for the reminder. This information is extremely important. After a brief moment of astonishment, Sato quickly regained the composure befitting a leader. I will immediately send someone to notify the pursuing forces to maintain maximum vigilance. He said this, but deep down he had already decided to just go through the motions. He absolutely couldn't actually pursue them. If they were caught, that would be a huge problem. I can only provide you with some information. There's nothing else I can do. Louis sighed, a hint of self-deprecation in his voice. As for whether it's true or false, please judge for yourself. Sato, momentarily stunned, suddenly felt as if he had discovered something, or perhaps it was just his imagination. Sir Louis, please forgive my rudeness. But you don't seem particularly surprised by this. Could it be that you've witnessed something similar before? Realizing his mistake, Lewis paused, then quickly added, I've simply passed the initial shock phase, so I'm a little calmer than you are now. To be honest, it's still quite unbelievable. However, these are all trivial matters. The stability of Sailing City is the most important thing right now. What do you say, Lewis? Having forcibly changed the subject, looked at the other man with a slightly unnatural expression. You're right. Sato nodded slightly, deliberately avoiding the young knight's gaze, and asked meaningfully, the most pressing task right now is how to restore stability and peace to Sail City. Given the current situation, we have two choices. First, we can let the army manage and maintain the normal operation of the city and colonies, but this can only be temporary. The current situation doesn't allow us to expend too much manpower and resources on stabilization, and this will certainly provoke discontent among local forces and the people. Second, we can get the Sail City Council back in operation. Unfortunately, the councillors who were originally loyal to the Empire have been purged, and the rest are traitors. They are capable of maintaining the basic framework, but their reputation is completely ruined. We can use their strength to have the army provide a basic guarantee of order, but we must never let them become the nominal rulers of Sail City. We must find a compromise, someone prestigious, recognized by all parties, knowledgeable about the military, understands how to manage a city, and can effectively guard against those traitors. The perfect candidate? Taking a deep breath, Sir Sato looked up at the young knight before him and asked in an extremely serious yet tempting tone, Sir Louis Bernard, would you be interested in becoming the governor of Sailing City? Chapter 595 Distinguished Guests of the Roland Family. Just as the turmoil in Sailing City was about to subside, Anson Bach, stationed at the front lines of Black Reef Harbor, was entertaining a very special guest, Reinhard Roland, representative of the Northern Merchant Guild. Unlike the Bernard family, another powerful northern clan, the Roland family was a behemoth even within the entire empire. This family was not only keen on using marriage to expand its family alliances, but its bloodline was also the envy of all other powerful families, leading to various sarcastic and sour rumors. Others build their nations through bloodlines, but the Rolands create their own. Of course, having many offspring also had its downsides. No matter how many children one had, family wealth and territory wouldn't increase out of thin air. How to arrange jobs and marriages for future generations and the offspring of relatives was the most troublesome issue for every Roland patriarch. On the one hand, they expanded their marriage alliances, from royalty to newly promoted barons with wealthy backgrounds and a somewhat rustic air, including foreigners, all of whom could become potential spouses for the Roland family. The direct consequence of this was that calligraphy knights became one of the most common bloodlines in the world, even accessible to the Bach family, a rural landowner in Clovis. Marrying a girl from the Roland family became the most direct goal for countless impoverished imperial knights, while wealthy but low-ranking barons were also willing to offer large dowries for a Roland son-in-law. On the other hand, marriage is a matter of probability, not always successful, and the possibility of both parties being completely satisfied was extremely low. The employment problem for their offspring forced the Roland family onto a path never before considered by the imperial elite, commerce. While all the elite families employed their own merchants and frequently maintained connections with merchant guilds within their territories, only Roland dared to personally venture into business without any heirs, and even managed to build a powerful and influential enterprise. From the sailing city of the New World to the port of Calandia south of the Dawn Mountains, northward to Oaktown on a steam train traversing Clovis, and on horseback to the vast eastern grasslands, you could see the traces left by the Northern Merchant Guild. Minerals, postal services, textiles, furs, tobacco and alcohol, livestock, almost every area permitted or tacitly approved by the church was covered by the Northern Merchant Guild. To expand production, the guild even operated factories and workshops directly within its territory, leveraging family resources to develop logistics, transportation, and postal services. A dedicated school was established within the castle to provide the most professional training for future members of the guild. Centuries of relentless effort, a fighting spirit unafraid of failure and setbacks, coupled with the substantial capital backing of a powerful family in a grand duchy, successfully transformed them into a powerful merchant guild that surpassed the empire and could influence the entire world order. And all of this began when the Roland family patriarchs were troubled by the problem of ensuring the continuation of their bloodline and finding employment for their sons. Reinhard Roland was one of them. like many neglected young sons of the family. He became a representative of the guild at a young age, sent by his elder brother, the guild's president, Philip Rowland, to the icy New World. The reason Reinhardt risked coming during this chaotic time wasn't because he was particularly eager to advance, but simply because his respected elder brother Philip didn't want to lose face in front of Miss France, yet couldn't bear to leave the beautiful city of Clovis, thus burdening his most trusted younger brother with a responsibility. Forced into this situation, Reinhardt initially had no interest in this unexpected surprise, intending only to give it a perfunctory response. After all, the Northern Merchant Guild was going to spend money this time to win Miss France's favor, so what was this business trip but a formality? But when he actually arrived at White Whale Harbor and understood the situation a little, some bold ideas began to brew in his mind. Actually, if you had come a few days later, you could have come with the White Whale Harbor and Confederate armies. That way, we could have been better prepared and treated you to the best of our ability. In the Black Lagoon Council's lounge, Anson looked at the uninvited guest with goodwill. Black Lagoon has just experienced a major battle, and the battlefield hasn't been completely cleared yet. Please forgive any shortcomings. Not at all, Commander-in-Chief, you are too kind, Reinhardt said softly, smiling humbly at Talia, who was pouring wine for the two of them. I am deeply honored to be entertained by the Rune family. Not at all. Talia, dressed in a snow-silver short-sleeved dress, held a wine jug, her eyes curving into two small crescent moons. It is also an honor for the Rune family to entertain guests from the Roland family. Taking a small sip of the crisp, aromatic Canto wine, Reinhardt glanced at the Tirpitz rum in Anson's glass across from him, and at the fresh seasonal fruits, vegetables, and seasonings on the table, a hint of surprise in his eyes. As far as he knew, Black Reef Harbor had been besieged by the Empire for nearly a month, during which time there had been numerous artillery bombardments and siege battles, at the height of which the city's supplies were almost exhausted. It was only early June, and from the scene he had witnessed upon entering the city and the food on the table before him, there was absolutely no sign of a shortage of supplies. Of course, he couldn't tell. Although the port had been damaged by the bombardment, Bernard's main target was the four armed smuggling ships. The damage to the buildings was limited, and they could be used normally again after some repairs. On the third day after the battle ended, supplies from Red Hand Bay began arriving at Black Reef Harbor by sea. While the Imperial Army's siege and raids on the surrounding areas caused extremely severe losses, they also reduced local food pressure. The surviving able-bodied men returned to their original settlements to resume production, and the current warm weather further reduced the demand in Black Lagoon. In addition, with the siege over and trade routes reopened, supplies were continuously being transported from the rear. Fabian, who was in the rear, even temporarily slowed down the advance of the Storm Division and the Confederate Legion, focusing his transport capacity on sending supplies to Black Lagoon and striving to establish a complete supply line as soon as possible. To be honest, I did receive an invitation from your Grenadier Regimental Commander before I set off, hoping I could come with his troops. Besides making arrangements easier, it would also ensure more thorough security. Reinhardt put down his wine glass, a hint of speculation in his voice. But in the end, I declined his invitation, because if I'm not mistaken, once the main force arrives, you and the armies of those rebellious colonies will begin besieging Grey Dove Castle, leaving no time to attend to me, a complete stranger. Please don't worry too much about that. The siege of Grey Dove Castle began before you arrived, Anson chuckled. 2 days ago, my chief of staff and my most trusted infantry regimental commander led 2 infantry regiments plus 1,000 Black Reef Harbor militiamen toward Grey Dove Castle. While we are chatting, the preliminary battles have likely already begun. Oh, Reinhardt's eyes lit up, a hint of surprise mixed with delight. This is truly surprising. As far as I know, although Lord Bernard Morwis was defeated, his main force was not damaged. Could a force of 2,000 or 3,000 men, lacking heavy firepower, easily defeat over 8,000 elite troops and the formidable defenses of Grey Dove Castle? Seeing the doubt in the other's eyes, Anson snorted, a smug smile playing on his lips. Of course not, but in the hilly, complex terrain near Grey Dove Castle, these 2,000 or 3,000 men are enough to establish a solid defensive line cutting off supply lines, blocking the 8,000 Imperial Army to the west of the New World, preventing them from easily breaking through and threatening the safety of Black Reef Harbor. At the same time, a temporary forward position can provide a safe and unobstructed marching route for the continuous influx of troops, carrying out all the preliminary work needed for the subsequent siege. I see. Reinhardt suddenly understood. Defending key areas prevents Bernard Morwis from counterattacking, allowing him to concentrate all his forces in areas where heavy firepower is ineffective, and then engage the colonial governor, caught in a dilemma. In the final battle, that's just your own interpretation. Meeting the other's affirmative gaze, Anson neither confirmed nor denied. How could he casually tell anyone other than his most trusted confidants and the troops carrying out a mission when it came to crucial steps in the plan? But speaking of surprises, there's something that surprised me too. He raised an eyebrow, then changed the subject. Although the establishment of the coal mining bank and the investment intentions were a joint decision by Governor France and the president of the Northern Merchant Guild, ultimately it's White Whale Harbor that's being strengthened. Clovis's interests. Does the Roland family really not care at all about the Empire's sphere of influence being damaged in the New World? The moment he said France, a pair of meaningful eyes suddenly appeared behind him, making Anson shudder. On this point, Commander-in-Chief, you seem to have asked the wrong person, Reinhardt chuckled, seemingly unaware of anything amiss. I'm merely a small representative, responsible for conveying what I've seen and your thoughts to the chairman back home. As for whether or not to invest, and if so, how much, that's not my decision. That's true, but your report is crucial. It may not sway the decision, but it can influence the scale of the investment. Anson's smile remained unchanged. A small representative would abandon his relatively comfortable and stable life in White Whale Harbor, refuse military escort, and travel alone to the front lines, just to have a drink and chat with a small garrison commander-in-chief. You're too modest. Reinhardt was slightly taken aback at first, then shook his head. The dignified commander-in-chief of Ice Dragon Fjord, the founder of the Free Confederation, is not suited to be described with the adjective small. Then the esteemed sixth in line to the Roland family is certainly not some small representative either. Anson looked at him intently, his smile fading slightly. Your Excellency Reinhardt, you still haven't answered my question. What, if it's just about assessing investment potential, a visit to Whale Harbor would suffice? Why go all the way to Black Reef Harbor? Meeting his gaze, Reinhardt's smile gradually disappeared, finally turning serious. Because I don't believe that Whale Harbor or Ice Dragon Fjord alone can reveal the bank's true potential value. Anson remained expressionless and silent. To be frank, I didn't want to come at first. The whole project was a decision made by my elder brother Philip in a moment of madness, without even discussing it with the family. Reinhardt scoffed, a hint of contempt in his eyes. Coal mining sounds nice, but if simply providing funds could activate the colony's production capacity, the Cathedral of Order would have been here long ago. Not us. Gold, silver, gems. Ultimately, these are just tools of exchange and means of accumulating wealth, like the paper money and checks issued by the church. Behind a thin piece of paper lies the supreme authority of the Church of Order, but it's not magic, not alchemy. It can't conjure up good ore, technological accumulation, and human resources out of thin air. If technology can be addressed, then population is the colony's Achilles heel. Population, overly scattered settlements and harsh environments limit the New World's population growth, thus limiting its development ceiling and market size. The production capacity that tens of thousands, or even hundreds of thousands, can generate is merely a drop in the ocean for the homeland. Shrugging, Reinhardt stared at Anson. To be honest, in the first few days after arriving at Ice Dragon Fjord, I had a strong suspicion that this so-called investment plan was nothing more than a scam orchestrated by you and that Governor. A massive amount of capital might not stimulate more production, but it could certainly serve as a gimmick to attract investment, using these investments to create a false, short-lived prosperity for White Whale Harbor, while accumulating strength to prepare for the Empire's counterattack. He scrutinized Anson with a scrutinizing gaze, making no attempt to conceal his certainty about his suspicions. Oh, Anson raised an eyebrow and said calmly, if you think it's a scam, why did you come to the front lines? If it's just Whale Harbor, it's a scam, but if you add all the colonies except for Sailing City, then it's not necessarily true. Despite his seriousness, Reinhardt's tone, which he deliberately suppressed, still revealed excitement. 800,000, 1 million, 1,500,000. If this is equivalent to the combined population of Dragon City and Clovis City, and can move freely in this icy land. If goods can appear in any colony without being affected at a profitable price, then this coal bank that mainly deals in mining and also has functions such as investment, loans, and minting, will have great potential. The excited words echoed in the room, contrasted by Anson's calmness and Talia's silent observation of him, her eyes full of admiration. but all of this is contingent on you and the Free Confederation behind you being able to conquer Grey Dove Castle, Reinhardt said in a deep voice. Of course, I know it's difficult, but it's essential for you. If Grey Dove Castle falls before the end of October this year, I can guarantee you a very considerable Grey Dove Castle. Anson, who had been silent until now, suddenly interrupted him. Who told you that my goal is merely to conquer Grey Dove Castle? In the previous book, Roland Turing's bloodline was so thin that he almost died out. In this book, his offspring are numerous but employment is difficult. It's just a joke. I still haven't decided on a nickname, but I've come up with several code names for the church that really reflect Anson's characteristics, such as Captain of Thunder Castle and Lieutenant Colonel of the Richest Heiress. Chapter 596 Patriotic Merchant. The moment the words left his mouth, Reinhardt's pupils constricted sharply, and he nearly dropped his glass in astonishment. After regaining his composure, he took a deep breath and slowly raised his head, his eagerness practically written on his forehead. You're telling the truth. I have no reason to deceive an important partner like you. Besides, it's no secret that the Free Confederation will not stop its advance until all the colonies are liberated. Lord Bernard Maruis, with his powerful army, will witness firsthand the liberals' resolve. Anson raised his glass, saying casually, just wait patiently until July or August, and everything will become clear. It was an impeccable answer, but it wasn't enough to win over the investors' confidence. A remarkable resolve, but resolve alone isn't enough to conquer all the imperial colonies in one fell swoop. Reinhardt stared intently at the commander-in-chief, his pupils trembling slightly, perhaps from excitement. Grey Dove Castle might indeed fall into your hands, but Sailing City, that's the most prosperous and important colony in the New World. Why should I believe you can take Sailing City and withstand the subsequent imperial counterattack? To such an obvious question, Anson slightly curled his lips, toying with his wine glass and placing it between the two men. Lord Reinhardt, you've misunderstood something. What? You see conquering Sailing City and resisting the imperial counterattack as two separate things. Wrong. Essentially, they are the same thing. The same thing. Sailing City is the Empire's most prosperous and important port and colony in the New World, boasting the densest population and the most abundant resource reserves. Its city defenses are among the best and most robust, and its port can accommodate a medium-sized fleet. The local shipwrights are so skilled that they can maintain battleships, and there are even small gunsmiths and ammunition workshops. Anson paused deliberately, then gave Reinhardt a meaningful smile. I'll repeat myself. Conquering Sailing City is the most crucial step in resisting the Empire's counterattack. Reinhardt frowned. He understood what Anson was saying, of course, but taking the other 5 colonies, and all the colonies rebelling, even the most important Sailing City falling, these are not the same level of problems for the Empire. Anson directly stated what the other wanted to say. The former is something that can be pretended to be ignored, while the latter involves the Emperor and the Empire's prestige. Even knowing it's not worthwhile, the Empire must invest resources to turn the tide, otherwise the loss will not be as simple as losing a few colonies. Right. Reinhardt did not answer, silently waiting for his reply. If this is what you're worried about, then let me tell you clearly now, the Empire's counterattack is one of the most crucial steps in my plan, Anson said in a deep voice. Assuming I don't capture Sail City, the Empire can pretend nothing happened, but it can also begin to accumulate strength and choose the right moment to safely land on Sail City at the most opportune time, unleash its true power, and crush us all in one fell swoop. But if Sail City falls, His Majesty Emperor Herald will have no choice but to immediately send troops to defend the Empire's dignity, to hastily dispatch an army and a considerable fleet without any preparation, to cross the turbulent winter seas, to land with difficulty on the coast of an icy world, and to attack the New World Legion, which is waiting in ambush. Reinhardt's eyes flickered, and his expression appeared even more exaggerated in the reflection of his wineglass. I don't know who His Majesty will ultimately appoint as commander, or what kind of massive army and navy fleet he will deploy, but Anson's expression grew increasingly playful as he gently swirled his glass. If it's just a hasty affair, it will be utterly useless except to solidify the Confederation's resolve for independence, but if an elite force is sent, Clovis's Western army will probably be overjoyed, won't they? Dragon City and Sail City, in His Majesty's eyes, which one is more valuable? With a knowing tone, Anson raised his glass and downed it in one gulp. The fragrant liquor, combined with the gently swirling ice in the glass, instantly opened every pore on his body, an irresistible comfort. Terpitzrim is indeed best chilled, Or rather, everything chilled tastes good. In the quiet lounge, only the swirling smoke from Anson's cigarette and the sound of the adoring young woman pouring drinks for the two of them could be heard. Such important intelligence, aren't you afraid I'll relay it to the mainland? After a long silence, Reinhardt took a deep breath, recovering from his shock, and forced himself to remain calm. You seem to have forgotten that the person sitting before you is the sixth in line to the Roland family, an imperial nobleman with a knighthood. As His Majesty Hereditary's loyal servant, serving the Empire is my duty. Of course you can tell your Majesty about this. If needed, I can even provide you with a written document about the entire plan. After all, words alone are not enough to convince people. Anson leaned back in his chair, still as nonchalant as ever. But if you were truly determined to mobilize enough forces to resolve the threat to the colonies, why would he only give Lord Bernard the empty title of Grand Chancellor without any substantial support? Even less, just one grand fleet arriving at Sailing City would instantly reverse the entire war situation, because Clovis would never send his only fleet to the New World to protect the colonies, abandoning the safety of the northern harbor shipping route. Your Majesty certainly understands, but he hasn't done so. Anson set down his wineglass, his composed movement putting immense pressure on the other man. So, do you think that if this intelligence were sent back to the homeland, the Emperor would thank you for your loyalty? Or would he completely suppress all information about the colonies to prevent the morale of the Empire from wavering? Reinhardt sighed deeply, looking at Anson Bach, whose lips were slightly upturned, a bitter smile appearing on his tense face. Remarkable, truly remarkable. You are the first client to have completely rendered me speechless, unable to find any grounds for rebuttal. He couldn't help but exclaim. Usually they either adopt an aloof attitude, ignoring us as if even a glance is an honor, or they are extremely humble, so subservient that it evokes both pity and disgust. Only you, with your approachable attitude and clear plans, make one want to betray their own lord to become your collaborator. Reinhardt praised without reservation, a stark contrast to his earlier repeated doubts and denials of Anson. You're too kind, Anson said calmly. Besides, aren't we already partners? Of course, absolutely, Reinhardt declared confidently. Your proposal is well-reasoned and convincing, I can assure you. The entire Roland family will wholeheartedly endorse and support this bank. Really? Anson's expression showed slight surprise. It was understandable for the Northern Merchant Guild to support a profitable project, but the entire Roland family. Could Emperor Herald and the royal family of Xiaolong City tolerate their Grand Duke supporting the Empire's rebels? Tolerate? What's there to tolerate? Reinhardt seemed even more surprised than him. The head of the Roland family is one of the Empire's 7 Grand Dukes, loyal to imperial law, obligated to provide the Emperor with troops and pay taxes, subject to the supervision of the imperial court, regularly participating in meetings to assist the Emperor in governing the country, and sending family members to guard the Emperor. What right does anyone have to interfere with what they want to do? As for the royal family, we are loyal to the Empire and the Emperor, not the Herd family, if you're going to say that. Besides Herd, the Walton family also had an imperial emperor, and during the sectarian wars, there was even a farce of 4 or 5 emperors simultaneously. Does that mean their families are all considered royalty? Reinhardt shook his head, speaking with a slightly arrogant tone. I understand what you mean, Commander-in-Chief, but please don't confuse the Empire with Clovis, and don't assume that the relationship between the Emperor and the Grand Dukes is the same as that between the Austerian royal family and the Clovis aristocratic families. In terms of both territory and population, the Empire is much larger and more complex than Clovis. We follow certain established rules and laws to unite the entire world of order. We are not like you, Clovis, with unconditional loyalty to your monarch and his family. I see. Anson nodded slightly. As expected of the leader of the world of order, the imperial system is indeed much more advanced than our backward eastern regions. My understanding was flawed. Please forgive me. It's all right. You Clovis have your own strengths. There's no need to envy others. Reinhardt waved his hand, indicating he didn't mind at all. Regardless of the form of governance, the key is suitability. The Confederation system, for example, is very suitable for backward and barbaric regions like the New World colonies. Therefore, you don't need to worry about the Empire at all. As long as the Roland family doesn't commit any clear acts of betrayal, the Emperor will not and has no right to interfere, and with the Roland family's endorsement, your bank will become a hot commodity in the eyes of investors. Of course, all of this is on the premise that you and the Confederation can bring this war to a head by the end of August. Reinhardt looked at Anson earnestly, his expression sincere. The end of August, or at most the beginning of September. This is the limit I can negotiate for you. To persuade the higher-ups within the family, or even the head of the family himself, you need solid evidence. The family, the Rowland family, is there a problem? No. Anson paused, his eyes narrowing slightly. If I remember correctly, aren't you a representative of the Northern Merchant Guild? I mean, I'm well aware of the relationship between the Northern Merchant Guild and the Rowland family. But there should be a difference, right? Of course there is a difference, Reinhardt readily admitted. If it's an investment from the guild, I can approve it right now and sign a letter of intent with you, but if it's a family, without the head of the family's permission, this representative in front of you probably can't even produce a blank check. Then why? Because I believe that maximizing the profit from this project exceeds the Northern Merchant Guild's capabilities. No, rather, allowing the Northern Merchant Guild to hold shares in this bank could very likely cause some very adverse effects. My brother, Philip Rowland, is an excellent flirt, a club connoisseur, and knows how to distinguish the quality of wine and coffee, but running a bank is not his forte. He smiled sincerely. If the family can sponsor it directly, I, as his most trusted younger brother, can manage this important investment on behalf of my elder brother Philip as the sponsor. This would not only help my brother fill his gaps, but also maximize his benefits for the Rowland family. Oh, is that so? After hearing this talk of brotherly affection, Anson nodded. If Chairman Philip knew about this, he would surely be very moved. Not at all, you're exaggerating. This is such a trivial matter that there's no need to bother my brother. I will take full responsibility in my own name. So, am I chatting with the future general manager of the coal mining bank? Anson calmly picked up his wine glass, looking at him with interest. Perhaps, perhaps not, but if that day truly comes, he slowly rose, straightened his clothes slightly, and with a faint smile, bowed to Anson and Talia with the most standard imperial etiquette. I, Reinhardt Rowland, will be honored to serve you both and all the directors with utmost sincerity. Grey Dove Castle Colony, Tower Fortress, Top Floor Hall. Leaning against a map of the area surrounding Grey Dove Castle, the Grand Steward, seated at the head of the table, received an urgent letter that had just arrived from Sailing City. Upon discovering that it was surprisingly in Lewis's handwriting, he couldn't help but show a surprised expression. Could it be that this young master of the Bernard family had finally come to his senses and was willing to serve him? With a hint of excitement, Bernard quickly opened the letter, eager to see how he pleaded for his acceptance. But after his eyes swept quickly over the lines of content, his gaze froze. Soon, his previously relaxed, raised brows furrowed abruptly, his constricted pupils stiffened, and the muscles in his cheeks began to twitch unnaturally as his gaze shifted. 2 minutes later, the colonial superintendent, who had been leaning on the table, placed the letter flat on it with a trembling right hand. He abruptly raised his gaze to the assembled officers, and said through gritted teeth in an almost murderous tone, "Send word to Sailing City, informing them that the colonial superintendent will not consider any of their requests, nor will he provide any response. Furthermore, they are given 3 days to send an envoy to Grey Dove Castle to apologize, hand over the city keys, and disarm all their armed personnel. 3 days. If there is no response within 3 days, I will raze Sailing City to the ground and kill them all." Chapter 597 A Grand Gift. To the esteemed Governor of Sailing City, Minister of State for the Colonies, Earl Bernard Maruis, I have been preoccupied with personal matters and have neglected to inquire after you for some time. This is the first letter I have written to you since arriving in Sailing City, a fact that fills me with shame as a junior, leaving me unsure of how to begin. However, recent events in Sailing City compel me to explain the entire situation to you, to avoid any misunderstandings that could lead to terrible tragedy and irreparable consequences. The whole affair is too complex to be simply judged as good or bad. First, a brief overview of the events. A massive rebellion has erupted in Sailing City. The remaining liberals, along with some neutral forces, seized the opportunity of the Imperial Army's absence to launch a thorough purge and counterattack against the Loyalists. The garrison collectively defected, and 115 Loyalist councillors and their families perished. Your governor's residence also fell in the rebellion, and none of those remaining perished. The rebels not only seized control of the garrison and the mercenaries you had previously bribed, but also formed a partnership with a certain Old God faction. The city suffered severe damage, vital military supplies were destroyed and looted, and major buildings and facilities were damaged. The number of civilian casualties and those on all sides was nearly incalculable. Of course, as I write this letter, the matter is now resolved. The rebel army has been reorganized, the rebel councillors have been temporarily imprisoned, and while city order has not been fully restored, the main residential areas, the city center, and important streets have stabilized, and the remaining streets, which were not severely damaged, are gradually recovering. All of this is thanks to the timely arrival of over 2,000 imperial soldiers, and to Sir Sato, who is utterly loyal to you. Without their presence, I alone could never have restored even the most basic order to Sailing City. I don't know much about the situation at the front, but your order to send them back to Sailing City was a very wise decision. Sir Sato is currently in charge of city defense and street security. He is truly an experienced and excellent officer, no wonder you rely on him as your right-hand man. I have learned a great deal from him. To get back to the main point, although the rebellion has ended, many unresolved issues remain. After careful consideration, we released the imprisoned rebellious councillors, because councillors loyal to the empire and officials of the governor's office had been purged, and if they continue to be imprisoned, the Sail City colony, without its council, would be completely inoperable, unable even to maintain a semblance of stability. The same applies to the militia. Almost all militia members are from the city's middle class or small farm owners. A complete purge would not only weaken the colony's military strength, but also cause irreversible damage to social stability and the economy. On Sir Sato's advice, most of them were released after the rebellion ended. Finally, although I previously promised you that I would not interfere in any external affairs, considering that Sail City urgently needs to stabilize, and also on Sir Sato's advice, I have temporarily assumed the position of governor of Sail City until the situation stabilizes. I am ready to step down at any time if a more suitable candidate emerges upon your return. In addition, I have some further requests, which I humbly request you grant. First and foremost, I request that the legitimacy of the current new council in Sailing City be acknowledged, and that a promise be made not to pursue the rebellion further. This is paramount for restoring order to the colony as quickly as possible. Secondly, to expedite the recovery from the damage caused by the rebellion, I request a reduction or exemption of taxes and material requisitions this year. The city's severe damage necessitates substantial resource investment for reconstruction, making it impossible to provide further manpower and supplies to the frontline troops. Finally, there are the loyalists who have been purged. What's done is done and cannot be undone, but ultimately, the root cause is excessive imperial oppression. Even if it's just to prevent a recurrence of this tragedy, I request that you briefly review the requests from the liberals, at least making a commitment to reform and giving them some hope. I do not wish to convey any negative sentiments, but from my observation, although the liberals are a minority, their success stems primarily from their ability to win over the middle forces, the unions, small and medium-sized farmers, and leaders of surrounding colonies. Most of them hold few or no seats in the council, and their opinions are disorganized, unable to form the relatively unified views of the loyalists and liberals. However, they are not weak, and when united, they can certainly contend with the loyalists. Ultimately, it was precisely because the empire had excessively harmed their interests that the liberals were able to unite with them and instigate a rebellion. If this cannot be changed, then the colonial rebellions will not cease, and the so-called Free Confederation, deliberately supported by the Clovis, will truly replace the empire's influence in the New World. I hope that Lord Bernard Morwis can understand this and make the wisest decision. Attached, details of their and the liberals' various reform demands are recorded on the back of the letter for your reference. I await your reply and the good news of your glorious return from Black Reef Harbor. Sincerely, Louis Bernard, Provisional Governor of Sailing City, your junior. The letter was sealed with the Bernard family crest, the paper was special paper for church documents, and the handwriting was a draft that Freya had painstakingly copied again in the distinctive handwriting style of the Iser Elven royal family, all to demonstrate Louis's importance placed on this letter and his determination to abandon his previous inaction. To the young knight, such a sincere letter, which clearly explained the cause and effect of the whole matter and offered a solution, was enough to sway the colonial governor. Bernard was not the kind of person who couldn't be flexible, otherwise, he wouldn't have been the emperor's first choice for forming the Han Expeditionary Force, and wouldn't have been able to remain the colonial governor without any punishment after signing a humiliating treaty with Han. He was fundamentally different from a hardliner like Marshal Caspar Herod. Moreover, he had left ample room for maneuver for the other party. All the content was merely suggestions or requests, all negotiable, not simply unacceptable. As long as it could be negotiated, everything was fine. Even if, in the worst-case scenario, Someone really needed to shoulder the responsibility. Louis, as the interim governor, could take full responsibility for the whole matter. After all, he didn't care about reputation or have any desire for power, and sacrificing for the stability of Sailing City was perfectly acceptable. But in the eyes of the colonial governor, the whole matter appeared quite differently. In short, this was a thoroughly organized and premeditated rebellion. If it was merely speculation before, Bernard was now 100% certain that Sir Satyr, the loyal cuirassier commander, dared to desert without warning and flee straight to Sailing City because he had already secretly colluded with those traitors. Once he approved the contents of this letter, it would be equivalent to simultaneously whitewashing the rebellious councillors and the more than 2,000 deserters, granting them official and legitimate status, and making them the de facto rulers of Sailing City. The so-called negotiable conditions were simply a smokescreen thrown out by the other side. Negotiation. What is the premise of negotiation? The premise of negotiation is that the status of both parties is at least equal. He was the Grand Chancellor, and they were traitors. How could that be equal? Not to mention what the Emperor back home would think, and whether it would give the already terrified traitors even more rebellious thoughts. The consequences of the entire negotiation process alone were already fatal. Even a fool could guess that the bastard cuirassier commander would make all sorts of exorbitant demands while feigning grievance, dragging out the negotiations and preventing Bernard from receiving adequate supplies while trapped in Grey Dove Castle. He was betting on a crushing defeat, the annihilation of his army by the Clovis, and his capture or death on the battlefield. That way, his escape and rebellion would be completely unknown, and he might even become a hero for preserving the flame. As for Louis Bernard, this young master is intelligent and capable, but unfortunately, he can't read people's minds, especially when the other party seems like a good person. From beginning to end, he was probably a puppet kept in the dark, completely unaware of the real issue. It's simple that Sato would push him into the open. He can't directly rule Sailing City, and the Bernard family's influence in the colony is so deep that it can suppress all voices and make the situation appear stable. Dealing with such a traitor is like falling into a trap. The best approach is to skip all negotiations and simply march in with the army. As for any potential problems, eliminate the one who raised the issue, and there will be no problem. Of course, before that, it's crucial to deal with the Clovis currently confronting us, keeping them calm and preventing them from interfering with our plans. Then we can focus on resolving our internal affairs. A bunch of fleeing traitors, lacking heavy weapons and even basic infantry equipment, dare to make demands of me, the Grand Chancellor. If I can't defeat the Clovis, surely I can defeat you. Without even waiting for the 3-day deadline to pass, the 8,000-strong army of Grey Dove Fortress immediately went into battle preparation, quickly completing all the necessary assembly and deployment. 4 days. In 4 days, the Grand Minister will be at the gates of Yangfan City. At the city gate, a gritted-teeth messenger threw the letter in front of the young knight, his expression fierce. You have at most 2 days to think it over. Surrender or die, decide. Without even dismounting, he grabbed the reins, turned, and galloped away, leaving a dumbfounded Louis standing alone in the dusty middle of the road, bewildered. How could this be? The elven girl beside him was full of doubt. She slowly raised her right hand, and the sand that was about to rush towards the two of them disappeared the moment it came within 3 steps. Bernard Morvis, wasn't he always a very gentle and calm person? I don't know. Louis, who had been throwing down the declaration of war, was also very puzzled. Maybe something in the letter provoked him, or maybe the bad situation at the Black Reef Harbor front, coupled with this sudden bad news, made him lose control of his emotions. Freya glanced at the letter curiously and shook her head. Even now, she still couldn't understand this kind of thing, or she didn't want to understand it at all. After all, apart from the person in front of her, she didn't care about the life or death of any other person or creature around her. So, what's next? Should we go to war with Bernard? Of course not, the young knight said gravely. Sailing City has just ended a rebellion and hasn't recovered its strength yet. It can't withstand another siege. To be honest, if surrendering could appease Uncle Bernard, I wouldn't mind, but before that, we must find out what made him lose his mind. There might be some things we don't know about the siege of Black Reef Harbor. Grey Dove Fortress, the vanguard position. You repeat what you just said again. Carl stared at the Imperial Knight in shock, as if he had just heard some outrageous joke. But the other's calm and composed expression was anything but joking. You're going to hand over Grey Dove Castle? Yes, we are prepared to hand over Grey Dove Castle to your army. Wiping his face, the Imperial Knight, acting as the negotiator, calmly looked at the Storm Division Chief of Staff and said in a deep voice, "Of course, not immediately, but in 3 days, 3 days later, our army will completely withdraw from the entire Grey Dove Castle, handing over the city and the surrounding settlements, that is, the entire colony, intact and without any discrepancies, to your army." "Why, I don't know," the Imperial Knight said without hesitation. "This is a decision personally issued by the Grand Master. I am merely carrying it out. The Grand Master did not tell me the reason. As long as I inform your army that we will take over Grey Dove Castle in 3 days, then..." Carl opened his mouth but no sound came out. This kind of hesitation, wanting to complain but not knowing what to say, usually only happened to a certain commander-in-chief. "What if we don't accept? If that's the case, then we can't interfere. Your army can just watch Grey Dove Castle become a paradise for bandits and mercenaries, letting it fend for itself." "Are you threatening me?" "No, I'm merely stating the facts." The Imperial Knight suddenly laughed, looking at Carl with a slightly mocking gaze. "For many years, your country has tirelessly pursued expanding its influence in the colonies, attempting more than once to annex territories belonging to the Empire. Now that the opportunity is before you, why are you so hesitant? Isn't your side the same? Before, you didn't even want to give up Black Reef Harbor, but now you're so generous as to offer Grey Dove Castle as well." Seeing the knight's drastically changed expression, Carl snorted coldly. "Tell Lord Bernard Morwis for me that his gift. Stormmaster has accepted it." Chapter 598 Advance to Black Reef Harbor. After seeing off the troublesome Imperial Knight, the Chief of Staff, who had just been incredibly tough, slumped into his chair with a thump, like a deflated balloon. Just then, Alexei walked in from outside, a hint of surprise still lingering on his face. His gaze swept over Carl by the map table, and he couldn't help but blurt out, "Hey, I just heard the guard say the Empire is withdrawing, leaving Grey Dove Castle to us. What's going on? You're asking me? I want to ask that bastard Bernard what's going on." Carl scratched his messy hair, glaring at him irritably. "No warning at all, suddenly they're running away. Throwing the colony at us like that. Why is he suddenly being so generous? Something's fishy, there's definitely something fishy, otherwise why would he run away?" Alexei rolled his eyes. "So, do we want it or not? Of course we want it. Why wouldn't we take territory that's already in our hands?" Sighing, Carl defiantly pressed his right fist against his cheek, tapping his heel repeatedly, his face filled with impatience. "If we take Grey Dove Castle, Sailing City will be within our grasp. We might not even have to wait until August to see the outcome of this war." "Did you bring any cigarettes?" "It's possible, but the problem is we only have a little over 2,000 men, and our preparations aren't very thorough. Taking control of the entire Grey Dove Castle rashly would severely tie down our forces. And is it really a good idea to just let Bernard and his 8,000 troops retreat back to Sailing City?" Alexei was still hesitant, and as he spoke, he pulled out a deflated cigarette case from his coat pocket and handed it over. "Shouldn't we discuss this with the Commander-in-Chief and ask for his opinion? It takes at least 6 days to travel from here to Black Reef Harbor and back, and they've only given us 3 days. We don't have enough time." He took out the last cheap cigarette from the case, struck a match against the edge of his boot, and a delicate spark ignited. Milky white smoke then drifted through the command room. They must have calculated that we wouldn't have time to discuss things, which is why they notified us so readily in advance. I guess Bernard is probably also thinking of using this to disrupt our original plans, so that even if the army reaches Grey Dove Castle, it won't be able to immediately march on Salzburg, giving him time to deal with trouble. What trouble? I don't know. But there are only 2 things that could make him do this: a rebellion in Salzburg, or Grey Dove Castle is no longer important, so he can generously give it up, making it easier for him to retreat to his main camp and regroup. Carl shook his head and took a deep breath, turning his cigarette butt orange-red. "Whichever it is, the original plans are no longer usable. We must immediately send the intelligence to Commander-in-Chief Anne. The army's marching route needs to be adjusted, and supplies need to be increased. The siege of Salzburg is likely to turn into a protracted war. If that happens, it will be troublesome. Transporting supplies from Red Hand Bay to Black Lagoon is a completely different matter from transporting them to Salzburg. The consumption is almost doubled. It might end up like the siege of Black Lagoon, a victory in name only, a defeat in reality." But there was one piece of information Carl hadn't revealed to Alexei. He hadn't guessed a rebellion in Sail City. He was present when the black-robed priest's intelligence arrived. However, Considering Anson's ambiguous attitude, he ultimately decided it was best not to tell him. This was definitely out of consideration for his colleague. Working under Anson, a boss always prone to wildly imaginative ideas, often means the less you know, the better. The more you know, the more important your role in his perfect plan becomes, and the higher the probability of being unlucky and scapegoated. However, given Alexei's recent situation, it might be too late for him to do so. Send someone to Black Reef Harbor and report our situation truthfully. With a sigh, Carl, biting his cigarette, muttered, assemble all troops and prepare to take over Gradov Fort. But what if this is just a smokescreen deliberately set up by the enemy, and their actual target is a surprise attack? Alexei recalled the tactic Anson had used at Black Reef Harbor. There was no reason why the enemy couldn't replicate it. Wouldn't assembling in advance be redundant? The chief of staff considered seriously for 5 seconds before giving his answer. Oh, not. Why? Because they have 8,000 men. They don't need tricks to charge head-on. If they absolutely must, it's because they've found a fatal flaw in the position, allowing them to wipe us out in one fell swoop. Assembling and packing in advance will make retreat easier, Alexei. While two dutiful officers racked their brains over how to write their reports to the rear, someone else passed the buck to them. Meanwhile, the commander-in-chief, leisurely enjoying himself with his fiancée, Talia, and sister, Lisa, in Black Lagoon, was hosting a grand spectacle he had long planned. Amidst a deafening barrage of cannon fire, the city gates opened in the golden morning sun, and the belated main force of the Storm Division appeared on the outskirts of Black Lagoon. Formed in tight, orderly squares by company, they marched in perfect unison to the rhythmic strains of military music, proudly carrying the royal standard of Clovis and the Confederate flag, towards the city. Although the city was still in the process of reconstruction, the walls and even the craters and trenches on the outskirts hadn't been completely filled. This did nothing to hinder this grand military parade. In fact, it served a different purpose. Besides the Storm Division, the Confederate legions, composed of militia from various colonies, also arrived one after another. Due to practical reasons, their uniforms and even equipment were completely inconsistent, making it easy to tell where each legion soldier came from. Among them, the Lakedown Line Regiment, wearing long-sleeved trench coats, scarves around their necks, and tricorn hats, most resembled Imperial Line infantry. Wearing animal skin hats and covered from head to toe with marching packs, were the Winter Torch City Hunters, composed of colonists and adventurers. The Redan Bay Rangers and Redan Bay Infantry were composed of both cavalry and infantry, and their weapons ranged from rudimentary firearms to Leighton rifles. Even the Grey Doveberg Liberals, who consisted of only a group of refugees, formed the Grey Doveberg Vanguard Company under the strong insistence of their leader, Polina. Thanks to their closer relationship with the Storm Division, they were even equipped with a batch of standard Leighton rifles. And each soldier had a complete or nearly complete set of Clovis infantry equipment. These colorful Confederate legions followed closely behind the Storm Division, having even engaged in a fierce argument over their order of arrival the night before the parade. Their bruised and battered appearances and disheveled formations contrasted sharply with the Clovis army at the front. To celebrate this grand occasion, Talia specially invited David Jacques from White Whale Harbor to Black Lagoon through the newspaper to paint a commemorative oil painting, the title of which she had already decided, The Free Legion Marches Towards Black Lagoon. However, David Jacques' forte was actually landscape painting, and recently he had become obsessed with various collages depicting the dramatic changes of the era, adding a towering chimney billowing black smoke to a picturesque river valley, a steam train roaring towards the wild countryside, and a massive factory resembling a castle atop a steep cliff. The wealthy people of White Whale Harbor, who had initially warmly welcomed him, grew increasingly unfriendly towards this great artist over time, causing him to face setbacks just like in Clovis. His painstakingly crafted masterpieces sold virtually nothing except to the wealthy who wanted to curry favor with the Rune family. Therefore, although group portraits were not his forte, David accepted Talia's commission and brought his young apprentice, Bakeland Wetzler, to Black Lagoon. The painting, according to Talia's vision, depicts the Imperial Army besieging the crumbling Black Lagoon, with countless reinforcements rushing to its aid from all directions. Brave vanguard soldiers, clinging to the broken walls, bravely raise the Confederate flag with its blue background and star ring amidst the Imperial Army's raging artillery fire, fighting alongside the Black Lagoon defenders. In the distance, the stormtroopers, raising the Clovis banner, are rapidly approaching, surrounded by Confederate soldiers in various attire, rushing towards Black Lagoon, The Imperial Army, upon discovering the reinforcements, panics and attempts to flee. A commander in a general's uniform stood on the damaged city wall, directing his guards to launch a counterattack. Among the soldiers behind him was the petite figure of a young girl. In short, while not entirely similar to the scene of the military parade that day, it was also completely unrelated. The only elements that served as inspiration were the unrepaired city wall and the craters and trenches outside the city. Of course, such a large-scale group portrait was unlikely to be completed on the spot. It would generally take at least several months, or even years, to show its final effect. To fit the occasion, he also painted an additional oil painting with the same subject and even the same title. But when Anson suddenly became curious and wanted to see how it was finished, the masterpiece before him completely stunned him. "Who is this?" The stiff-faced commander-in-chief pointed to the figure in the center of the painting, who looked dejected and disheveled, riding on horseback, resembling a commander. "This is the commander of the Imperial Army, Colonial Superintendent Bernard Morwis, your opponent, Bikran Weasler," his face painted with the grease paint, exclaimed cheerfully. The only son of Mason, the Speaker of White Whale Harbor, was now David's apprentice, frankly. He looked more like father and son to his master than the cautious guildmaster. "And what about those behind him?" Anson pointed to the surrounding troops carrying their banners, equally dejected. "The defeated Imperial Army, retreating through the hills near Grey Dove Fort." Master even changed the scenery to autumn-winter to make them look even more disheveled. "Oh, and where's the Free Legion?" "The Free Legion is advancing towards Black Reef Harbor." Anson remained silent for a full minute before recovering slightly. He took a long, deep breath, looked at the great artist beside him who had just noticed him stop writing, and walked heavily forward, pressing down on his shoulder with a smack. "Commander-in-Chief," and David was startled, his sharp senses particularly keen in the face of danger, much like his brother, a hip-hop priest. "If there's anything you're not happy about, no. You misunderstand. There's nothing I'm unhappy about. I really admire your interesting ideas." Anson, looking up, forced a smile that looked more like a grimace, his eyes sincere. "So, dear David, your brother and I are good friends, so you understand I would never harm you, right?" Yeah, I understand." "Good." Anson's eyes showed a hint of appreciation. "Well, do you remember the painting Stormbringers crossing the Dawn Mountains that Miss France commissioned?" "Yes, King Asteria leads us from the Clovis Royal Military Academy, the one where the king walks in the middle holding the unicorn flag, surrounded by nobles, knights, and a bunch of commoners. Do you remember?" Anson spoke while gesturing. "Of course I remember." David nodded again. "That painting can be considered one of the pioneers of modern group portraiture. Even landscape painters study it." "Very good." Anson nodded slightly, reaching out to steady the easel beside him. "I'll give you 2 hours to combine those two paintings into one, still on the theme of the Black Lagoon siege, and as for the name, call it Freedom Leads the New World. Is that enough time?" "If it's just a simple imitation, of course I have enough time, but..." "No buts." Anson ruthlessly interrupted his unrealistic ideas. "Believe me, I would never harm you. Repaint one and give it to Talia, if you don't want to become one of those young, prematurely deceased artists." "Prematurely deceased? I'm just stating a possibility. It might not happen," Anson interrupted again. "But if you do as I say, it definitely won't happen. Understand?" "Understood." "Understood. How long will it take to finish?" You said 2 hours." "Really?" Anson blinked. "How about an hour and a half?" "An hour and a half. I'll try my best." "Very good. I knew you could do it." Anson patted David on the shoulder with satisfaction, and just as he was about to leave, he suddenly remembered something. "By the way, have you seen your brother recently?" "I haven't heard from him since he sent that letter." "No news?" "That's impossible." David scratched his head, somewhat puzzled. "The last time I saw him was in Redan Bay. He wanted to come see you as soon as possible, saying there was something very important." "You haven't seen him?" "No, I thought he went back to White Whale Harbor." Anson's expression was slightly serious. With Karin Jacques' connections and influence in the New World, hiding wouldn't be difficult. The question was what would make him decide to hide, if he was being hunted. Wouldn't it be safer to follow the Storm Masters or act on his own? And the unfaithful Knights of White Whale Harbor, they haven't appeared since the siege of Black Reef Harbor, and according to reports, they shouldn't have left White Whale Harbor yet. If Phil Cressy's goal was to control Sailing City, then what was the purpose of leaving them in Ice Dragon Fjord? and the spellcaster who killed Sir Ed Levant has never reappeared after committing 2 crimes in White Whale Harbor. Wintertorch, Black Lagoon, why didn't they make a move again when they had so many opportunities? Was it because they didn't want to, couldn't, or could only do so in White Whale Harbor? With all sorts of random guesses in mind, Anson turned and left the studio, heading towards the Black Lagoon Council. Chapter 599 Freedom Leads the New World. As the venue for the victory celebration, the Black Lagoon Council was decorated extravagantly, completely refurbished inside and out. Exquisite crystal chandeliers reflected on the delicate stained glass and red carpet, and silver candlelight made the delicacies laid out on the long tables look especially tempting. Musicians from Lake Town, representing the land, played soothing melodies in the center of the dance floor. Although just stepping outside the council revealed the devastation ravaged by war, with unfilled craters and lingering bloodstains, the atmosphere of the banquet reached its climax just as the heavy-hearted Anson entered the scene. Perhaps they had truly forgotten the pain of the past. These Confederate high-ranking officials had completely forgotten the near annihilation of Wintertorch, indulging in unrestrained revelry and enjoying this victory that had seemingly fallen from the sky. However, this is not entirely incomprehensible. To these colonial rulers, the empire was almost an invincible force in their imagination. At the beginning of the rebellion, even the most steadfast allies of White Whale Harbor, the liberals of Grey Hold, after all, they had become refugees, did not believe they could truly defeat the empire's suppression army, even with the addition of the Clovis. To put it bluntly, how much of this group still had contact with the empire in private, repeatedly switching sides and colluding, was unknown. Otherwise, why would hundreds of mercenaries and assassins have managed to infiltrate Wintertorch on the day the Confederation was founded, only to be nearly wiped out? Winning over White Whale Harbor and the stormtroopers was merely a bargaining chip for them with the empire. Of course, the same was true for Anson, who also used these colonies as bargaining chips with the Clovis Privy Council and the empire. It was a purely mutually beneficial relationship, without any ulterior motives. But after the siege of Black Reef Harbor ended, their mentality immediately changed. The invincible empire has become a seemingly ferocious paper tiger, appearing as if a single kick would bring it down, leaving only a ruined wasteland. It's somewhat like the mindset shift of fanatics when a myth is shattered before their eyes. The empire remains the same invincible empire, and the rabble of the colonies remains the same rabble, but witnessing the empire's crushing defeat before their eyes, these rabble suddenly feel invincible. The Confederate High Command, who were previously agonizing over where to flee should the Imperial Army use Black Reef Harbor as a forward outpost and tear through the defenses with unstoppable force, are now discussing what status to give them after the liberation of Sailing City, and whether to suppress and weaken them. It's as if defeating the Imperial Army and conquering Sailing City has become a matter of course, an inevitable event. The ever-wise Commander-in-Chief, of course, wouldn't consider such absurd questions. In fact, in his view, the issue wasn't whether Sailing City could be captured, but whether the city would even exist. Given the power of that Queen of the Elves, Iser, if Louis Bernard were to suffer even the slightest injury during the rebellion of the Knights of No Faith, the probability of the entire city of Sales being obliterated would dart between possibility and infinity. Therefore, he had made up his mind that he would absolutely not send troops to Sales. It's better to be safe than sorry, and a female elven spellcaster who gains power through emotion is capable of things beyond the comprehension of an ordinary human male like himself. Dear Anson, you've been gone quite a while. Holding a glass of enticing wine, Talia gracefully left the crowd behind her, a smile playing on her lips as she looked at him. As the host, being absent for so long is extremely impolite. I was just checking on the troops. With the esteemed and elegant head of the Rune family here, what do I have to worry about? Anson countered with a slight smile. Besides, this is Black Reef Harbor. Wouldn't calling myself the host be a bit inappropriate, would you? Talia tilted her head slightly. But the guests I just met all said that Anson is the host here. Guests? Raising an eyebrow, Anson took the terpitrum from the girl, his gaze unconsciously sweeping over the crowd behind her. That's right, Miss Talia is absolutely right. Just as he was still wondering, Black Lagoon Counselor Pushwood suddenly leaned closer and said in a voice that everyone could hear, Commander-in-Chief Anson Bach, you not only saved Black Lagoon, but also gave it a second chance to rise from the ashes. To the people living in this city, you are no longer an outsider, but family, and since you're family, the position of host of today's banquet naturally belongs to you. Pushwood's face showed an undisguised fawning smile, and his eyes also showed a little nervousness. He now finally knew that the Captain Alan he had tried to intimidate and kidnap was actually the commander-in-chief of the Storm Division. This plunged the group of Black Lagoon counselors, led by him, who were already uneasy, into extreme panic, fearing that the other party would take the opportunity of the military parade to retaliate against them, to make an example of them and deter the liberals in other colonies. People are prone to irrational behavior under extreme fear. Even if the behavior itself is completely meaningless, it can seem like a lifeline when there are no other options. Furthermore, because of Commander-in-Chief Anson Bach's outstanding contributions to Black Lagoon, we unanimously agree to bestow upon him the title of Honorary Speaker of Black Lagoon. Looking around, Pushwood raised his glass to Anson and bowed respectfully. This is a humble gift from all the people of Black Lagoon to you. Thank you all for your kindness. It is also my honor. Anson smiled obligingly, raising his glass as well. A little thought reveals what these people are up to. After more than 10 days of siege, these counselors and officers, obsessed with escape and deserting their posts, are not only notorious in Black Lagoon, but utterly disgraced, practically at the level of being universally reviled. To escape post-war reckoning, and especially to avoid being ostracized by the Black Lagoon Speakers faction, who are attending the Confederation Conference in Wintertorch, the best way was to align themselves with Anson, sharing both glory and ruin. To put it more bluntly, regardless of whether the Black Lagoon Speaker was a pro-Clo or an independence advocate, these people were staunch pro-Anson Bach, prioritizing the interests of the Rune family and Ice Dragon Fjord above all else. Since the traitor had offered himself up, Anson naturally wouldn't refuse. Gentlemen, please raise your glasses and offer your sincerest greetings to the Honorary Speaker of Black Lagoon. With Councillor Pushwood's shout, the noisy banquet hall fell silent, then erupted in an even more solemn roar. Honorary Speaker. A tidal wave of blessings resounded through the hall, and the guests unanimously raised their glasses and drank them down. Even the musicians on stage became much more fervent. Just as agreed, almost simultaneously with the end of the toasts, the banquet hall doors reopened. The messenger standing guard nearby jumped, immediately announcing loudly, "The painter David Jacques from Clovis, accompanied by his apprentice Bakelin Wetzler, has arrived." Huh? Anson raised an eyebrow, instinctively pulling out his pocket watch and quickly glancing at the dial. 1:45 p.m., exactly 90 minutes since he left the studio, no more, no less. David, he probably thought he was referring to the delivery time of the painting, too, no less. All the guests at the banquet turned to look at the two figures approaching, one on each side, supporting an oil painting covered with red silk. Not only had they arrived precisely at the agreed-upon, this debatable, time, but the master and apprentice had even changed into brand-new formal attire. Were it not for their disheveled hair and unwashed face paint, Anson wouldn't have believed his eyes. Under the watchful eyes of the Confederate High Command, stormtrooper officers, and guests, an excited David Jacques and his apprentice, Bakelin, stopped beneath a crystal chandelier. As the true host, Senator Pushwood, knowing full well the answer, stepped forward and asked, "Your Excellency David Jacques, what is this, an oil painting?" David, beaming, gave the standard answer, though he didn't think the guests needed to remind him of even that. "Liberty leads the New World, a tribute to the birth of the Free Confederation and the victory at Black Lagoon." Before anyone else could speak, the two ruthlessly ripped off the red silk covering the painting, revealing its true form. The entire hall fell silent. The painting's subject matter was remarkably simple. On a smoke-filled battlefield, a chestnut-haired girl in a classical imperial dress, holding aloft a blue flag with a star-studded emblem, stood amidst ruins. Several corpses and enemy banners lay scattered at her feet. Behind her were warriors summoned by her, colonies, fishermen, merchants, old men, women, and boys. Beside her lay a dying knight, his left hand outstretched towards her, his right hand clenched into a fist, as if in prayer. It appeared to be a simple group portrait, quite impressionistic overall. But the guests quickly noticed the painting's secret. Firstly, the battlefield was clearly Black Reef Harbor, the scattered corpses and banners adorned with blue, white, and gold irises. Yet, the background hidden in the smoke behind the battlefield was none other than the city of Sailing. Not only that, the colonists behind the girl were clearly dressed in the style of Wintertorch. The fishermen with harpoons and pistols wore the scarves and thick coats most common in Redan Bay. The merchant holding a Leighton rifle wore an imperial tricorn hat, alluding to Lake Town, and the boy holding a stone, ready to throw it, looked exactly like Paulina, the chieftain of Grey Dovehold. As for the Imperial Knight who seemed to be praying or pleading, although his appearance was difficult to discern, his magnificent sash and gold medals clearly indicated that David was referring to Bernard Morwis, the Imperial Grand Chancellor. After a brief silence, exclamations and applause rose from the crowd. The Confederate senators who had previously been dismissive of David now looked at this great artist with unanimous admiration. Anson even overheard two senators, one from Lake Town and the other from Redan Bay, arguing in a corner about which element the girl holding the flag aloft was most closely associated with, and which colony it was most closely related to. As for himself, although the girl in the painting appeared quite mature, her chestnut hair, emerald eyes, and that incredibly familiar face, looked remarkably like. "She looks a lot like Talia." The girl holding the red wine suddenly spoke up. "That David guy, did he actually draw her based on Talia?" "Oh, that really is," Anson exclaimed, as if he had discovered a new continent. "So the Statue of Liberty is my dear Talia. No wonder she looked so familiar." "Really?" The girl tilted her head slightly, asking with curiosity, "Did you just discover that? Otherwise, Talia would think this was a surprise Anson had specially prepared for her." The girl's lips curled up slightly. "Although it isn't, Talia is still very happy, because Anson wouldn't lie to Talia, right? And of course," Anson said calmly and composedly, without any nervousness. Just as he worried the girl would continue to press the issue, Grenadier Commander Fabian appeared behind them, leaning close to Anson and whispering, "Intelligence from the front has just arrived at Black Reef Harbor." Anson's expression shifted slightly. "Where?" "Sailing City." "They're here, inside the Governor Mansion." Louis Bernard, dressed in a white shirt, riding breeches, and boots, stood with his back to a map of Sailing City, holding a letter as he looked at Sir Sato, who had just entered the room. "The messenger has delivered Uncle Bernard's ultimatum, demanding that we disarm, open the city gates, and await interrogation, or 8,000 Imperial troops will raise the walls and treat us as Imperial traitors." "They've finally arrived." Sato, his expression complex, took the letter and sighed heavily. "I guess you still haven't changed your mind. Negotiation is the best outcome for both sides, Sir Sato. If I surrender, thousands of innocent lives can be saved." "It's a good deal." The young knight appeared remarkably calm, his eyes radiating a nonchalant composure. "Most importantly, I now understand why Uncle Bernard is so furious, so please believe me, he will surely change his mind." "Very well, since you're so resolute." Sato showed a hint of helplessness. "But I still insist that the city's defenses not be relaxed during negotiations. All troops must be on high alert just in case." Lord Bernard Morwis is no longer the man you remember. The Battle of Black Lagoon dealt him a heavy blow. Louis nodded slightly, tacitly agreeing. Both sides had compromised. "Let's go, to greet our Imperial Colonial Supervisor, the true governor of Sailing City." Chapter 600 Knowing and Not Knowing. North of Yangfan City, in the distant suburbs, stretches an endless expanse of wilderness. Along the river's course, vast military camps occupy sunny highlands. Golden irises bloom amidst the rolling hills, their blossoms swaying in the wind, overlooking Yangfan City, which stands in a state of panicked readiness. While Louis, escorted by a troop of cuirassiers, ventures out of the city for negotiations, the Imperial Army has already completed all the preparatory work for the siege. Shallow trenches and low walls crisscross the hillsides to block enemy countercharges have been erected. Fortifications protecting the flanks have been built on the gentle slopes between the hills. Many trees on the central highlands have been felled, and simple fences have been erected. Judging from the horizon, the rear is most likely the army's artillery positions. "It seems Uncle Bernard isn't just trying to scare us, he's genuinely angry." Louis, his heart heavy, put down his binoculars and couldn't help but sigh. Even if Commander Caspar Herald were personally in command, it wouldn't be much different. "As for me, I probably couldn't possibly complete all the siege preparations in such a short time." "That's not true." The elven girl raised an eyebrow, slightly unconvinced. "Louis is very strong too, no less so than them. The only difference is age." The young knight gave a wry smile, not responding to Freya's words. Seeing this, the surrounding cuirassiers also consciously turned their gazes to their surroundings, searching for any non-existent enemy activity. Given the disparity in strength between the two sides, if persuasion fails in the end, Sailing City isn't without a fighting chance. Louis had no choice but to change the subject, explaining the current situation to the elven girl while organizing his thoughts. Sailing City's defenses are still quite strong, and a large-scale artillery offensive in a short period is unlikely to have a decisive effect. If I were him, I would abandon the idea of a quick attack and instead try a scorched earth policy, harassing the city while constantly offering suggestions for peace talks, causing conflict within the city and forcing it to surrender, but doing so requires absolutely no concern for the rear. Judging from the current situation and the failure of using the same tactics at Black Reef Harbor, he will probably choose a quick attack with heavy casualties. Then, if a fight really has to be fought, is Lewis confident of winning? Freyo is only concerned with this point. The young knight hesitated for a moment, then shook his head. Yes, but only a very small amount. The difference in strength between the two sides is too great. Unless he makes some fatal mistake, there is no possibility of reversing the situation. Hearing this, the elven girl's eyes flickered, and a hint of expectation suddenly appeared in her expression as she looked at him. Lewis decisively shook his head, rejecting her suggestion with a serious look. He knew perfectly well what Freya was planning, and unless absolutely necessary, even using her power to intimidate Bernard would have extremely serious consequences. Just as the two were still exchanging words, a troop of cavalry, also carrying negotiation flags, appeared on the horizon and approached them under the watchful eyes of the crowd. Identical golden fleur-de-lis banners, identical cuirassiers, even the attire of their commanders was remarkably similar, looking as comical as two sides of a mirror image. However, this comicality didn't amuse the colonial governor. Instead, it fueled his anger, especially when he saw that the leader was indeed Louis Bernard. The sting of betrayal from someone close to him intensified. When they were about 10 meters apart, Bernard, his face grim, raised his right hand and stopped the procession. He took a deep breath, pursed his lips, and tried his best to suppress his anger, saying, "I didn't expect it really was you." Compared to the furious Bernard, Louis, equally nervous, appeared slightly more composed. He respectfully bowed to the young knight from his mount and said without changing his expression, "It's been a long time, Uncle Bernard." Bernard, unmoved by the young knight's politeness, snorted coldly, causing the elven girl to glare at him angrily. "Although I know I'm asking a question I already know the answer to, out of respect for your willingness to take responsibility, I must ask again, are you willing to accept my conditions?" he said in a deep voice. "Open the city gates, disarm the army, and surrender the city defenses. All those involved in the rebellion will be put on trial and await judgment. I can, but only if you promise not to retaliate in any way afterward and to acknowledge the legitimacy of the current Sales City Council." Louis raised his head slightly, looking at the other man with neither humility nor arrogance. "Otherwise, agreeing to disarm them is tantamount to asking them to surrender. Although it sounds arrogant, I have promised them that I will protect their lives." "You are indeed arrogant, making such an unreliable promise in your personal capacity without any authorization." Bernard frowned slightly. "This matter has nothing to do with you. Now, either go back to the chapel and don't come out, or come back to the barracks with me. I will explain everything to you thoroughly after everything has settled. I already know the whole story, Uncle Bernard." Louis remained unyielding. "I understand your deep hatred for liberals, and I dislike these troublemaking traitors, but their very existence proves the flaws in the Empire's colonial rule. Without addressing these flaws, the rebellion will continue indefinitely, without end. Now, the opportunity to solve the problem once and for all is right before you. Why won't you accept it? Because it's not a once and for all opportunity at all." Bernard suddenly roared, his anger directed at the seemingly sincere young knight. He wanted to explain things clearly, but that would likely backfire. What could he say? Sir Satyr was a fraud. His goal was to prevent negotiations from succeeding, or to force him to acquiesce to his previous desertion and rebellion, thus undermining his authority and making him completely powerless. You were just a puppet he pushed out to deal with him. Knowing this young Master Bernard as he did, such an explanation was meaningless and would only be seen as a deliberate attempt to sow discord, making them suspicious of each other so he could defeat them one by one. Even in the worst-case scenario, he hadn't truly ruled out accepting Louis's proposal, to let him bear all the blame as the governor of Salestown and grant everyone in Salestown legal status, at least to stabilize the situation quickly so he could turn around and confront the aggressive Clovis army. But a moment's thought revealed that this was absolutely unacceptable. Leaving aside the traitorous liberals, if even deserters like Sato were let off the hook without any punishment, what authority would he, as the Grand Chancellor, have? Currently, he maintained control of the army through high-pressure tactics and the legitimate punishment of traitors. Once he lost his authority, he feared he would be sidelined by Sato and his officers, becoming a puppet at their mercy. No matter the cost, he absolutely could not allow this arrogance to fester. Everyone, especially the army still loyal to him, had to see the consequences of defying authority. Looking at Bernard, whose face remained as cold as ice and unyielding, Louis remained silent for a moment before shaking his head slightly, a hint of disappointment in his voice. It seems you insist on resolving this matter in the most extreme way. It's not that I insist, but some people are still kept in the dark and don't understand the seriousness of the situation. Bernard's expression was even more disappointed, even somewhat pained. I originally thought that a war in the vast lands would at least help you and Arthur grow. Now it seems I was wrong. You haven't learned anything from your mistakes. No, I know, the young knight exclaimed, his pupils shrinking. Uncle Bernard, I know exactly why you're so angry, you know? Bernard, still unmoved and inwardly surprised, glanced quickly at the cuirassiers surrounding Louis, trying to glean an answer from their expressions. Is that so? Yes, Louis nodded solemnly, his gaze towards Bernard growing increasingly sorrowful. I understand your reluctance to tell others about this, but many things, if unspoken and without someone to confide in, often deepen the pain. The young knight looked at him intently, his emotions genuine. Bernard paused, his surprise fading, replaced by confusion. You need to explain yourself clearly. What pain? You don't need to hide it, Uncle Bernard, I know everything. The young knight slowly shook his head, his lips pressed tightly together, and said in a slightly heavy tone, many things, even if we know there might be bad consequences, when they happen, we still can't resist the emotional impact, leading to many disastrous consequences. No. Seeing that Louis was about to continue, Bernard quickly interrupted. I don't know. Huh? Louis was stunned. You don't know? Yes, I really don't know. You don't know what? Bernard opened his mouth, paused for several seconds before continuing. I don't know either. What are you talking about? The young knight finally realized, but then a new question arose. I'm of course talking about Sir Ed Levant. What else could it be? Ed Levant. Now it was Bernard's turn to be shocked. You have information about Ed Levant? Yes, Louis nodded subconsciously, asking matter-of-factly. Of course, I only recently received news about him, which is why I understand why you are so angry about the betrayal of Sailing City, but I still want to say that Sir Ed Levant's death was not your fault. He was just a little unlucky. Otherwise, under normal circumstances at that time, he would never have encountered Clovis's fleet, let alone— Wait, Bernard was shocked and quickly raised his hand to interrupt the young knight. Ed Levant is dead? That's impossible. Bernard knew him too well. That extremely strange bloodline power made it impossible for anyone to capture or kill him alive, even at sea. Nothing is impossible, especially in a terrible naval battle. Nothing is surprising, Louis sighed. Hailing from Edland, he certainly knew more about the sea than Bernard, who came from the south. I also know a little about Sir Ed Levant's bloodline power, but even if he survived the initial battle against the two Clovis ships, he couldn't escape the subsequent ship explosions. The surviving sailors told me that the flames of the Green Dragon were clearly visible even 2 or 3 kilometers away. His voice trailed off. The young knight, who had just been speaking eloquently, suddenly seemed to realize something, looking at the stunned Bernard with disbelief. You didn't know about this? Bernard, his face blank, couldn't utter a single word. Sending Ed Levant and the battleship Green Dragon to the 3 kingdoms of the North Sea was practically the only breakthrough he could find in the current dire situation. If they launched an offensive against a Clovis colony from the west, even if he only had Sailing City left as his last territory, there was still a chance to turn the tide. Conversely, if they failed, a battleship and its hundreds of sailors could at least harass White Whale Harbor, forcing the Clovis garrison to retreat and provide reinforcements, which could also slightly improve the situation. But Ed Levant, he was dead. Not only dead, but it sounded like the Green Dragon was also destroyed. No wonder he hadn't received any intelligence about them for so long. Bernard, who had managed to maintain his composure, felt as if he had fallen from a great height, his heart collapsing like an avalanche. The siege of Black Lagoon had failed, the rebellion in Sailing City, the tragic death of Ed Levant, and the fact that he had willingly surrendered Grey Dove Castle, his last line of defense, to the Clovis in order to reclaim Sailing City. Bernard, Uncle Bernard, Louis stared wide-eyed at the Grand Master, whose expression twisted rapidly, and asked with some concern, Are you alright? PFFT, Bernard, who had been expressionless, suddenly coughed up blood, his dull eyes staring weakly at the astonished young knight, and his body slumped forward. Grand Master, it's terrible. Quick, Save him. Save him, Lord Bernard. Lord Bernard, please wake up, wake up. The governor's guard opposite them immediately fell into chaos, frantically helping the unconscious Bernard onto his warhorse. Before Louis could speak, they hurriedly sped away, even throwing their banners to the ground. It all happened so fast that Louis didn't even have time to react, and could only watch helplessly as the figure galloped away. The cuirassiers around him also looked at each other, bewildered by the sudden turn of events. 2 hours later, the siege of Sales City officially began. End of this chapter. Thank you so much for reading until the end. Don't forget to give it a like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription or donation encourages us to continue. Thank you all. See you in the next video.